ABC News. Good afternoon. I'm Melissa Polomini. A German backpacker lost in the West Australian outback for almost 2 weeks has spent the night in a Perth hospital after she was found safe and well late yesterday. Garrett Mundy reports.
26-year-old Carolina Vilga was spotted by a member of the public walking along a track at the edge of the Caroon Hill Nature Reserve late on Friday, 11 days after she was seen in the small farming community of Beacon, 330 kilometres northeast of Perth. Her broken-down van was spotted on Thursday, stuck in a rocky outcrop inside the reserve. Her discovery came after an extensive land and air search and has been described as remarkable by the WA Premier, Roger Cook. Police say Miss Wilga had minor injuries and was covered in mosquito bites, but despite the trauma of her ordeal, she was otherwise well. She spent the night recovering at Fiona Stanley Hospital, but it's not clear if she'll be discharged today.
The Prime Minister has flown out of Sydney for Shanghai as he prepares to meet China's leaders. Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Jedgetts is travelling with Anthony Albanese.
It's the first leg of what's going to be a 6-day visit to the emerging superpower, taking in 3 cities, not just Shanghai, the commercial metropolis, but after that, the political capital, Beijing, and then the central city of Chengdu. This comes at a critical time in the bilateral relationship. Australia and China have now stabilised ties under Anthony Albanese and the Foreign Minister Penny Wong, and there are plenty of opportunities in the bilateral relationship. At the heart of that is Australian jobs and exports. China remains by far Australia's largest export market.
A preliminary report into a deadly Air India crash last month shows there was confusion in the cockpit shortly before the plane went down. More from Ali Crew.
260 people were killed when the Boeing 787 Dreamliner bound for London went down in the Indian city of Ahmedabad moments after takeoff. The report by India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau has found both the aircraft's fuel control switches were flipped to the off position, causing the engines to lose thrust. On the voice recording from the cockpit, one of the pilots can be heard asking the other why he did the cut-off, with the other pilot responding that he did not. At the crash site, both fuel switches were found in the run position, and the report does not say how the switches could have flipped.
A 2-year-old boy has been discharged from hospital after he was struck by an elderly driver in a fatal crash in Melbourne's east on Thursday. The boy and a 60-year-old man were taken to hospital in a serious condition. The man is still critical. A 59-year-old woman died at the scene in Wantirna South. Police say they were hit by a car driven by a 91-year-old woman. Police say number plate thefts have surged in Victoria, with stolen or cloned plates linked to serious crimes, including arson attacks and ram raids. Authorities are urging people to secure their plates with anti-theft screws and to blur them out in photos on social media. Acting Sergeant Sam Romano says the theft of number plates surged by 50% in a 12-month period, with around 80 plates being stolen every day in Victoria. He says plates can be stolen from vehicles left in a range of places.
Prominent places, your public places like shopping centres or railway station car parks and that, because obviously people park there for long periods of time. Number plate theft is usually at the root of some more serious offending, so we're getting offenders stealing number plates to commit further offences or more serious crimes.
Now to sport, the Western Bulldogs and Adelaide will both look to bolster their position inside the AFL's top 8 when they face off at Docklands Stadium for the first time since 2016. Chase Jones, Braden Cook and Wayne Millerer come into the Crows lineup, with Isaac Rankin will also celebrate his 100th senior game. The Bulldogs have made 2 changes, with Sam Davidson and Josh Dolan coming into the side. In today's other games, GWS takes on Geelong at the Sydney Showground, Richmond plays Essendon at the MCG, and Hawthorn makes its way west to take on Fremantle in Perth. To the weather now for the state. Patchy morning fog and frost inland. Generally cloudy with isolated showers along the ranges and over the exposed coast. Mostly dry elsewhere. In Melbourne, remaining partly cloudy today, a top of 17. Showers increasing tomorrow, 16. Showers Monday, 13. Right now, it's 15 degrees. ABC News.
Every day, all around Australia, extraordinary people create moments that inspire. See them, Hear them. All you have to do is nominate them at australianoftheyear.org.au.
Don't miss a minute of the action. Live from Wimbledon. On now.
Take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Care pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scores the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
The Gold Coast Suns win the best Friday night encounter of the season so far. It also doubles up as their first Friday night victory at home in their very first fixture under the Friday night lights. Did the Suns prove they belong with the big fish in the competition? What did it say about the Magpies last night? All the injury fallout. And is Matt Rowell about to join Adam Cerra with a little trip to the tribunal after some umpire contact? What is the right outcome when the tribunal do meet later in the week? Meanwhile, the biggest Saturday of the season so far, the Dogs and the Crows. Who needs the scalp more? Hogan against Cameron. The two big key forwards go at it as the Giants meet the Cats. And will Freo's game against the Hawks decide if they play finals? All of that to come today on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport.
Witts versus Cameron. At the back, Anderson explodes onto it. Handball to Weller. Back to Anderson inside 50. Anderson. Oh, what a goal. What a goal.
Siren beats the Pies. Gold Coast beats the Pies. Who would have thought that the problem child growing up would be easy? No way. But after 16 years, they might have just grown up.
It was a hell of a night. You could feel it whether you were listening on the radio, watching on the television, or lucky enough to be there last night. The pick of the Friday night games so far in season 2025. Welcome to AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. The whole gang's here. We're at Dockland Stadium. It is an enormous Saturday. We've really got this separation in the competition between the top 9 and the bottom 9. It means we've only got 17 matches remaining where the top 9 play one another, and we've got 3 of them on the Saturday slate, starting here with the Bulldogs and the Crows. Luke Ball's here, the Premiership Pie. Hello, Bally.
Hi, Corby. Enthralling contest, wasn't it, last night at Gold Coast? That first half, they were equal parts scintillating and brutal. And I think Craig McRae said as much after the game. They were just on fire and really made, particularly that Collingwood midfield, look second-rate, didn't they? Now, the question is whether a lot of people thought that Collingwood were due an off night. And then, as they do, this great Collingwood side, they reloaded at half-time, moved a few magnets, not too many, but then the pride and the experience got them back into the game, and maybe you could argue that Gold Coast were entitled to fade a bit, given how hard they worked in that first half, and they were headed, weren't they? Collingwood got themselves in front, so that's a really good sign that we keep calling them this young Gold Coast team, young in terms of experience of big games. Were able to rally, and you heard in off the top there, Noah Anderson, his last 10 minutes, along with Matt Rowell's whole game, and we'll talk about it a bit. I'm still a bit concerned about their over reliance on those two as we head towards September, but they were brilliant. Good on them last night. Terrific win.
There was only 3 scores, Mick Malthouse, in the last 16 minutes. A Josh Dacos behind, a rush behind, and then Ned Long kicked it behind. So for all the tension in those waning moments, doesn't have to be high scoring and goal for goal. It can just be sort of pulsating footy as it was for the last quarter hour there. Before that, of course, we had Collingwood taking the lead. 2 quick goals for the Suns. They snatched it right back. It was a hell of a Friday night fixture. The man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history, Mick Malthouse. How are you, Mick?
I'm good, Corby, Bally, and all our listeners. I've got to confess I didn't watch a lot of the game. I had Tour de France in my mind and a bit of the rugby.
Tour?
Yeah.
Geez, a little mid-season malaise there.
I know.
This was the game, Mick. This is the Friday night one.
No, I watched bits and pieces. Yeah. I floated between. Now, I'm going to hit you with a question, and I'm going to hold you to this until the first week of the finals.
Ooh.
Do umpires get impressed by the full game or the last quarter? 3 votes. Who will go last night? Given that you just said, you told me that Josh Dacos just played a quarter of his life.
Yep.
You've already said Rowell. I watched the first part of it. I thought Rowell was instrumental. Anderson's goal, blah, blah, blah. Give me the 3. Just give me the 3 votes.
3 Rowell, 2 Dacos, 1 Anderson.
That's you, but will the umpires go that way?
Let's wait and see.
Yes, okay. So just go good on you, Corby.
I'm going to write it down.
So what are you, Corby? You're a man of watching a lot of the game. Who will the umpires give the 3 votes to?
I'm definitely more... certainly, eye test. I'm more Anderson than Rowell, but last night you couldn't go past Rowell. Yeah,
but will the last quarter influence because of Josh Dacos?
Well, he'll get a vote. Yeah, and it must be said. I mean, that was an extraordinary quarter. It was unbelievable. Well,
so
they released him into the middle.
If they'd have won it, would he get 3 votes?
I think so. Yeah, I think that probably...
So it's dictated to who wins the game?
Well, I think usually it is, isn't it? I think Rowell's first half and then Dacos's second... last quarter and a half, we're pretty similar.
Okay, so have I got time to ask another question?
Yeah.
So to me, again, as I say, I flick between because I would just like to watch top athletes.
Well, you're a man of the world.
I just like to watch athletes. Yeah. So, to me, the efforts to get where they got against a very disciplined side in Collingwood, I'm talking about the Gold Coast here, was going to always take its toll. And it was going to happen that Collingwood got goals probably quicker than what Gold Coast could get goals in second half, and that to me is a lesson that, so Damien Hardwick would be pleased more the case of them getting back and winning the game, and we've seen it. Corey, I've called a few games with you, and Bally, you've no doubt seen a few games where Collingwood have, because of the reputation, sides go into a shell and let Collingwood do. I hate the saying you've got nothing to lose, but Collingwood they go, we've got nothing to lose, we're 5 goals down, we're just going to go for it. So the only thing they've got to lose is maybe losing by 5 goals.
Yeah.
But they either win it or they lose it, but and they never go down to the same as they'd be before, and that's 5 goals.
Yeah, and they had a lot of upside. They were really poor in the first. Now, Gold Coast were brilliant, but Collingwood were really poor around the footy. So they had a lot of upside. Pendlebury started sub. Came on in the second half. Jump in.
I'm throwing questions at you. Did Craig McRae err in not having Pendlebury on the ground? And I'm going to add up on this one. Does Mitchell in the side throw side bottom out of kilter?
Yeah, well, I think on last night's evidence, I mean, it didn't the week before, but on last night's evidence against a better team, it looked like they were lied on through the middle of the ground, and they all got shot as a collective. As a collective, I think they'll give him another go. And this is talking about Tom Mitchell.
Does it not throw side bottom out of the whack though?
Yeah, well, it did last night. Yeah, it did.
Okay, so
they've got and they've earned and they've got time to figure that out, I think. And then we're talking about an ex-Brownlow medalist. Okay, he hasn't played a lot of footy, but they'll give him every opportunity. But it did last night. Side bottom didn't have an influence, but as a collective, they got
did when he came on.
When he came on, yeah. So and that was set up. I got down there at training during the week. I think that was set up a lot earlier. So in hindsight, Pendlebury comes on has a big influence in the second half as he was going to do because he was fresh. Hindsight, you'd say
you're talking weeks in advance.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So in hindsight, you say, why would you start Pendlebury sub? Well, that was part of the planning.
I understand that, but I'm just wondering whether that because he's been in ripping touch.
Yeah. Scott Pendlebury, by the way, played opening round, sub round 1, and then last night, round 18, they had the bye in round 3 and round 14, and he was rested round 9. So he's only missed 1 game, and yet they've been able to get him a rest in other ways, obviously at an advanced stage. He's 14 games off the all-time games record, of course, currently held by Brent Harvey.
Yeah, and they rest Myercheck, they rest Lipinski. So there are some key outs. Hill's still out, McCreary's out. So I think no one's going to jump off Collingwood after last night, and certainly after the first half. And not many sides, if any sides, would be able to rally like they did, to be fair, after half-time and get themselves in a position where they're in front with 5 minutes to go. So, credit has to go to Collingwood for that second half performance as much as it does for Gold Coast first half.
I almost felt like it said more about the Pies last night than it said about the Suns.
So.
To play in fits and starts and yet still be right there with a chance to win it at the end. What did you think? 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. That's 1300 558 222. There's only 18 senior coaches in the competition. There's only 9 of them that are coaching teams in contention to play in September. And there's 6 of them that are involved today One of those, Adam Kingsley, the coach of the GWS Giants, is going to join us here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Adam Kingsley to come. Damien Hardwick last night was asked about where the Suns are at in the context of the season. Is it finally time to take the step and play finals?
Yeah, we've just finished a block. So we're into a next block of 4 sort of thing. We finished this block 3-1. It was a really challenging block. But we moved to the next block, which all of a sudden looks like Adelaide and Brisbane in the next 2 weeks. So, we can go there, but at the end of the day, and we want our players to understand that's what we're aiming for, but we've got to just get our thoughts back on the next shift, and that next shift is Adelaide. So that's what the very best sides are doing. We're learning, we're growing like that, but, we've still got a little way to go. I shouldn't say a little way to go. We've still got a way to go. But we're excited about what we can be.
And what about the big game occasion? Damien Hardwick was also asked about that last night under the Friday night lights at home.
Well, it's big because it's a big game. Friday night footy, we don't often get it. I think it might be the first time we've had a Friday night game up here and against, one of the best sides in the competition, or if not the best side in the competition. And, we played an outstanding brand of footy. So, I'm sitting here hoping that the city of Gold Coast jump on and look at this side and think, Christ, I want to be a part of this. We're starting to build something I think that is unique, but also can be quite special. We're a young, I don't want to say a young side because you choose to be young, but we're a side that I think is emerging and developing. But I think it's capable of some pretty special things. So tonight was a big step for that.
1300 558 222, the talkback number if you want to have a chat to Mick Moldhouse or Luke Ball. My name's Corbin Middlemass. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Were you someone, Mick, that divided the season into blocks, as Damien Hardwick spoke about?
Remarkably, I do it in 4 weeks.
Yep.
Very similar to him. I used to have, and I did this from Footscray days, so it's 40 years ago. So it's I used to have a block of 4 and always peeled off the fact if you can go 50-50, you're a real chance of making the 4 or 5 in those days. And then, as it peeled off into the West Coast, it was top 6, then become, I think, top 8 by the end of it. So I'd go on weeks of blocks of 4 and try to dismiss anything beyond it. And anything that's taken place is already passed. So you just look at that block. A 75% meant it's fantastic. And if you go 4-zip, I mean, it was put in the back pocket and go right with there are a couple of games up our sleeve. I'm just looking at their draw. This is Gold Coast. It's not kind to them. They play Adelaide, and Adelaide will be a big test. They play Brisbane. Then they play Richmond. They should knock up Richmond at home. Then they play then they play Carlton away. Again, the way Carlton are playing, plus they'll probably put players away. It should be okay. Then they play the Giants. Then they've got Port, and then what we want to talk about a bit later on, they've got Essendon in some way or form. Do you want
to do it now?
Why not?
Let's get into it. It's now time for Mick's Messages.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mick's Messages.
Right, Corby. Well, what I wanted to talk about, it's either I'm very late at doing it or I'm very early at doing it. I want to talk about zero round, which is incomplete. We are now at round 17-18 and we are still talking about zero round. The notion of trying to jump in on top of the NRL, forget the NRL. The NRL are here to stay. They're a good football competition. Just run parallel to them. And if we want to wait for them to go and play in Las Vegas and then we have this round, now we're paying a penalty because the AFL are very good at trying to get the numbers up for the first week or two and against top sides playing each other, load up Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right through, double up and pat themselves in the back. Now we come into the real season. And what we're now discovering is at the time we get to the last round, and I look at the last round here in the football record, now it's got 10 games. Now how does that work out? There's a double up of the Gold Coast. They play Port Adelaide away, then they've got Essendon at home. Essendon by this stage, and I'm led to believe, and I think you're right, Bully. I spoke to Bully off air. The game will probably be played Friday night, the Port game. Perhaps, maybe not, because that's not exactly a game that the AFL would probably want Friday night. But to be fair, on the Gold Coast, the next game will be played on the following Thursday. That puts them into the danger zone of a play against a head knock, because they're the only club that will be exposed in the finals. We're assuming they're going to make the finals. So I just think that this has been an absolute. It's been so badly handled because we've rushed a 0 round, and the penalty will be Gold Coast being exposed to the idiosyncrasies of 12 or 14 days, whether it's a head knocks, etc., and the fact that they've got to play a game against a side that has no hope of making it, already locking players away for next year. You can't have a bye. They're not going to give them a bye. They're not going to say, no, you don't turn up. The AFL will force both sides to play. I just think it's so wrong.
So you're talking about the 0. The event, they can't do much about that. So once it's locked in, they have to play the game somewhere.
Yes.
This is the Cyclone, of course. So
yes.
You're talking about more broadly the fact that they're even in this position because of the 0 round where there's 4 teams.
Which I just didn't think.
Teams.
And in fairness to, say, Solo Collingwood, who played off in the grand final, that's a shortened program before they play the first game another week earlier than other clubs. So they're exposed. I only use them as an example because they've played. So all together, we've taken, whoever's doing the draw has taken out of consideration these sides that are exposed. And the only way Collingwood getting through it, and Scotty Pendlebury was one that probably drew my attention to it, he's done so many pre-seasons, as does a lot of Collingwood players, that they're not being compromised by a short pre-season, but a lot of young players are breaking down because of that. And I just think it's the overexposure of a limited pre-season coupled with the fact that they're starting the season too early. This 0 round is nonsense. They've got to get rid of it.
Yeah, they got a little cute with the fixture, didn't they? And then try and make up the buys as we go through. And now they're in this predicament. It leaves the Suns open to exploit that too, doesn't it? And quite rightfully, if they get to the point they need one win going into that last round, why would you send anyone to Adelaide? You may as well keep them all at home, send the 2s to Adelaide, load up with the Essendon game, and put all your eggs in that basket.
Can I just add on to that too, Corby? One of the things at the end of the last round, you've already jockeyed position. You know where you are in the final. I'm talking about the last 8 sides. If you're in the top 4, you know you've got a double chance. You're not going to take a chance with Luke Ball, who might be a bit sore. But if you're in the 5 to 8 side, you're going to go, well, Bally, for us to keep going, you're going to have to put up with it. You're playing. Clubs won't know it because we know how close this is with the top 8 sides. The Gold Coast could finish in the top 4. They may not finish in the top 4. But by not knowing, sides, coaches are going, how do we structure our training? It throws everyone out.
It's an interesting point, and it'll be one that will be raised again, I'm sure, as we edge a little closer to the end of the winter. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. We can head to the phones. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Adam Kingsley still to join us as we count down to the biggest Saturday of the season so far, round 18, or as I've dubbed it, round Greateen.
Oh, nice.
It's a little one
moving, is it moving round?
It is a beauty.
I like that too. I heard you say that on ABC Melbourne during the week.
Yeah, both for teams and for tipsters too.
Yep.
I reckon, Mick.
One for the little...
I picked the pies last night, so I'll let one slip.
It's a ripping round.
Yep.
It's a beauty.
Yep.
Ben from Invermay is the first of our callers today. Hello, Ben.
G'day, boys. How's it going?
We're well, thanks.
My question's around some form of some players at Collingwood, just around some sort of bottom 5 players in the team or in the squad. Just wondering about Will Hoskin-Elliott's form and how the bottom 5 players at Collingwood's form stacks up against the bottom 5 players at Brisbane.
Yeah, it's a good question, and we got to look at it, didn't we? Was it Ben on Thursday night with the Lions, and we'll get to them shortly. Who, to me, they lost one, didn't they? Lost Answorth, who's a key out, but they've got a few in the wings. They've got Coleman and a few others. Brisbane, to me, in terms of top end, their midfield is just stacked. I mean, Hugh McCluggage, he argues they've been their best midfielder this year. He has an off night. The others just step up. So, and we do often find, don't we, that towards the end of the season that the big finals and the grand final ultimately can be won. You need your stars to play well, but the bottom 6, Mick, you talk about that a lot.
Got to play.
And I thought Collingwood's bottom 6 probably over the last few weeks, really, with the absence of Hill and McCreary and one or two others that have been managed, has just been exposed a little bit, I think, especially forward of the ball. I thought Mason Cox did a good job, came in last night. But certainly in that first half, the Gold Coast's power really stood out. And players like Hoskin-Elliott, who's had a reasonable year, I think, most Collingwood supporters would agree that most weeks he comes in and performs his role pretty well. He was a bit down last night, as were a few others. So, against those top teams, you get exposed. That's what happens. That can be the difference a lot of the time, between winning and losing your bottom 5 or 6. And I think Brisbane are starting to really build some momentum through that.
You've only mentioned 2 there, Bally. You've gone Collingwood and Brisbane, are there? Do you think
Geelong's the other one, isn't it? That I think in terms of depth of squad going into a final series.
I'm going to flip that a little bit further and say today's game is a magnificent game. I wish I was with you guys calling it. I just think the Dogs' depth is better now than what it was last year. I'd be interested to hear what Luke Beveridge says about that, because they've got players now that have come up. Richards has become an elite midfielder, but if he's down and Bonapelli's down, they're starting to do it with other players, and that's so important to them. Even though they've lost Waiton for the year, their forward line structure, I think Darcy has made a massive difference if they now start to bring in Jones. So I think the Dogs, probably not as deep, but they'd be next in line. I reckon Adelaide aren't too far behind. So it's interesting they're the top 4 or 5 clubs.
I said on Thursday night, which probably doesn't look as good now given the fact that Collingwood lost last night. It feels like you're sort of falling in love with the winners and out of love with the losers. But Brisbane's my top seed. I've got Brisbane 1. And I know Collingwood deserve top spot on the table and everything that comes with it. But I think if the grand final was played next week or tomorrow, they're frightening Brisbane. It feels like they're just going through the gears a little bit. So I know you haven't always been big on them, Mick, as the season's gone on, but
I'm still not sold on them being the best side.
Yep. No, that's it's going to be a fun run home, isn't it? With all these teams in play, I think.
Well, they're going to play each other in round 21, Collingwood and Brisbane,
and that is a massive game for both sides. More, and it's beyond pride. It's setting up for the final, because Brisbane now. I think we called a game recently, Corby, where Geelong. I think you said Brisbane beat Geelong beat Collingwood, Collingwood beat. So you had this go, so I think that's got to be turned around, because Geelong, if Geelong, they've got the best draw in history.
Yeah,
how that works out is beyond me. But if they manage that top 4, I think they're the weaker of the top 4, and it's going to be the 4th side, because we know that Brisbane, Collingwood make it. Could have a massive impact. It wouldn't, I'll state this right now. It won't surprise me to see one of the top 2 sides go out in straight sets. Because I just think the bottom 4 may hold the Dogs, or maybe Adelaide, or GWS, or Gold Coast on their day. You only need someone to have a day.
Well, if Fremantle win tonight, they're in the conversation for 4th, and yet if they lose, we're talking about them as potentially not making.
The Hawks are building too. The
Hawks are. And the Hawks have got good depth. Hawks have got really good depth.
That's right. We've spoken about the tail, but the top 9, is really exciting, isn't it? The next 6 weeks.
More of your calls: 1300 558 222. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. John from Donald is the next of our callers. Hello, John.
Mick, 2 comments. One, I thought. When the big boy Cox went into the ruck last night, I thought his relationship with the 2 Dacos boys was absolutely brilliant around the ground, so there's still a place for him in the side, even if it might be as a backup for one of our forwards if they go down. But as being a Collingwood supporter, I think our biggest danger at the moment is a fit Footscray side.
Yeah. I'm not disputing that. I've been very bullish about the Dogs. In fact, I love the Dogs, the way they've gone about it. They were really, I thought last year, really haphazard. You just didn't know what you're going to get. This year, all with the fact, and I'm sure that Corby will have these stats, they haven't beaten a lot of top sides. So this is the opportunity, even though this game is played here in Melbourne against Adelaide, who are an exciting side. The biggest deficiency of Adelaide will be their back line. That'll get exposed today. But getting back to the Dogs, they need... Collingwood can lose a player and they can bring somebody in. I'm not sure that the Dogs' depth is that good if they lose a key player.
Especially behind the ball.
Yeah,
especially behind the ball.
Especially behind the ball.
And we're going to look at that today.
And I almost think in the middle too, Bally, I don't know whether they're mid... Look, it's a brilliant mid when it's there, but if you said about Josh Dacos goes in there and changes the course of the game. I'm not sure that the Dogs can put someone from around the ground in the middle and have an impact.
There's only 16 matches to go now, but the top 9 teams playing each other. The top 9 against each other in season. I'll try and give you these numbers as coherently as I can. So Geelong have the best record. They're 6-3, 6 wins, 3 losses against the top 9. Collingwood next best, 5-3.
Yeah, very good.
Brisbane also 5-3, so equal second.
Yep.
Fremantle are 4-2. GWS are 4-5.
4-5.
Gold Coast are 4-4. So all those teams on 4 wins, Fremantle, GWS and Gold Coast. Then we're into the Hawks, 3 wins, 4 losses. Adelaide, 2 wins, 5 losses against the top 9 teams. And the Western Bulldogs, 1-6.
Yeah, I'll just add on to that I reckon sides mount a quest to get to the finals, I would say I'm not surprised at those figures, but Adelaide and the Dogs have gone up the hill. They have certainly now starting to be, to me, contenders, as opposed to flat line where you know what you've got and you're just going to knock them over through the finals. Both sides have improved dramatically, and I've been part of that. I don't think Collingwood, let's say 2010, we started okay, we got beaten by St Kilda, but once we got past that, it was all up.
Yep.
And I reckon the Dogs, and the fact is that they play Adelaide today.
Well, that's it, yeah.
You know,
and the season's such a long sample size. Remember that those numbers include GWS beating Collingwood in opening round back in end of February.
That's right.
It's hard to say that's going to have a huge bearing on the season from here.
Yeah, of course, and that's exactly right. That's why we'll go back and visit that. But that's right. I think the two sides, Adelaide. Well, if they win today, they're bona fide real chances.
Well, today's going to say that one of those, so those two have got the worst records against the other top 8. One of the teams today's record's going to get even worse.
Yeah. So and the other one's going to get better.
The other one's going to get better. So it's not necessarily how, the win-loss today. You want to see them, really play to a level that you can see is going to stand up
in September.
Yeah, I agree because with that. If you look at this, let's just say from here on in, I think, and that's where Brisbane. I agree with you, Corby. Is starting to it looks like they're now saying, right, let's really wind up and get ourselves.
Why didn't they kick a goal in the last quarter?
Yeah,
against Harry Carpenter. I mean, they're feeding Carpenter at the moment. They've got players sitting in the grandstand who just would be in their side, and the players that are out there are playing without confidence, and yet Brisbane couldn't kick a goal in the last quarter. I find that to me is not. Anyway, you know what I think about Brisbane. I think Brisbane are a good football side. Make no mistake, but I'm just not sure they can compete with. When the pressure goes on, I'm not sure.
I'll do those numbers again just based off maybe the last 6 weeks, and we'll have a look at it and see what that breakdown looks like. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Greg from Buninyong wants to chat about your mixed messages. Hello, Greg.
Yeah, g'day. The round zero thing, which I hate anyway, has brought up a bigger problem that a game could be called off on any given day, anywhere through the whole year. Through the whole season. Now, they're going to swap and change and you play twice in 1 week, all that garbage. It just stuffs up everything. Why don't they just say, okay, if a game's called off, a blanket rule, it's a draw, like they do in every other competition I've ever played in. 2 points each, move on.
I don't think that's the case with top-line competition. Because you get snowed out in Europe, they'll have another game. Look, with soccer, you'll play maybe 2 in 1 week. So
same in American football.
Yeah, so no, I don't think you can do that. The stakes are too high just to award 1 point each, or 2 points each.
There you go, Greg. Appreciate it. Shout out to Donald too for his call before. I love a caller that comes in strong straight out of the gate. Said, Mick, these are my points.
Yeah.
Hit strong on Cox, had an opinion on that, asked a question, then gave his opinion on the Western Bulldogs. Loved it. Nice and direct. That's exactly what we're after. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Just on Craig McRae last night, he was asked about Brodie Myercheck and his absence as to how much they missed him last night in the forward line.
I'd hope to think not. I thought actually really enjoyed Mason's game. That's the best game he's played for us this year. I thought he gave us a real presence. It was important that Mason did that. It hasn't played at that level this year, so I was really pleased with him coming in and doing a job for us. And hard to argue. We didn't connect inside 50, plus 10 inside 50s. Again, I don't want to come back to one person. It's not Pendlebury, it's not Myercheck, it's system and it's method and it's intensity around what we do for longer. Sit here. We gave ourselves enough chances to win this game tonight. Got ourselves in a bit of a hole because. We allowed the opposition to play too much to their strengths and we didn't execute ours.
That is Craig McRae last night after the Collingwood's loss up on the Gold Coast by 6 points. An incredible game of footy, goalless in the first half, and yet they hit the front in the final term. The Magpies only for the Suns to come back and win it. We're counting down to the start of the Western Bulldogs and Adelaide. You can hear it all here on ABC Sport today. It's a huge day of footy. Following that, it'll be GWS and Geelong. Adam Kingsley, the coach of the Giants, is going to join us in a few moments. Of course, what a run he's had in his third season in charge. Took them to a prelim year 1. Last year, they were a top 4 team. And then we'll hear from him today. today as he tries to get the Giants going for another assault on September. And then later tonight, you'll hear coverage of the game between Fremantle and Hawthorn. If you want to listen to the game at the MCG between Richmond and Essendon, we will have a call available of that, but you'll have to find it through the ABC Listen app. So you can toggle there between the two games and take your pick as we make our way through. The talkback number 1300 558 222 AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Nick Moldhouse. Matt Rowell last night appeared to make a little bit of contact with an umpire again. He's been a recidivist on this front. It was marginal contact in which he appeared to push Nick Dacos into the path of the umpire looking for some separation at a stoppage. We actually had him on ABC Sport last night, and Quentin Hull tried to put a question to him around that.
You're around the contest. We're seeing so much now on ballers near umpires. Everyone's looking now for anything to do with a player running into an umpire. How are you handling it?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm just focusing on playing footy. To be honest, I just go out there and I just love playing footy, and that's all I'm focusing on.
We didn't try. He put the question to him. What I meant is he tried to get an answer, and Matt Rowell was pretty quick to try and shut it down. So we saw Adam Cerra with a similar incident the night before, sort of wandering through the back of a stoppage. Again, made contact with an umpire. It's his fourth offence. Cerra goes to the tribunal. We'll wait and see what the MRO says today as to how they handle Matt Rowell and whether he also is off to the tribunal to await a verdict on that.
I can't picture the Rowell one. I need to see that again. He's in the action so much. I was saying, Mick, no one's ever. I think I said this in a call last year. No one in the history of the game tackles more or is tackled more than Matthew. He must be sore as buggery after the game.
Well, that's why I reckon.
And that's just how he plays, and that's why we love him.
Well, that's why we talk about depth. If Gold Coast had greater depth, then he could be eased out in quarters like that, but you've got to keep them there to stay.
Yeah, and Miller got injured in the second quarter.
That's right. So that's why there's you don't have to be a road scholar to work out why their performances start to ease down and they couldn't maintain it. Could I just come into those contacts with the umpires? I get it. We've got to protect the umpires. There's very few that have been deliberate, and if it's ever deliberate, it's got to be the players got to really face the consequences. I just think if it's minor and it's not meant. Yes, you've got to make a little bit of at the back of the but we pay to get in the game to watch the players play. I look at Gridiron, and some of them get wiped right out, but they end up calling themselves "We're in the road," and that's a we know it's heavily scrutinised that game.
But if the umpires it's such a stoppage game nowadays, and they have set plays and everything else, the stoppages.
Well, there's an extra one. That's the other part to it.
But if the umpire says, "Look, I'm backing out in a straight line," all I'm asking is that you don't stand behind.
I went on this last week.
But I don't think they do stand behind them. I think they
do.
They don't stand behind them. They get behind them.
Both. Yeah.
Well, they chase their player around their back.
If Matty Rowell can be himself, that's fine. But if he causes avoidable, that's the word we heard in his chamber, avoidable contact with the umpire, if it was avoidable, then you pay the penalty. I don't think
the penalty should get bitten.
It might not, and so Cerra will go to the tribunal, and I think then it folds into a normal hearing. If the umpire's hurt, and for instance might miss a game, and we know that. And you heard the coaches who spent time with the umpires this week. The umpires are going through a bit of a list rebuild at the moment. So we need our best umpires out there umpiring. If one of them gets hurt through something that was avoidable, then I just think, unfortunately, you pay the penalty.
So you're talking about rubbing him out.
What's a good outcome then? So in Adam Cerra's case this week, so that is what we're there to find out. They've said either a fine or a suspension. But I think the AFL really, they just want the behaviour to be curbed. They're not looking to rub players out. But
of course they're not.
You've got the AFLPA complaining about fines. Remember when we brought in fines because we were suspending players for trivial offences.
That's right, exactly.
It feels like the players at the moment are complaining, either if they're fined or they're suspended. It's like, well, if you don't want to be fined, we'll rub you out for a game.
Yeah.
And then they'll be complaining about
rigid.
that.
Yeah.
So what's it? Should he miss a game, Cerra? Should he get a $10,000 fine?
Should be fined.
Fine.
It should be. You should not miss a game unless it's deliberate.
Yep.
Particularly if you're in motion. So the clips I've seen, the umpire does come out, but there might be a player following a player through.
Yeah. Which I thought that was the Cerra one. I think he gets off that. I thought that was accidental enough and unavoidable enough.
So there was another one where the player almost kicked it. I'm trying to get my mind.
There was a miss kick, and then Cowan clattered into Andrew Heffernan, the umpire.
Now there's one that you know. Could he? If he's seen the umpire there, he's got to pull out.
Yeah. So
in all honesty, he's got to pull out.
So that, in the end, there was no sanction for that. It wasn't decided.
So he obviously thought. So he obviously thought that ball was there. All of a sudden, the umpire's there on him. I think if I kick the ball to you, Bally, and you know the umpire's in front of you, and you take the umpire out, you are absolutely in trouble. But when it's a split second. Number one, two is you're out of the corner of your eye. You don't know whether the umpire. I know they have different colours, but you're chasing that football.
Ray Chamberlain is with us, as he is every Saturday. Best newcomer in the media, hands down, and also 300-game umpire. Ray, the couple of those incidents, how did you see them? We'll start with the Chera one, obviously, on the Thursday night.
Yeah, from an umpiring perspective, and just sort of, having lived that for, close to 20 years, I like mixed sentiment around, intention and those sorts of things. I don't think any player deliberately tries to run into an umpire anymore. The players are brilliant to deal with and collaborate with. I think what the game's after and what umpiring's after is some collaboration. We spoke about the words that Andrew Dillon used, which were deliberate, which talked about avoidable umpire contact. So if we look at the stoppage situation, that's where I think players, they come to stoppage. I know they've got a lot going on, but that's, for me, the one where they need to take some ownership and give a bit of space so the umpires can get out of the road so they can get on with the game. The one with Cowan, I think that's where the umpires have got to lean in a bit, Mick. If I look at the running pattern of the umpire that led up to that, he can be 20 metres further back. Now, what that does is it means the ball comes slower, you've got more time, and more players are in front of you. And when the players are in front of you as an umpire, you're less likely to get in their way.
Yeah, Ray, there's two things. One is you said you haven't seen deliberate for ages. So we'll talk about, we won't name the player. So you've seen a deliberate run at the umpire?
I haven't seen somebody deliberately run into a player, but I've seen people be very, very lazy in their care level, Mick.
Right, okay, that's number one. And I forget number two. See, that's what happens.
The umpires taking responsibility and getting some width.
Just on the Dacos and Rao one last night, is that the kind of thing that the AFL's trying to stand out, that Rao almost appears to put Dacos into the path of the umpire for separation?
Absolutely, and I've never played at Stoppage Corp, but I've tried to back out of them. And so, win the footy by all means. And then, umpiring, I saw last night, umpiring took a step in the right direction too in game. They were mindful about players who were trying to win the footy at stoppage. And if you were trying to impede them and hold them back, you were rewarded free kick. So therefore, there's less inclination to use an umpire to get separation because, if you go for the football and you're held up, you're going to get a free kick.
What I don't think will help him either was the on-ground interview on Fox Footy last week where Rao almost appeared to thumb his nose at the whole process, where he was asked about has he made any adjustments, and essentially he said, no, I'm just doing the same thing I've always done, and maybe that will count against him later today when the MRO findings come out. More from Ray Chamberlain throughout the day here on ABC Sport. But the senior coach of the GWS Giants joins us on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. Adam Kingsley, appreciate your time on game day on what is an enormous day, not just for the competition, but for GWS as well. Appreciate your time.
No problems. Yeah, it certainly is a big day for us.
Why have you been able to have such a good record against the Cats in recent times? They've been a dominant team, and yet you've beaten them the last three starts. What is it in particular that you've been able to expose against this good footy club?
I'm not exactly sure, to be fair. We have played well against them, and that's fair. And it could be in part due to the admiration and respect that we do have for them. We know it's going to be a tough game. I mean, since the Giants have come into the competition, they've been kind of in prelims or grand finals for that whole run. So I guess we build ourselves up for these sort of games, particularly against the Cats, and maybe that has something to do with it. I'm not sure. I mean, they're typically tight games. They could go either way. So, expecting another one today.
Adam, well done on your career. It's been fantastic just to watch you go through from the Saints days and what you're doing at the moment. Just a couple of things. Taylor, how long away because he is the premier backline player. There's no question about that.
Yeah, he is. I would think he will be pushing for next Thursday's game against Essendon.
Right.
And then it'll come down to a matter of whether or not we're comfortable that he's done enough. And his foot will be fine.
And Buckley's okay today?
Yeah, Buckley will play. He passed the fitness test yesterday, so unless anything happens in the warm-up, he should be good to go. But he was really touch and go. I mean, he's a courageous guy, and he's not 100%, but he's good enough to perform as he says.
Right, and now you've just seemed to have slimmed down one of the targets of the competition is Jake Stringer. He just looks slimmer, he looks more taut, he looks like he's switched on. What have you been able to do with him and he could be that mystery player you need for the finals?
Yeah, I agree. I think he's in really good shape. He's he's certainly done a fair bit of work. He's been struck down by a couple of illnesses which have impacted him early in the pre-season. But then on the back of those, he hurt hamstrings. So it was kind of, a little bit one of those ones where you decided to hold him out a little bit longer, just to almost give him a mini pre-season throughout the middle of the season. And he was good to go against Port Adelaide, but we held him out an extra 2 weeks just to try and put a bit more work into him. And he does look in great shape. I mean, some of the finishing that he's done has been extraordinary, particularly against that Gold Coast game 3 weeks ago. But his unselfishness, in front of goal last week was what really stood out for me. And he's got the capacity to play a variety of roles ahead of the ball for us and go in and win centre bounce for us when we need it. So he's going to be a really important player in the lead into finals.
He just seems to be a player that's adjusted to Jesse Hogan's leading patterns, and they just seem to get on well, which is so important for key forwards.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you're right. I mean, Jesse commands a lot of space ahead of the ball. He's a fantastic key forward, but Jake knows his role really well, and he's able to sort of then adjust like not too many players I've seen can. He's an incredibly intelligent player. I think it's probably understated based on getting to know him and listening to him talk about the game, but he can adjust. He's really unselfish, as I said, and he's able to play a variety of roles, which certainly helps his connection with Jesse and Aaron Cadman and Toby Green and a few of those other boys ahead of the ball.
Just one question about Geelong. You seem to be one of the very few sides that are prepared to play 6 forwards on their 6 backs, which gives them no run. Is that fair to say, or am I reading it wrong?
No, I think that's fair to say. I think if you look at their backline are really dangerous. Tom Stewart in particular is one guy that I think let free. He is one of the best players in the competition. So that is certainly something that we are mindful of. We need to engage their backs. We've got to keep them accountable and make them defend us, but also try and minimise the run that they can create. And as a result of that, they've kind of expanded the roles of their midfield, where Holmes will really get back strongly to support their backs. And he's a fantastic player, great athlete, and the Smith Holmes combination, in the midfield, but particularly back half, is really important for the Cats, offense and their ability to generate scores from the back half.
Adam, good luck today. A lot of talk about your sort of star players, and rightfully so. I'm interested in what you might term the role players, and there's been a little bit of commentary this year around some of the challenges maybe that the Giants have faced at times. Has been due to, someone like, and I'm just looking down now, watching James Peatling warm up here and Isaac Cumming warm up, and we saw Harry Perryman play last night. Would you agree with that as a coaching staff? Has that been a challenge, and clearly one that you would have addressed at the start of the year? And you might talk about the opportunities that it's presented for someone like a Xavier O'Halloran or a Fonte or Thomas, these sort of guys. But is that reasonable? That's been a real challenge?
That's reasonable. Yeah, it has been. All 3 of those guys were really important players to us, and hence that's why they were poached by other clubs. And that wing role that Isaac played, the inside mid/half forward role that James played, and certainly the half-back role that Pez played are really, really important to us. And so we've taken a little bit of time in finding their replacements, and that's given the opportunity for, a couple of our young guys to really step in. And Harvey Thomas is one guy who's I've been really pleased with, kind of playing that James Peatling role. We've got Fonte in our backline, who's kind of replaced Pez, but we played James Leake last week, who's very similar in the way that he plays with Pez, and I expect him to sort of keep progressing as his career wears on. And the wing challenge, particularly with Callum Ward going down with a knee injury, has presented some challenges as well. But I feel like we're really working through those. They're role players, and you talk about role players. We expect everyone to play their role, irrespective of whether they're termed a star or a role player. And then what the difference is then is that the star players can somehow just make something happen out of nothing. And, that's our philosophy here, and I think everyone embraces that.
Yeah, you mentioned the midfield battle today. I mean, it's important every week, isn't it? I thought Big Briggsy last week, he really showed the value that at his best he brings to the team. And as you head towards hopefully another finals campaign, he's going to be pretty important, the big fella. Yeah,
he will be. I thought he was really good last week. A lot of hit-outs to advantage, which hasn't really been a trademark of his game. So that was nice to be able to add that. He had a month off from a sore ankle, but we decided to put a block of work into him as well to try and freshen him up a little bit, but also get him a little bit fitter and ready to go and launch into the back half of the season. And sort of first week back was a really strong performance. But again, each week presents a different challenge. And Reece Stanley this week is a fantastic athlete, one that I coached all the way back in St Kilda and when I was there. And he's just a terrific player, had a wonderful career, particularly at the Cats. And so he's going to challenge Briggs by running forward. He's certainly a smart player and he's a great athlete. So they just keep coming for these rucks, and that'll happen for the remainder of the year. And it's a hard position to play, that ruck. So that's why we sort of gave him a spell midway through the year, and we had Nick Madden come in as a first game player, and we were really pleased with him. So it's become a bit of a competitive position for us, to be fair.
Adam Kingsley with us on ABC Sport ahead of GWS's clash with Geelong today, the biggest Saturday of the season so far in round 18. Just on Callan Ward, Adam, has he made a decision yet as to what next year looks like?
No, he hasn't yet. We haven't sort of spoken about that at all, really. He'll have a match day role today, which will be really good. I'm looking forward to that. He'll be down on the bench supporting our players, such a calm influence over everyone on the bench, not just our playing group. So he'll have a role down there. But I would imagine in the next few weeks, we'll have a discussion around where that sits and make a decision in due course.
Have you had to coach your midfielders differently after the AFL's crackdown on the umpire contact?
No, I don't. I think Tom Green really is the only one for us. And, I mean, the challenge is obviously that the ruckman typically hit it towards where their chest is facing. The umpires are backing out, and so the rucks are naturally facing the umpire. And so that's the only position, I think, where the umpire collision is challenged. And Tom sort of finds himself in that position a fair bit, being one of our best clearance players, as does Matt Rowell for Gold Coast, for instance. So, I mean, I think we haven't had to change too much, but I mean, the ongoing discussion needs to be how do we best protect the umpires, and maybe that is through change of position for them. Maybe they need to do it a little bit differently, perhaps than what we currently do. So I know those discussions are happening, but I think we do need to protect the umpires for sure.
Have you got any suggestions on that?
No, not really. I'm pretty good at telling people what's wrong. I'm not so good at fixing it. I think if they're on the outside, I mean, the corridor stuff is obviously, I think you can do the same job from the boundary line as you can do from the corridor. So that, in general play, which we saw one Thursday night, but I think in all, maybe we need to throw the ball in like a boundary umpire in ball ups, perhaps, and. Okay. The centre bounce stuff is a little bit interesting. Do we need to stand under the ball and throw it above our heads and then back out, or can we sort of lob it in from 2 or 3 metres out? I'm not sure. I'm sure there's a variety of different ideas, but they might be a couple.
And it feels like there's a bit of a separation between the top 9 and the bottom 9. Does that make or break the case for wild cards about a potential extension to 10 teams in the postseason? Where do you sit on that?
I don't know. I haven't given it a lot of thought, to be fair, but you're right. The ladder suggests that there's a gap between 9 and 10, and so that's the separator. I think ultimately, if you're good enough, you make it. And so if there is a wild card round, you're good enough, you make it. If you're not, well, you don't. And so I wouldn't be dead against it, but to be fair, I haven't given it a lot of thought.
And just last one, Lockie Whitfield gets to 250 games today. He's been a great servant of the footy club. What's something about him we don't know, and the Lockie Whitfield that you get to see, obviously, every day around the club?
He's very intelligent. Like, he understands. Like, if he chooses to be a coach in the future, then that's certainly a pathway that he'll be really strong at. The intelligence, I think, maybe is a little bit understated. His ability to instruct his teammates and organise them, particularly from behind the ball, is really valued by us. And I know a lot of people have spoken about his courage and his toughness throughout the week. That probably goes understated, but certainly his intelligence. He's one of the smartest footballers I've ever coached.
All the best today, Coach. Appreciate your time here on ABC Sport. You're always so generous with us in the media. Good luck today.
No worries, guys. Thanks for having me. So.
And the rest of the way too. Adam Kingsley, the coach of the GWS Giants.
I'd love to see him do well.
Yeah.
He's a ripping bloke, one. Two, their team has been pulled apart by Melbourne-based sides, just ripped the heart out of. They don't seem to get a lot going back the other way. So, and I know it's a place where, if you talk to, say, a player like Heath Shaw, who we know very well, he was quite happy to have no, that pressure that you have in Melbourne or Adelaide or Perth. So some players like that, and this might be the best thing for Stringer. But again, he was sort of like last chance, really, of the Gold Coast, the GWS picking him up, because no one thought that he was ever going to be picked up.
Same with Hogan, yeah.
Hogan 3 times, and leading goal kicker. He's their leading goal kicker. He also won the Coleman Medal, I think, last year, the year before.
Give me a tip then. Giants Cats. We got 2 other games to preview quickly.
Oh, I think I'll pick the Cats. Actually, in a funny way, the Giants beat them down at Geelong.
Yeah, we were at that game. I think Geelong because Taylor's out. That's the only reason.
Yep. We'll start with the Fremantle game then, or move on to the Fremantle game, given we'll come back to this. And broadcast coming up in a few moments between the Bulldogs and the Crows. The subs are in. Caleb Poulter and Chase Jones are the 2 subs here at Docklands. Full broadcast on the way. Will Freo's game tonight against the Hawks decide whether the Dockers ultimately make it or not?
Well, all the games now, clearly, and the obvious answer is they need to keep winning and banking the points. We feel like probably 14's the number, given how strong that top 9 is at the moment. And the top, not top 9 teams haven't been dropping games to bottom 9 teams, so they've got to take care of those. But these are the sort of games that can decide your fate, really, Nick, aren't they? I think. They've been in pretty good form. In fairness, the commentary this week has been probably a little bit unfair on them, given the fact that prior to the Sydney game, where they were pretty good, they had their chances to win it.
Oh, absolutely.
Against the Swans team, who are really fighting and scrapping at the moment in Sydney. Prior to that, they'd won 6 in a row, and the loss before that was against Collingwood by a kick. So, they'll see it as an opportunity. I think it's going to be a terrific game tonight. Against the Hawthorn team who's really starting to build again.
It feels like their biggest issue, Mick's going to be, can they block out the noise? And Justin Longmuir, it feels like it's very much front and centre. He needs to play finals and pressure on his job and everything else. And you know what it's like in a 2-team town. Whether Fremantle can just, and we know last year, obviously, they fell away dramatically on the back end. They had injuries and lost their last 4 games. If they can block that out, and as you say, Bally, they're playing good enough footy.
Now, did Pearce come back in that side?
He's out. He's gone out.
That's
a big bloke.
I look at the fact that Charles in really good form. Gunston, I don't know whether we would have picked up Gunston anyway. I'm going to lean a little bit towards Hawthorn, only because
they brought Deere back in as well.
And that's mainly. Look, I think the backline's okay, but Pearce really controls it back there. And I just think that in the middle, Fremantle only got 2 or 3 players, and they can't go the 4th, 5th, and 6th. Whereas I think Hawthorn probably will get away with it.
Fit McGuinness back in. There's a fair chance he might go to Caleb Sarong.
You'd imagine so.
Last 2 weeks, Fremantle 18th in the competition, so that is last for clearance differential and points from clearance.
Yeah.
And the Hawks are number 1, by the way, scores from sharked hit-outs. So basically, that they rove the opposition's ruckman better than any team in the competition and make you pay.
Yeah, and I'll bite my tongue on this because I've said that the 2 ruck can't work together. I think they are working beautifully together now because they're both able to catch the ball in the forward line, particularly Jackson. And I think that by both those ruckmen, Darcy and Jackson together, they don't release the pressure. So Hawthorn now have to... Child will go in there and he'll jump and he'll do all sorts of things, but once he's in the middle, he's not in the forward line. So I'm going against what I said, but I think Hawthorn will win.
Paulie's going to join us for the game coming up, the Bulldogs and the Crows. But Mick, give me your best 60 seconds. What are we in for today? Adelaide under the roof, first time this year against the Western Bulldogs.
Yeah, it's a look. I love both sides. I love seeing how they play. They play aggressive football. They're running football. Running football will only win finals this year. Make no mistake about it. If you're going to go back, and that's why Fremantle, I've got worries about the way they go back too often. But these 2 sides will take you on. I think the back line of Adelaide will be really tested today. And again, it gets down to midfield depth. Both sides run out at 4. Whoever can produce that 5th midfielder, the middle's going to be interesting because English doesn't win a lot of taps, but he gets them around the ground. So, but at home, I like the Dogs.
Okay, Dogs for you. And you went to Hawks?
I went to Hawks.
Wally, did you go Hawks or Freo?
No, I'll go with the home team. I'll go Freo.
Dockers. And who have you got here?
Haven't decided yet. Give me 20 minutes, Corp.
There we go. We've got time.
I'll give you 4 quarters, boy.
He's leaving it late. Mick, appreciate your time as always.
Love it.
Love spending Saturdays with the coaching icon, Mick Moldhouse, here on AFL Saturday. Luke Ball sticking around for the game. Adam Ramanauskas, he's on his way in, as is Ray Chamberlain and Ben Cameron. There's no late change. It is Super Duper Saturday. 3 bumper games, all with ramifications on the top 8 coming up here on ABC Sport. Catch up through ABC AFL Daily anytime.
As each day begins,
Get the facts you need to stay informed.
Every day, across your day.
Stay with Australia's trusted news source.
all the latest, all verified. Stay in the know with ABC News.
On ABC TV and ABC iView.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies is on now.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside of the bounce.
The intensity and the pressure around the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing, and they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than
He pulled the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone, and the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
Night camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward, on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the leg.
Take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. This is bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar. Ball's one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running pass. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The biggest Saturday of the season so far. It is a September shaper. 6 teams, all in finals contention. There is only spots for 8 of the 9 teams that are in the mix to make it. Of the 6 in action today, all against one another. Back to back to back. You'll hear them all through ABC Sport. It starts under the roof at Docklands. 2 teams in white hot form. The Western Bulldogs, who have won 4 on the bounce by an average margin of over 50 points, up against the Adelaide Crows, who have won 5 of their last 6 by an average of 8 goals. So 2 teams in hot form. They both need a scalp. They're looking to claim that in one another this afternoon. The umpires make their way out. The first siren goes, and the countdown is on to the bounce. We're 16 minutes away. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. There's no late change between the Bulldogs and the Crows. Still to come, and it's GWS and Geelong in Sydney, and then later tonight out west for Fremantle and Hawthorn. If you want to listen to the other game between the Tigers and the Dons, you'll have to find it through the ABC Listen app. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Ben Cameron's here to call the footy with me. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. With the prioritisation of the primetime slots, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night. We don't always get a great game on Saturday footy on ABC Sport. We have today. Before the start of this round, 6 the Western Bulldogs, the Adelaide Crows 3rd. And we know that everyone loves listening on a Saturday arvo because we've got a team of unique individuals here as part of this crew. But this is genuinely a humdinger. I can't wait for it.
Shout out to Brett Kirk in all of that as well. The subs are in. Caleb Poulter and Chase Jones to start as the subs. The Collingwood Premiership player Luke Ball is here. Hello, Bally.
Yeah, I agree with you. Hi, Corb. Agree with you, Benny. We haven't been spoiled, have we, with the Saturday Arvo team this year, with due respect. And that's been a little bit of the tale of the season, hasn't it? But yep. I've been staring this one down for weeks, Benny. I've been really looking forward to this one. And as the lights go off here at Marvel, roof shut. We'll get our man's view on that in a second. A little light show going on too. So I know middle of the school holidays, but you'd love to think that the Bulldogs all turn up today. If you're not going to come to the footy today on a Saturday Arvo, if you're in town, well, I don't know when you ever will. So really looking forward to how both teams stack up. We spoke on AFL Saturday, didn't we, call about their respective records against other top 8 teams. That's something that they need to start to ride as they head towards September. So you're really looking forward to this one. Matchups galore on paper through the middle of the ground at either end. Some big tall forwards. Hoping to do their stuff. Can't wait.
Dogs 1 and 6 against other top 9 teams in and around their vicinity, and Adelaide are 2 and 5. Since 2015, when they played that high-scoring final against one another, of course, the Crows won by 7 points. The Dogs hold the head-to-head record just 5-4, but they've never met twice in the same season since. So you have to go back to 2013, the last time they did it in the home and away season. It's their only meeting this year, and it is one that could significantly shape the finals race. The Dogs are making their way out. Kids under 14 come free today. There's Tom Liberatore temporary tattoos that you can apply outside the ground. So
Simpson.
They're giving out the mustakas as well, so you can strap one of them on. So there's a lot of Libba celebration after his 250th game last week. The youngest Essendon Premiership player on planet Earth, Adam Ramanauskas, Saturday afternoons here on ABC.
Oh, well, good afternoon, but it could be evening with the roof shut, so we don't know. But it's a stunning day outside.
I thought of you when I got here.
Well, I love that photo. You sent a photo early this morning.
Yeah, with the roof open,
I love that.
Sun beating down.
Yeah, but we are treated today, no doubt. No doubt. We've been waiting, as Bally said, for a really top-notch Saturday afternoon game. We've certainly got one here. Second best defence in the Adelaide Crows versus the high-scoring Bulldogs. So, what stands up? Fast track here at the Docklands, no doubt. So it's going to be an important game, I think, for both. Any game when you're on the run home and you're playing another challenger that's in the top 8, they're important because it just gives you a little sense of what to expect come September if you do get there.
And I was very pleased on the ABC AFL Daily podcast this year. I was able to get Paul Roos to confirm that coaches do actually believe in 8-point games. So he conceded that they are a real thing and coaches believe in them despite their denials over years.
Well, Bully, I also think they believe in form against certain teams as well going into a final series. So you never know who your opponent is necessarily going to be this far away from a final series, but you want to get a bit of a marker of where you're at and go, okay, does our style stack up against their style? And the Bulldog style is attack. It's all out attack at the moment, whereas the Crow style, they attack, but they can defend really well. And I've had question marks over their defence for the entire year, but so far so good.
Yeah, and you mentioned defence. It is. I mean, 2 of the top 3 attacking teams, and you look at the percentage on the ladder reflects that. So, will we get a shootout today? I mean, hopefully. Wouldn't it be fantastic to see teams go head to head through the middle? I'm just looking at. I think that's still where I might have the slightest question mark as well for the Crows, just around their midfield. Power and depth. We know about Rankin coming off a 5-goal game last week. They still they rely on him to go through the middle of the ground a bit. Jordan Dawson's their leader in there, up against this star-studded midfield from the Dogs. Really, when you look at it, and I mean, but it's hard to. You have to remember that Marcus Bontempelli missed the first 6 games, didn't he? So that really allowed someone like Riley Sanders and Joel Frazier to come in and get some form, and they almost discovered through that period that they don't have to rely on Marcus to be the best player in the competition. Ed Richards has taken that next step, we know, to being, by the rankings anyway, a top 5 player in the competition. So that midfield battle, that midfield power, I think is going to be, is going to really put the Crows to the test today. Can they stand up? Can Dawson, we know what he'll bring to the table, but can Dan Curtin, a young player who's gone up into the middle of the ground, can he play a role? Does he spend some time on Marcus Bontempelli? There's been a bit of talk comparing a young Dan Curtin to Bontempelli, that type of player. What kind of role can Jake Saligo play? Sam Berry, these sort of more unheralded players. Can they start to take the next step up towards being really consistent contributors through the midfield of the ground? I'm really looking forward to that. And then we know about either end, the question mark around the Bulldogs' defence. Are they going to be really put to the test today with the three tall forward line for the Crows? So a lot of questions today that will be answered. Come about 4 o'clock, and I just can't wait to see how it plays out, Rama.
The Western Bulldogs are wearing their First Nations jumper from Sir Doug Nicholls' round. Obviously, it's the end of NAIDOC week. Camellia Luana White is the artist behind it, detailing the club's reconciliation journey and honouring the 5 First Nations players involved at the club. They've got the Bulldogs totems on the back of the jumper. So Riley Sanders' totem is a wombat, so you'll see that there. Artie Jones and Jamara, the red-tailed cockatoo. Liam Jones, the red kangaroo, and Naomi Ferris from the AFLW unit. With the rock wallaby, so we'll see those beautifully detailed in the Dogs jumper, but it is predominantly blue with the red and white accent through it. And the Adelaide Crows, I must admit, this reminds me a lot of the late 90s when they wear the home jumper with the white shorts.
Yeah, stock standard.
It's a beautiful look. So the tricolour look, of course, with the navy, the yellow, red, and then of course the white shorts. So the Adelaide Crows.
I just think of Tony Modra.
Yeah,
when I see that,
I think of Darren Jarman.
Yeah, Darren Jarman as well. That's some great plays in the 90s.
We get so many sort of clash jumpers and things like that nowadays, but to see the traditional jumper with the white shorts, there's something about it. So the Adelaide Crows are looking resplendent in their home strip at the moment. There is no late change. Caleb Poulter, the sub for the Bulldogs, and Chase Jones for the Crows. Ray Chamberlain's with us as he is every Saturday afternoon. Afternoon, Chambo.
Hello, gents. How are we today?
We are very well. How are things at ground level?
Yeah, fantastic. They obviously had the roof open earlier today. Bright sunshine here in Melbourne, so I don't suspect it to be too slippery on this deck, which it can be under the roof at times. And I, like you guys, are very much looking forward to today's game and seeing who rises up and becomes a challenger.
Ray, we like you to explain everything umpiring to us, and I was doing my preparation for this game because research isn't just a suburb here in Victoria, but round 23 last year, Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs, 3 Brownlow votes, Sam Berry, 14 disposals. Can you explain that to me?
I was going to say that was a statement rather than a question, but you did finally get there, Ben. Thank you. Was I in attendance at that game, mate?
No, you didn't umpire that game.
Okay, then I can't help you, so move on.
Umpires Lee Housen, Nick Brown, John Howarth and Alex Wetton. Darcy Fogarty booted 5 and Dawson 27 and 1. The 2 and the 1 votes. We just had Adam Kingsley on AFL Saturday for those that were with us for that. Corbin asked him about the umpire contact, and he suggested that perhaps there's an idea that the umpire could fling the ball in like a boundary throw in at a centre bounce to maybe avoid them being in the area. What did you think hearing that?
Yeah, look, I think curiosity's great rather than sort of just being closed-minded and judgmental. But, I mean, there are some different options. One can be to fundamentally change the way in which the game is played, or the other is at the restart, which we do in Australian rules football in a very unique fashion where the umpire is required to undertake a skill, whether that's a bounce or a throw-up. Maybe just the players could give the umpires 5 degrees of the 360 for, I don't know, a second, and then they can get out of the road, and then the players can crack in.
Yeah, I think I'm with you, Ray. I don't think it's too much to ask to get the players out of the way. We got on top of it. 2023, there was only like 20 instances in the whole year, and now it's up beyond 60, and we've still got a third of the season to go.
Let's make no mistake about it. It's on the player.
Thank you.
It is absolutely on the player here. Like, you can explain it 100 different ways, but players use the umpire as a screen. So until they have to think beyond that, they'll continue to do it. And I think what the AFL are trying to do here is clearly stamp it out and protect the umpire, which is fantastic.
Can I just say too, like in relation to this issue, and thanks, Rama, for that, because that's a fact, right?
Yeah.
And the issue is, in the last 12 months, we've had 4 umpires suffer from concussion. Correct. So if we all agree that concussion is a real issue for contact sport and for the players, it's a brain injury, then we can't have officials being concussed either. So that's what we're dealing with. So if we can just collaborate for that nanosecond at centre bounce and stoppage, and then the umpires have got a responsibility in general play to try and do their bit to get out of the road too.
Whose idea was it a boundary throw-in for the centre bounce?
I don't think it was Adam Kingsley's idea.
Right.
I think he was just suggesting that's an idea that he's heard.
Right. So lob the ball in from afar.
Well, or you could just so scrap the bounce and you could just throw it in from the bigger circle.
Yep.
So you're almost standing alongside the players, and then there'd be no issue at all.
Yeah.
You know what we could do? This is what Ben Cameron uses for his driver. The golf clubs where you press the button at the top and then it just hits the driver. What we could do is put something in the middle of the ground, right? And the ball just pops straight up in the air.
That's what it seems like to you, Rama, because my drives go so much further than yours. But Ray, the other one just quickly, because this is a big game we've got to build up. Brett Roseberry, his 550th game this weekend, 54 finals, 9 grand finals. What makes him such a good umpire?
Well, I don't know whether it's all the cosmetic surgery or he's just got great genetics, but Brett just seems to get better the older he gets. He's an incredible person in terms of not just his on-field impact for Australian rules officiating, but also what he does with the group more broadly off the ground and keeping everyone connected and together. I know for game 500 it was Chalk Tops and Clint Stanaway hosted a set to and a conversation with Brett. So we're in rare air. I don't know how you celebrate 550 other than to say congratulations to Brett. I love you, mate, and what an incredible achievement by a really ripping bloke.
Ray Chamberlain with us on the boundary. He'll be with us all afternoon, as he is every Saturday here on ABC Sport. The Bulldogs and the Crows, the countdown is on. As you can hear, the PA announcers certainly hard at it. There is no late change here. Caleb Poulter is the sub for the Bulldogs, and for the Adelaide Crows, it is Chase Jones. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron for the call, Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball, our premiership pair in the second row. So as we dig a little deeper here, two high-powered offences. We've obviously got the Adelaide Crows, who haven't played at the venue this year. They played here twice last year for 2 wins. And the Bulldogs, who love this patch of grass under the roof at Docklands, they've won 12 of their last 13 here. And in 9 of their last 11 games, they've cracked 100 points. So they are a high-scoring team. You teased it, Bally. Are we going to get a shootout today?
Well, I hope so. And I think, so I think we're thinking about the game now and in the build-up, Ramo, just again looking at it on paper. If we can bank the fact that both teams are going to be able to score, given reasonable enough opportunity, all eyes for me are on, and not just for today, but okay. So if we think these two teams are top 4 teams, certainly top 6 teams, or going to play finals, how can these defences stand up? Okay, so if it's 50-50 through the middle of the ground, I think the Dogs have probably got the edge there. I'm really keen to see how the Adelaide midfield stack up and who they maybe put through there to be able to stand up to the Bontempellis and the likes. Let's look at the defences. Let's hone in on that and see today whether James O'Donnell is the man. Can he stand up against, is it a Thilthorpe or Fogarty or Taylor Walker at times? Who is that third tall? They've resisted the urge to bring Liam Jones back into the team. So who goes to that third tall? Karmas is not there, so is it a Bailey Williams having to go back? Nick Caulfield's the one that they're probably in favour of at the moment. We know he can play as that sort of third tall as well. So can that Bulldogs back 6? I think when the ball hits the ground, we know that they get some good run and drive from Johannesson and Bailey Dale. We know he's back to his All-Australian form, but with the roof shut, as we head towards September, can they stand up? Airily, I think. Can they stand up today against this Adelaide team who, really the jury's still out on whether the 3 tall forward line is the way to go in September as well?
Well, yeah, look, I think they've committed to it now, the Crows. It's how they're going to set up, but it's more the players around those 3. So Neil Bullen, Keys, and then it's Rankin or Richelli if he's able to get back within this season. So they apply enormous pressure, but look, we're probably going to be saying this for the next 10 years. Like the Darcy shadow looms large over this game, no doubt. And how they set up, I think the Bulldogs, the Crows set up behind the ball is critical. I'd like to see Riley O'Brien actually drop back and play that kick behind. Tim English loves pushing forward. So then when Tim English does push forward, Riley O'Brien's already there to intercept him. But if it's Jordan Butts or Mark Keane who is going to get the matchup, that's tough, because they're not recognised
Yep.
great defenders, I wouldn't say. They've done
No.
a great job this year.
So if I said to you Butts and Keane or O'Donnell and Lobb,
Yeah.
which coach's box or which one would you rather have as a duo?
Probably O'Donnell and Lobb, I would say.
No, I think
Probably,
on exposed form this year, I think the Adelaide back six has been pretty underrated, pretty unheralded. Now, it's a big challenge today. It's a different challenge today. And really, if the ball comes out of the middle, if they're getting really strong uses, I look down now and Mark Keane's getting roughed up a bit. Oh! He's just dropped Leif Vandermeer. The umpire was right there.
Yeah, and immediately runs towards... So Keane goes to Darcy.
No free kick paid. I like that.
Yep.
Yeah, before the game. So really, if the ball comes out without pressure, Rammer,
well, it's Jordan
doesn't matter who's down there, does it?
No.
So
I think they're going to go to they've got to go to Ed Richards here. He's been in unbelievable form for the Bulldogs all year.
The biggest Saturday of the season so far in round grade 18. The Bulldogs and the Crows on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
O'Brien outpoints English for the opening tap of the game. The clearance from Berry and the mark taken high up on the wing here for the Crows by Rankin in his milestone game 100. Driving ball inside 50. Walker at it. Through his hands, out the back it goes. Forward pocket here for the Crows. Onto it, Richards. Taken down in the tackle. And the umpire will come in to ball it up. Right forward pocket here for Adelaide.
So it's lob to Phil Thorpe. Caulfield to Fogarty.
Tough job.
O'Brien taps it down onto it. Bontempelli out to Liberatore. Clearing kick, a high towering ball beyond the defensive arc. Up goes Darcy, doesn't quite drag it down. Ball hits the deck. Cumming sends it back inside 50 for the Crows towards full forward. English the spoil. Right there with him, O'Brien. Bailey Williams carries it out. Throw in right forward pocket. 5 around from the behind post. No score through 53 seconds.
And Williams has got the Rankin matchup. So, great matchups all over the ground, isn't there?
Yeah, it looks like Butts to Darcy and now Keane to Norton. So they've switched over after that original ball up. As Rankin threatening at the stoppage after O'Brien palmed it down his throat. Ball spills though to English. Kicks to centre half back and Darcy too long. Takes the mark at centre half back in front of Butts. Kicks wide to Garcia. Dogs with a bit of go forward. Hand pass away to Richards. Short kick to Lever. The give and go. Back to Richards. Front edge of the centre square. Good transition. Norton the target. He's got it.
And that's going to kill any team. You know, if you don't lay a hand on Ed Richards through the middle of the ground, he's going to chop you up. His foot skills are just too good there. So, that was Norton going sort of sideways with two Crows between him, but Ed Richards is able to find him.
Aaron Norton coming off a season high 5 last week. He picks up where he left off. Norton's kicked the first of the day. And the Dogs are in business. After just 2 minutes, the Bulldogs won straight. Adelaide yet to score. No late change. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Rammer and Bawley.
We've just got to be awake to that, Bawley, the Crows there. So I mentioned Ed Richards at the start of the game. Firstly, a great contested mark by Sam Darcy on absolute true centre-half back. But you then look at Ed Richards coming through. He gets the first handball received and the second handball received without any Adelaide pressure. So I feel like if that's going to be the theme of the game with the Crows and not applying any pressure through the middle of the ground on Ed Richards, they'll get chopped apart. They'll get absolutely chopped apart, the Crows.
That's a good omen for the Western Bulldogs. When he's kicked a goal, they've only lost one of their last 41 goals.
One of 40 games.
41 games, okay. Yeah. I misspoke. My apologies.
You built that up nicely.
I know.
Yeah.
Just really fumbled the delivery back in the middle. English misses it. Saligo able to gather it. Clearance for the Crows inside 50. Caulfield, strong mark. 45 out from his defensive goal for the Western Bulldogs.
It would have been one of his facts too. Yeah, he would have had it all week and he's gone with it early.
Lob turns it over inside defensive 50. Keys onto it from the pocket. Sprays it out of bounds on the full. So Lob will get it back in the right back pocket. The Dogs with the opening goal of the game. It came from Norton. So just to be clear, when he's kicked a goal, they've won 40 of their last 41 games in which he has.
It's a good stat. It's a good way to get going as Lob. The Bulldogs kicks out to half-back. Darcy the target. Ball spills down, though, the way of Worrell. Darcy tackles him. Somehow got the ball out. Keys to Laird. Hand pass back to Keys under pressure and ball spills out of play. Dogs pressure on early.
It's really fascinating with Sam Darcy. Everyone goes, he's so tall, he'll mark the ball, but he is competitive. Like that, he drops that mark there And he's the first one then to apply the pressure to the Adelaide player.
Just about my favourite attribute of his, I reckon, Rammer, is so Brian taps it down, fumbling at Saligo, ball into the mark. Vandermeer wins it for the Dogs. Off to Frazier, on to Davidson, now Bond, kicks to half forward. Darcy drops the mark, turns tackler. There is that aggression. And we'll get a ball up, centre half forward here for the Dogs. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just wants to be involved in the game.
Up it goes. English tapping it down. He's following up here. Tackle quickly by Dawson. Dispossessed. Laird with the clearing kick. Wobbles it to the middle. O'Donnell, good mark for the Dogs. Not paid. Moves it on to Frazier. To Bailey Dale. Driving ball to full forward. Darcy gets the mitts up. Very nearly. Not paid the mark. Hits the deck. Crows are there through Laird. Clearing kick trying to come from Worrell. Ricochets away. Now they're under the pump here, the Crows. Dawson squeezes a kick away.
Straight to Dale, though. Hand pass to Kennedy. Back inside 50 go the Bulldogs. Darcy can't trap it. Spills out to Michael Lanny. Hand pass eventually reaches Millerer. He dishes it off by hand. Taylor around his bootlaces can't trap it. Frazier wins it back for the Dogs. Davidson. Hand pass away to Dale. He kicks it across the ground to Williams. And the Dogs look settled and on. They look hot. And Adelaide a little fumbly. Hand pass to Johannesen. Goes inside 50. No mark for Norton. Spills to the bomb. Hand pass close to the boundary line. O'Brien forced to knock it out. Straight to Norton. Kicks outside of the boot. Out on the full. So 6 minutes in. One straight the Bulldogs. Adelaide yet to score. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. First of 3 bumper games, all involving teams in finals contention.
Feels like it's started hot this game, hasn't it? Whoa. Away to Curtin. Long kick up to the wing. Caught behind Walker. Spoils it down. Frazier. There for the Dogs. Handball away to O'Donnell. Walker gathers it. Adelaide back in possession. Whacks a kick. Up towards half forward. Rankin's there. Right there with him. Caulfield spoils. Rankin recovers. Sells the candy. Gets around Caulfield. Unselfish. Centres it. Great kick for Fogarty. 40 out. Plum in front. That is the class of Isaac Rankin.
He's just a freak of a player. Like, he's really, he's getting towards the peak of his powers as a footballer now, and to have those tricks. Caulfield did everything right in that contest. And then just a little fake and this beautiful centering kick to Fogarty.
5 goals in their last meeting for Darcy Fogarty. Set shot, 40 out, straight through the middle. And the Foggies lifting. 1 straight, 6 apiece, 6.5 minutes into the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Oh, I like it. He's in form. He used it a bit early, though.
Yeah, he's going early.
Yeah, he couldn't hold back.
Material's out early today.
Hold back, yeah. But just a bit of class there, because you're right, Corb. The Dogs have started well. They're sharp with their hands, their pressure. But that time, Taylor Walker was able to win the one-on-one contest out on the wing and get the ball forward. And the Crows had one-on-ones ahead of the ball. And Isaac Rankin in that space. You're right, Caulfield didn't do much wrong. Affected the spoil, went to ground. Such a balanced player, Rankin. That's a tricky situation for any defender to be in. And when he's got the ball in that sort of launch pad, 70 in, usually something good happens for this Crows team. Good start from Darcy Fogarty. Beautiful kick. Good start to the game.
Goal each, scores level, 7.5 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. O'Brien telling touch down to Saligo. Kick smothered. Still ricochets down to half forward. Dolan scoops it up. Coughs it up. Straight to Taylor. Half forward for the Crows. Gives it to Cumming. Kicks across the half forward line. And Curtin takes it true centre half forward.
Well, yeah. The leaders are rightfully telling him to go back. He's certainly got this in him.
He's been given a few metres by the man on the mark as well. As that's Liberatore, who...
Slack.
I thought he was trying to exit out and not stand the mark, which I don't know why you'd do that inside 50, and it's probably cost him a couple of metres. If you look at the replay where he takes this mark, there's only a couple of steps inside the 50, and yet Libber's probably 40 metres out. Instead of being right on Curtin's range, it makes it a gettable kick. He crosses the 50. He shoots from 45 metres out. Damn Curtin. His star continues to rise. Straight through it goes. And Adelaide with back-to-back majors. 8 minutes in, they hit the front. 2 straight to 1 straight. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Crows by 6.
We had the fog lifting, was the curtain lifting as well.
Yeah.
This one. Come on, Benny. I
didn't call the goal.
Fair enough. Missed opportunity there for Corb, but well, it's a centre bounce at the moment.
Just a little handball error there by Dolan.
And really good play from Cumming, just to be composed, and any mark inside 50 of these in today's footy's gold, isn't it? And that time Curtin, who's now playing this wing role really well, and finding the ability. I heard him talk about it this week. Never played wing before, completely foreign to him. But he just looks like a ready or a prototype, doesn't he? The ability to be able to get back, doesn't he? Get back and support in the air, and that time drift forward and hit the scoreboard.
Bounce back in the middle. O'Brien palms it down. English. He's able to win it for the Dogs. Out the front they go. Bontempelli kick to full forward. Norton on his chest. I think he'll get a free kick or a mark. Take your pick.
It's a hold there against Mark Keane, Benny. Just Bontempelli there bursting out of that centre stoppage.
It's going to be huge, isn't it, today? Set a bounce. It's going to be massive. Both teams. If either team can get out of the front of the stoppage unpressured, well, good luck to defence with the power of these forward lines.
Well, the kicking ability of the midfielders.
15 out. Directly in front. Norton slides it through. And he cancels out the Crows' early lead. 2 straight 12, each of 2. Norton's got a couple, and that is a man in form. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, 10 minutes into the first.
Well, you talk about form, Benny, but he looks just so much more confident in his movement. I think previous, this year we've been waiting. And we've been waiting for him to be a lot more active in his approach inside forward 50, and now he's on the move constantly, Aaron Norton.
Even 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's right. But that will make any defender nervous. So we'll get the replay here. He goes up, he goes back, and then Mark Keane, he has to hold it because Norton's got that front position, and Bont's a beautiful kick of the ball. He's always going to put it out in front. So that's the Aaron Norton that we love to see, and probably the Aaron Norton that we became to know.
Up to 33 for the season. Norton after 5 last week, 2 already today. The Bont gets a hand pass out in front of English, trying to soccer it away. Broken up by Hinge, but straight back into the path of Davidson. Dogs win it again. Garcia, hand pass to Dale. Kicks out wide, looking for Dolan, just over his head. Does well to win it. Hand pass down towards Hines. He gives it off to Fraser. Kicks inside the forward 50. Clean bowls a couple. Butts intercepts. Handball to half-back to Laird. Under a little bit of pressure. Laird got it out. Did well. And against the boundary line, Hinge goes running away. He's kicked ugly off his natural left boot. Straight to Dale. Dogs on the wing. Hand pass to Davidson. Kicks to half forward, and Richards takes the mark for the Bulldogs.
He's got the distance here. He'll lark out on that left.
Okay. He's got it in him. Man on the mark, right on the 50. Decides not to shoot. Passes it inside 50, and Norton's got it again. An absolute dart from Ed Richards. And Norton will have it 30 out straight in front. Ray Chamberlain.
Historically, Nick Murray stood Aaron Norton. I've umpired this game a few times, and he's a very physical, back shoulder kind of defender. And as you guys have intimated, if that ball doesn't come in dirty and his athleticism rises to the fore, he's going to have a day out today.
Still a couple away, Nick Murray. Here's Norton. He's got 3 in the opening term. And Aaron Norton is on a heater. The Dogs take back the lead. Norton 3 straight, Adelaide 2 straight. 6-point lead for the Bulldogs, and we are trading in goals for the first dozen minutes. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas from ABC Sport.
Sorry, it might be the time to change up the method. I'd be standing in front of him the way this ball's coming in at the moment. If he's going to mark it, if he marks it over your head, well, too good. Dip your cap and say too good. But it doesn't matter who it is down there. The way this ball's coming in, is there a better exponent of call it the 4-iron in the competition than Ed Richards?
He's a beautiful
unbelievable kick inside 50 already. That's twice now. He's just laced it out to Aaron Norton, who's looking really, really dangerous. I love seeing defenders just playing front, Rammer. Again, if they're going to mark it over your head, then sometimes you've got to dip your cap and say too good, but don't give him the free run at the footy.
What a start from Aaron Norton. English going up high over Thilthorpe to win the tap. It spills out to Berry. 3 votes the last time these two teams met for him. The Dogs win it back in the middle though. English cuffs up a handball. Fogarty, big fend off on lob. Half forward for the Crows. Driving ball. Down there Walker. O'Donnell does well. Punches it away. Goes and wins it. Gets a handball away to Williams. Bad bounce for him. Allows the Crows in. Coming off the keys. Swivels and snaps. Shanks it. And it just floats through for a minor score. The first of those this afternoon. Adelaide 2-1-13. The Dogs, they led it by 5. 3 straight 18. 13 and a half play.
It's a great effort, James O'Donnell, isn't it? Just the longer arms. Taylor Walker probably has to be a bit better there.
Caulfield's kick missed the target. Crows win it back. Berry, hand pass to Cumming. Handball back into dispute. Sanders wins it for the Dogs. Knocks it out to Richards. Clever tap to Fraser. Floats a hand pass wide to the Bont. Runs, carries. Handball away to Vandermeer under pressure, and in the tackle gets a kick away. Down to half forward, Crows win it. Keane intercepts, goes short to Thilthorpe. Still at half back for Adelaide. Oh, pokes the kick down the wing. Wanted Peatling, broken up. Nice work, Williams. And a boundary throw in front of the benches. Hot start.
Well, you look at the game right now, and the Bulldogs are simply cleaner through the middle of the ground. You know, I know we're only talking 5 points the margin in this game, but if you look at those little short handballs to get your teammate out in the open, the Bulldogs are doing that much better at the moment.
Lived up to the billing to start, hasn't it? English taps it boundary side. Liberatore first onto it. Snaps around the corner. Vandermeer drops the mark. Recovers. Handball back into the mark. Liberatore puts his head over it. Emerges with the footy. Right foot kick inside 50. Dropped there by Worrell. Ball hits the deck again. In the forward pocket for the Dogs. Berry onto it. Adelaide ball again. Rushes a kick to the wing and O'Donnell's there. Or Darcy. It is rather who takes the mark. Just forward of the wing. Dock side of the ground.
Straight off the bench.
Dogs by 5 points. Sorry, Bawley.
Darcy to the hot spot. They come from all directions, and that's a good intercept mark from Josh Worrell.
Yeah, he really emerged this year, Josh Worrell.
Yeah. It's a sneaky sort of all-Australian contention. He's #1 intercept to score player in the competition. What a year he's had. Goes back to Butts and now out to Keane. Low trajectory kick finds Peatling. Back flank for the Crows. Down by 5. Oh, hand pass missed Saligo. Made it tough. O'Donnell in the path. He's bowled over. Kennedy wins it. Gives it to Fraser. Handball picked off. Cumming wins it back. The 1-2 with Taylor. The two Broken Hill boys. Kicks to half forward. And Keys marks 48 metres out.
Yeah, that was really good by... Oh, he's going to go short here.
Finds Fogarty in the corridor. He'll shoot from 40 out.
It was really good by Cumming there.
Started the game
well.
Yeah,
he has.
It's been really clean and decisive. And that's going to stand out today in these sort of games. Can't fumble, can you? You can't. A few drop marks already. James Peatling's made a couple of blues, but that time Isaac Cumming was the one who came through to give it to me. Lowered his eyes. Beautiful kick. So it's a couple of score involvements already for Isaac Cumming, the ex-GWS player.
Fogarty moves in straight in front. He dodds it. We've got our third lead change. Fogarty's got a couple. The key forwards are on and the goals are coming thick and fast. Adelaide by a point, 3-1 to 3 straight, 16 minutes of footy, 6 goals already. It's going to be the theme of the day, and we are here for it on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Just a couple little handball errors there. I spoke about the Bulldogs, how good they were in that in the first 15 minutes of this game, but just a little turnover there, and Cumming was onto it so quickly there, came through to Tex Walker with a little handball, then Tex just the patience there. But I love the lowering of the eyes. All Bulldogs defenders are going back. Bailey Dale, Bailey Williams, they're all going back, thinking Cumming was going to kick long there, but lowered the eyes to Ben Keys, and I'd be passing it to Darcy Fogarty as much as I could inside forward 50. He's a beautiful kick.
Umpires Williamson, Meyer, Power and Roger in charge of this game. Darcy in the ruck, wins the tap, straight down. Dawson overruns it first time. Nice handball away to Miller. Clean pick up too. Kick from half back to half forward. No mark taken there by Caulfield. Ball hits the deck. Now slipping free. Fogarty for the Crows. Centre half forward. Off to Peatling. To Curtin. Chips it to full forward. Going back, Dale puts his fist through it and knocks it through for a behind. Good defensive work there from Bailey Dale. Crows lead doubles like resting dough. Crows by 2 points, 17 and a half minutes into the first.
He's off and running, Dale. Takes some ground and then kicks to half back. Hinge breaks it up in front of Dolan and the ball's out of bounds between wing and half forward for Adelaide. Richard from Geelong, regarding a player contact with umpire, the AFL should look to its proud tradition of responding to every perceived problem by looking to expensive and unreliable technology. Have an official based in the Arc whose job it is to restart play by dropping the ball from a drone. Richard's got the spirit as our solutions come through on how we can avoid some of this umpire contact. As you said, Rammer, and Ray backed up. It is on the players. Try and do something about it as Braden Cook back in the team gets a clearance, but straight to Caulfield. Marks at half back for the Dogs. Kicks down the wing. Hand on it from Darcy. Ball spills the way of the Crows again. Keane hands it to O'Brien. He's kick a turnover. Dale back down the wing, and Norton, strong hands, takes the mark for the Dogs just over halfway.
Moves it on quickly. Kick inside 50. Trying to get it to Riley West. In front of him, Michaelani. Ball hits the ground. Onto it, West, the birthday boy. Handball out to Vandermeer. 48 out, wide out. Pulls the trigger towards the goal square. Marking contest. Fraser. There's a free kick in amongst it all.
Did well, Curtin.
It'll go to the Crows.
Really well.
Not sure what he was doing there, Fraser. He had the sit.
Well, that was against Sanders, I think. Bally must have been just holding on there to Curtin.
Dan Curtin in the back pocket. Laces out Fogarty, but right there with him, Lobb. Sticks his long arms up and punches it out of play, throwing left half forward for the Western Bulldogs. The Crows by 2 points, 19 played.
Looks like Zach Taylor has been set for defensive forward role on Bailey Dale today. Both coming off to the bench. Dale's had the 8 possessions already.
Boundary throwing O'Brien, palms it down. Peatling at the stoppage. Hand pass away to Millerer. Kicks across the half-back line for Adelaide. Spelling a marquee should have taken there was Cook. Regathers. Long kick out to the City wing. Finds Keys. Adelaide continue to shift down to half forward. Kick looking for Rankin. Out of reach. Caulfield traps it. Hand pass away to Dolan. Kick smothered. Dolan goes and wins it again. Nice work, Dawson. Lays the tackle. Forces the ball out of play. Throw in half forward for the Crows. I think I mentioned Nick Murray earlier, a couple of weeks away. He's been in the sample for this is his 3rd week in the sample. Can't get in.
Nick Murray.
Yes. Which I know I liked the cut of his jib when we saw him.
Yeah, so did I, but at the same time, I like what the Crows are doing. Yeah. So he goes and finds form and fitness rather than being desperate to bring a player back into the team.
Throw in half forward here for the Crows, taking it out of the ruck. Darcy. Handball goes to Dawson. Adelaide ball out to Peatling. Centres his kick. Fogarty goes up nearly. Spills down for Caulfield and the Dogs. Sweeping handball to Johannesson. He'll clear the defensive arc. A kick to the wing for Davidson. Up he goes, right there with him, Curtin. Curtin gets a hand on it. Shoves Davidson out of the way. Free kick. He'll go to Curtin. Mark coming back, so... what was that for?
A little push. You allowed it. Yeah.
What did you think of that one, Ray?
Let him play.
Yeah. That's just a marking contest.
Keane with it. On the centre line. Long kick inside 50. Walker in good position. He marks. Too strong for O'Donnell. And he wants to move it on quickly. Centering ball. He kicks to no one. Not his best kick. And Sanders mops up back pocket. Western Bulldogs back with it. Lob a clearing kick.
Kicks to half back. Hinge in the box seat. The Adelaide player slips through his hands and out of bounds. So throw in half forward for the Crows.
Texan. What are you doing? He's got to go back and take those opportunities. Big Tex. All the players, a couple of the Crows teammates had turned their back on it, just assuming he was going to go back and have a shot at goal. We know he loves wheeling around on the left, doesn't he? But that time, that wasn't to advantage at all.
O'Brien, high half forward for the Crows, wins it down. Dawson, hand pass out in front of Rankin, paddles it out in front. Zigs and zags, evades Richards, and then Vandermeer kicks inside 50 for the Crows to Cumming, who marks it right half forward, and Adelaide will get another look.
Well, this is the challenge for Riley Sanders. No doubt he can get the footy and find it. But when it's your time to defend, you've got to go back really hard in that contest. Make some body contact, make some contact with the ball. So that's where he's going to be challenged as a young midfielder in this competition.
Yeah, he's out on the wing at the moment. I'm sure he's played too much footy out there. And we heard Adam Kingsley talk about Isaac Cumming, that specialist in this role, and such a good athlete.
Cumming, drop punt is good. Straight through it goes. And Adelaide extend their advantage. It's out to 8 points. Biggest lead of the game so far. Make it 4-2 to 3 straight. And that gives you a little bit of a sense of what we've seen. 23 minutes in, Adelaide by 8 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, so it's become a real specialist role, I think, Rammer, this wing role. And that was just brilliant again from Rankin from the clearance. Just been able to...
Little handball from Dawson out there just to put him into space.
Yeah, but Cummings 188 and with the best vertical leap at the club. And at the moment he's standing, well, the change comes now, but Sanders more that 180 type, isn't he? Inside mid, so you're right there. A real disadvantage. And Walker did a good job then, actually, just to hold his ground and take the space and block.
But he had time to get there, Sanders. That's where I'm sort of critical of it. But he didn't want to go back. He was sort of hedging his bets to the Bulldogs are going to win the ball and him go forward.
Umpire puts it aloft back in the middle. They play some volleyball. It ends up with Liberatore for the Dogs. Gives it to English. To the run of Johannesson, who shanks his kick, a turnover. Miller marks, back flanked. Missed last week due to personal reasons. Wayne Miller kicks around the wing. Lob gets in front of Philthorpe. Puts his knuckles through it, out of play, thrown on the wing.
We're getting lots of alternative suggestions. Adam Kingsley was with us earlier on AFL Saturday. Spoke about potentially like a boundary throw in to restart play. You could chuck it in from a long way out. Wazza from Ferntree Gully. How about instead of bouncing the ball, we have a rollerblade set up and it's fired out of a cannon?
Yeah. I think there's a few tongues in cheeks around the place at the moment as Richards picks up a ground ball on the wing. Handball to Vandermeer. Forward handball for the Bont. A rare fumble from him, though he worries Berry out of it. Tracks it into the pocket for the Dogs. Handball over his head, away towards Vandermeer. Miller are right there in his back pocket. And he does a good job to see it out.
Some of these are great. Anthony from Adelaide, what if the umpire does a 20-metre stab kick across the ground to a contest? That'd be fun to watch and much safer.
I don't reckon Ray could kick 20 metres.
That was Bally earlier on in the year, you'll remember.
Oh, geez, we're going there again.
Throw in forward pocket here for the Dogs. English controls it down to the front, but it spills back to O'Brien. Tumbles a kick beyond the defensive arc. Dawson inadvertently soccers it on. Tracks after it. The Dogs have the numbers.
First one there is Williams. Wins it. Hands it out to Bramble. Kicks down to half forward. English hitting up marks on his chest. 60 from home. Darcy's deep. English kicks it over Darcy's head. Oh, there's no such thing. Almost reeled it in one-handed. No free kick. Coming clears, but straight to lob.
He's got to give that there, Rory Lobb, to Bailey Dale wrapping around, and he's off.
Called the play on. He didn't hear the call, and Isaac Rankin came and got him. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
You could see the umpire in the background, Hayden Meyer, calling play on as Lobb rolled off, and the only bloke on the ground that jerried on was Rankin, and he just pounced.
Nothing better than a chase down tackle. There were the warnings from the Dogs faithful. He didn't hear them. As Taylor here at half forward kicks into the pocket and Dale knocks it away. So boundary throwing forward pocket for the Crows. He would have come from 25 metres away.
That's terrific concentration by Rankin.
He's on, isn't he?
Yep. Adelaide chant.
There's a bumper crowd, isn't it?
Yeah, and they are engaged. They know they're getting a good game. The Crows by 8 points. Forward 50 stoppage for them. English punches it back boundary side out after it's a Lego. Chips it back, the bare 15 if that. And the mark is paid to Cumming again. Almost the opposite side from the same spot he just goaled from.
He's doing some damage, Isaac Cumming. This will be his 10th possession this quarter. 3 inside 50s, 4 score involvements and shooting for his second goal.
Spoke about being a young kid in Broken Hill. Taylor Walker coming out to the junior clinics. And now they're teammates. Isaac Cumming from 48 out. His drop punt is away to the right towards the line. And back there English marks alongside the goalpost. Dogs ball. Crows by 8 points nearing quarter time.
I saw David King on Fox Footy during the week talk about Tim English, and we can follow the Max Gawn mould and potentially take a few more of those intercept marks in the back half, and maybe the Dogs can utilise him in such fashion. Short kicking game, Liberatore to West. Defensive side of the wing. City side. Long kick down to half forward. Darcy slips over and Worrell picks off an easy intercept. Now back and across for the Crows as they switch the ball. Keane marks and sends his kick to Laird. He steps off his line, told to keep it moving. Now on the opposite back flank finds Rankin. He's had a good start himself. Dabs it short to Curtin. An 8-point lead for Adelaide. 4-2 to 3 straight. They've had 3 lead changes in the opening term. The Crows have settled well now on the road. Their first trip under the roof to Docklands this year. Heads down to Walker. Got to him on the bounce. English wins it back for the Dogs. Hand pass away to O'Donnell. He was out of play. And a throw in between wing and half forward for the Crows. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the action. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas and Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Adelaide by 8 points as we tick towards quarter time.
Said the better of the last 10 minutes, haven't they, the Crows?
O'Brien and English go for a little waltz. O'Brien wins the tap down, but shark there by Liberatore. Shovels out a handball. 3-on-1 here for Richards. Keeping it in, Rankin for Adelaide. Handball to Laird. He shovels a high kick to half forward. O'Donnell drops the mark. Dale turns tackle up. And a ball up. 55 out from the attacking goal for Adelaide. Crows by 8 points. The last 2 goals of the game. Aaron Norton with 3 goals in this opening quarter. Laird hacks it off the deck towards full forward, getting back. O'Donnell has a lot of it, doesn't complete the mark he did, according to the umpire. So James O'Donnell, the son of former Saint and international cricketer Simon, and he has it at fullback.
Playing some regular footy in his Dogs defence. Long kick to the wing. Darcy leaps for it, spills out the back, and Richards is onto it. Oh, trips over on the way through. Peatling kept his feet and was crunched trying to pick up the ball by Kennedy. Sanders goes and wins it. Dogs keep it. Hand pass to Liver. Takes a bounce. Heads laterally. And the kick finds Bramble. Continues the shift. Out to the City wing. Collected by Johannison. High half forward. Dabs it inside 50 and Fraser takes the mark. The man they call the baby bomb has got it at right half forward.
Well, it was a big contest here on the wing, wasn't it? Probably a bit stiff not to get a free kick, James Peatling. Yeah, I think he was dealt with. Probably was certainly without the footy. Anyway, from there they were able to chain the ball nicely. Get the ball back in through the corridor and had the free players on the open side.
At best he had hands on it, but he didn't have possession, did he? Fully have control of the ball.
Very good goalkeeping form, Fraser.
Kick 4 a fortnight ago against the Swans. Fraser's drop punt. He's almost marked. Darcy trying to trap it on the line. I think he spilt it through the goal line, and this will be a rush behind. It is.
Looms, doesn't he? I think he's almost marked about 5 this quarter, Darcy.
7-point lead for the Crows. 4-2 to 3-1 as we tick past the half-hour mark. Quarter number 1 at Dockland. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It's that dead pocket again, Benny.
Yeah, it strikes again. Long kick in and a good mark from O'Brien. That is one thing that Darcy normally does do. He normally has sticky fingers and one grabs them. Like he just holds them.
It will come.
Yeah.
The more time you put yourself in position, the more chance you are to mark it.
O'Brien kicks to a contest on the wing in quarter time, a game that is living up to the billing. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. We had 3 lead changes. The Crows lead at quarter time by 7 points. 4-2-26. Plays 3-1-19. The goal kickers for the Western Bulldogs, 3 to Norton. He's kicked all of their goals. While for the Crows, 2 to Fogarty. And then singles to Curtin and to Cumming.
Shout out to Michael from Port Macquarie. He says Buller from the outrigger in Fiji.
Oh.
Listening to the call poolside while the kids have their hair braided from Michael. Thanks, Michael.
I think Paulie and I could enjoy that, just poolside.
A little Fiji trip this time of year. Neil from Coburg. In days past, umpires punched the ball off an open hand and also flung one-armed. No recall from Neil in Coburg.
You seen footage of that?
Yeah.
Back in the early days of the game where they punched the ball into the ground to begin the contest. Loved it.
That was a minute ago, must be said. And Andrew from Bendigo says Ben Cameron is the pun. He's sure. There we go.
Well, can we just not encourage it, please?
I'm with you. Rama and Bawley, their thoughts in just a moment. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Crows by 7 at quarter time.
There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice, watch and act, and emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Adelaide back in possession, whacks a kick up towards half forward. Rankin's there, right there with him. Caulfield spoils. Rankin recovers, sells the candy, gets around Caulfield. Unselfish, centres it. Great kick for Fogarty. Darcy Fogarty, set shot, 40 out, straight through the middle. And the Foggies lifting.
O'Brien telling touch down to Saligo. Kick smothered. Still ricochets down to half forward. Dolan scoops it up. Coughs it up. Straight to Taylor. Half forward for the Crows. Gives it to Cumming. Kicks across the half forward line. And Curtin takes it true centre half forward. He shoots from 45 metres out. Damn Curtin. His star continues to rise. Dale, Dogs on the wing. Hand pass to Davidson. Kicks to half forward and Richards takes the mark for the Bulldogs.
Distance here.
Man on the mark, right on the 50, decides not to shoot, passes it inside 50, and Norton's got it again. Here's Norton. He's got 3 in the opening term. And Aaron Norton is on a heater. Dawson, hand pass out in front of Rankin, paddles it out in front. Zigs and zags, evades Richards, and then Vandermeer kicks inside 50 for the Crows to Cumming, who marks it right half forward, and Adelaide will get another look. Cumming, drop punt is good. Straight through it goes, and Adelaide extend their advantage.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Crows by 7 points at quarter time, 4-2. They lead the Western Bulldogs 3-1. It's Super Saturday of footy with our teams in finals contention. We've got 3 bumper matchups still to come, GWS and Geelong. And then tonight it is Fremantle and Hawthorn. You'll hear them all here on ABC Sport. If you want to hear the game between the Tigers and the Dons, you can find it through the ABC Listen app. So far, so good. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, the Crows by 7.
Well, good quarter of footy, Bally. I think both teams can be relatively happy with moments in that quarter. Obviously, Aaron Norton kicking those 3 goals for the Dogs will keep Luke Beveridge very happy. You know, he's a player that's been on watch. When you said 33 goals for the season, but we've spoken about Aaron Norton like he's had one of his worst seasons ever, but 33 goals is still pretty good.
34 now.
Well, 34 now, yeah. So that's still a pretty good output for a guy that we don't think's in great form. But where the Bulldogs, I think, are struggling a little bit is 47 kicks, 47 handballs. So that ratio is all wrong here at the Docklands. You need to use feet here. We're just getting Jordan. Is that Jordan Butts coming off the ground here?
Doesn't look all that well, does he?
No, he doesn't look well at all. He's very slow moving.
Ray Chamberlain's down there. Chambo?
Yeah, look, there's Jordan Butts. He seems to be sort of pressuring his chest, referencing his chest rib area, sort of on the right side. So he's gone downstairs with the doctor, and I'll keep an eye on that and come back to you.
That's changed up big time, because that will mean Worrell will now have to go over to Aaron Norton, who will certainly be undersized, and they'll lose then a bit of Worrell's runoff off half back. But then you flip it over to the Crows. They're 65 kicks, 25 handballs. So their mandate clearly is, hey, let's use the ball as much as we possibly can here. Make the Bulldogs chase. We want to put their defence under pressure as much as we possibly can. The clearance game, which Borley will talk about, Crows are well on top there.
Yeah, they are, mate. Yeah, and that was, I had the question marks around that before the start of the game. It's been a great start from the Crows at the first 3 centre clearances that resulted in 2 scores. And then around the ground, they've been clearly on top. What are they, +6 for the contest? And the couple that the Dogs got out of the front, I mean, you think of Ed Richards, chest out the front of the stoppage, Bontempelli. They're the ones that they need to make sure are only, they're very infrequent in their occurrence, the Crows. But other than those couple, I mean, Richards, it feels like he's had an impact. He's only had 4 possessions, 3 kicks. Now, 2 of them resulted in goals to Aaron Norton. So other than that, you'd have to say that he's very much under control. Bontempelli's looked dangerous at times, but again, he's been relatively well held. And so from a big tick from a Crows midfield group point of view, I think their wingers have had a real impact as well. Cumming in particular, he's had 10 possessions, most on the ground. I've liked Curtin's game. He's getting back and impacting behind the footy, and also getting forward and kicking a goal as well. So
16 possessions and 2 goals out of
that's huge. That's right. So, big tick for the Crows midfield from the first quarter. Can they go on with it? Can they maintain?
Adelaide by 7 points. A critical game in the season of both these two teams, and they're not just their top 8 hopes, but their top 4 hopes. Free kick for English and the ruck infringement. He bangs a long drop punt inside the forward 50. Norton flies at it. Darcy taken down in a ruck contest. You're going to pay the mark. And Norton's going to get it, and a chance to make it 4 just seconds into the second term.
Well, there you go. We spoke about centre bounce and Riley O'Brien. He knew he'd given the free kick away. I watched him. He put his head down and charged back, but couldn't get back there in time. I like the long, deep kick from English. And you spoke about it. Worrell, first opportunity with butts off. Worrell to Norton. Shoulder. He paid the mark, or was definitely over the shoulder?
Norton pops it through. He's got 4 already. Having a purple patch in season, and all of a sudden his tally is up to 35 on the year. The Dogs within a point, 1 minute into the second term, 4-1 to 4-2, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And this is the thing, Bally, as Aaron Norton and Sam Darcy play more and more together, obviously the attention's going to Darcy. He attracts players. Norton's got to just continue to work his way into, okay, how do I be the most effective forward? And again, he's going to get so many one-on-ones because opposition teams want to put more numbers to Darcy. So he's got to capitalise on that, and he is today with 4 goals, and we're We're a minute into the second quarter.
Just on Jordan Butts too, I wonder if it was even a concussion or a head knock type thing. He sort of looked a little dazed,
groggy, didn't he? Yeah,
as he was walking towards the bench.
I think it was more. I thought he looked sort of sick. I thought he was reaching for his. I wonder if there's a delayed rib or some sort of internal injury impact. I can't sort of picture a big hit, but
and you know some of these things when they're in a huddle or whatever, and all of a sudden you realise, hang on, that guy might need a little bit of further attention.
Yeah, well, when the game stops and the adrenaline
gets sent from the huddle.
The Crows' other option is to bring Dan Curtin back and play as a key defender.
Free kick in the middle going to the Crows. Rankin. He sends it into the pocket out wide. Searching lead. Dawson ricochets off his shins beyond the attacking 50. Fraser picks it up. Gives it to Davidson. Worried out of it there by Dawson. Going in quickly. Cumming. He's taken down in the Bramble tackle. And Court holding the ball. Just on Aaron Norton as well. He's booted 4. 1 minute into the second term. 6 is his career high. So,
is it?
Yeah, real chance of betting that today.
That he kicked 8 or 9 one day. I might be thinking of someone else.
I'm going to back you slightly.
No, well.
Davidson kicking around the wing. Going up here is Norton. Darcy again turning tackler. And giving away a free kick. High tackle on Peatling. Adelaide ball backward of the wing. Gives it off to Keane running by. Tight ropes the boundary line with a good kick. And Dawson marks on his chest. 2 good kicks from home for Adelaide.
Kicked 5 last week in their Thursday night game. 4 of them came in 1 quarter, so only able to add 1 in the other 3 as Dawson goes inside the forward pocket. No mark. Pack develops and we'll have a ball up forward pocket for the Crows.
I'm not doubting you, Benny. I just maybe I've got my wires crossed here. Yeah, no. I thought I had sort of memory of a game where he kicked 8 or 9.
As O'Brien wins it down, off hand, spills to Liberatore, high up and under out to half back. And at the drop, Michael Annie takes the mark, lays it off by hand to Dawson. Here's a long kick of the footy, kicks a foot cannon all the way home. Dawson goals, and the Crows restore a 7-point break. 5-2 to 4-1. 7-point lead for Adelaide. 4 played second term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, you talk about Ed Richards with the laser past Aaron Norton in the first quarter. Well, that was Jordan Dawson wrapping around the back. Michael Annie, call it 55 metres out with an absolute laser. And he's kicked it 60 metres. Just beautiful. He doesn't, look, to me, I still don't think Jordan Dawson's getting enough credit of how good he is as a player. I know he was All-Australian last year, Corbs, I reckon. But I think he's one of the absolute premier midfielders in the competition. So
perhaps a little, perhaps Charlie hanging around his neck might do that.
Yeah, he's just a special player for the Crows. It's interesting, like you talk to a lot of the Crows people, they didn't think he was going to be this good when they traded him from Sydney.
O'Brien taps it down to Berry, bursting out of the middle, sends the Crows forward again. Fogarty contests, ball spits out. Thilthorpe, the big man, snaps it like James Hird from the same pocket. And the Adelaide Crows are up and running, a game-high 13-point lead. 6-2-38 plays 4-1-25. 5 played in the second. Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Wall.
Centre bounce goal, Rama. And the Dogs players probably had reason to ask, hang on, that could have been recalled. That ended up favouring the Crows. Riley O'Brien got it to Sam Berry. He was just, in fairness, he was the quickest to react. I think that's a recall, but yeah, Berry, well done. Quickest to react. The deep entry is the key, isn't it? We see now already in this second quarter. The deep entry, either the mark with the key forwards down there or the pressure on the defenders when the ball hits the ground. That was a great snap, wasn't it, from the big fella?
What's the cue there, Ray, with the bad bounce? Is it got to favour someone too much or obviously go outside that secondary circle?
Generally for the big boppers like Nathan Williamson, who bounces it so high, it's got to go outside of that second circle. So that one sort of fell within, and it was just unfortunate that Tim English was on the same side as the bouncing umpire, and it went forward from him, so he had a bit of ground to make up.
And Kennedy got an inadvertent whack in the chops and all of that as he pulled out of that and was holding his nose and his mouth, but it was just another stoppage that developed alongside him. So he gets up and joins in as the umpire tosses it in the air. O'Brien palms it down. Libber got it out to Davidson. Hurried kick forward for the Dogs. Keane, rather, trying to trap it. Can't do so. Got it out towards Worrell and pass away towards Dawson. What a kick that is. Long bomb to the middle of the ground for Fogarty. Hand pass away to Cook. Kicks inside 50. Thilthorpe takes the mark. True centre half forward. And again, the slick ball movement from the Crows.
It's Jordan Dawson again. So he kicks the goal a little earlier forward. Now he's in deep in his defence and just hits Darcy Fogarty in the middle of the Docklands. And it's good night from there. Once you get that little wraparound handball, you're going into an open forward line. Phil Thorpe just good enough to find that space.
Riley Philthorpe, goalless 2 of the last 3 weeks. He's kicked 1 already today for his second on the bounce. Straight through it goes. And the grease is getting hot. And the Crows are cooking under the roof at Dockland. 7-2 to 4-1. 7 minutes into the second term. Adelaide's lead is 19 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It's just a weapon, isn't it? That kicking ability. And at the moment, we talk about the gap between the top and the top 9 and the bottom 9. A lot of it's due to that, isn't it? I mean, that's just a weapon. And they've got a handful of players that can execute that skill. But you think about it, you're right. They get the ball out of deep in their defensive 50 with one kick up to the wing, and Fogarty from there was just an easy give off to Keys, and then a lovely tick lead. The dying art of the tick league back at the kicker, Benny. How easy is that? That's the key forward at their best, and they're going back and kicking them through at the moment too, the Crows, aren't they? Over to you, Dogs, to see now. They've got the momentum. The Crows are on fire.
Last 3 goals in the game. O'Brien again winning the tap. Liberatore gets it for the Western Bulldogs. Handball away to English. Snaps up towards the attacking edge of the square. Laird knocks the footy on. Pinched by Liberatore. Off to the bot. Driving ball to full forward. Up they go. Darcy very nearly. Not quite. It's been that kind of day. Miller cleans up. Fullback for Adelaide. Off to Hinge. Hinge will kick to Grass on the wing. Bouncing ball. Gathered by O'Donnell. Western Bulldogs back inside 50. Long kick to a contest. Punched away by Keane. Onto it, Fraser bursting away. Swings a handball to Vandermeer. Taps it onto West.
Right idea, but he could have taken the ball, I think, Vandermeer. Thought the pressure was going to come a lot quicker there.
Why didn't he do it with the open palm? Well, he sort of went with the fist rather than if he was going to just tap it on.
I'll put you in that situation.
Yeah, that's fair. It's much easier from up here.
It certainly
no doubt about that. As O'Brien palms it down, Richards, hand pass away to Liberatore, short kick to the Bond, handball away to Richards, hooks it over his shoulder, a high up and under, it's there! Ed Richards, what a year he's having, and his star continues to grow. Hooks it through for a much-needed major. The Dogs back within 13, 5-1 to 7-2. 9 minutes into the second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, you ask for a lift, Ramo, don't you? And you can just see it. And from that centre bounce as well, it was Liberatore to Bontempelli. And then again from the forward stoppage, it's Liberatore to Bontempelli. Actually, Richards got the first handball. Little grubber kick from Libba. Quick hand from Bontempelli, and then Ed Richards. Something out of nothing. We're just so used to seeing it now, aren't we? When the Dogs need something, their big guns come to the fore.
It's amazing, isn't it? Libba, I think he's been quiet to start this game, but he's a lead possession winner on the ground at the moment with 13. The one that the Dogs need to get going is Matt Kennedy. He's only had the 2 possessions in this game, so they need to find a spark out of him.
50th goal in AFL footy for Richards. You feel like he'll kick a few more. Bontempelli out of the middle, driving ball to full forward. Darcy no mark once more. Ball on the deck, Vandermeer. Handball to Richards. Maybe right now. He snaps it and defies the laws of geometry. Left footer, left forward pocket, curling the wrong way through the middle. Crows lead cut to 7. 10 minutes into the second. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
I just think he's the standout midfielder in the game at the moment. We speak about Nick Dacos, but it's another centre clearance there.
He started in the middle,
yeah, he did.
Richards.
The game's played really with centre clearances in this quarter. So Adelaide early, now the Bulldogs are going to work. But that's just work rate. That is pure work rate from Ed Richards there. And, falling to the left pocket. He's a left footer himself. And Benny calls it beautifully there. You shouldn't be able to kick goals like that. These players are so skillful these days.
He's almost there, Barry. He just got caught ball watching. Again, the spread from the centre bounce. He only needed a couple of metres of separation, Richards. Just brilliant.
Back in the middle, Berry gets the clearance here for the Crows, down to half forward over the head of Phil Thorpe. Race on for the loose ball, back flank. O'Donnell hits up, collects, sends the Dogs down the wing. Hinge takes the intercept mark. Richards, by the way, that's a daring kick back and across, found Laird, and now the switch is on. Richards becomes the 3rd player today to kick back-to-back goals individually. So Norton did it, then Phil Thorpe, and now Richards. 2 on the bounce in the game. 12 minutes into the second term, Crows by 7. Back with Hinge on the wing. Kicks a floater inside the forward 50. Spills down to the Bont. Hand pass away to Lobb. He gave it to Caulfield under pressure. Did well to get out of that. Back to Lobb. Hand pass to Davidson and a miss kick. Ends up out of bounds. Boundary throw in half forward for the Crows.
Well, Texans the one, Rammer. He's the one at the moment. All the big guns have come to play at both ends. At the moment, the Texans the one who's just getting led to the ball a little bit by James O'Donnell, losing the key one-on-one contest. He's the one that's not really contributing forward to the ball for the Crows.
From the throw in, again O'Brien. Able to slap it to the front. Bontempelli fighting after it. Ball comes out. Bontempelli with the handball to Davidson, to Garcia. Garcia will kick around the wing. Darcy goes up underneath the footy. Bouncing ball. West slaps it on. Getting back the Crows in number. There's a free kick anyway. It'll come back and go to Darcy.
Well, they've been hanging off his arms and his legs at times, Sam Darcy, so that's where you hear the cheers from the Bulldogs supporters. He's got his first free kick for the day.
Could use his arms and legs as a clothesline. They're so big as he gives it off to Bailey Williams. Kicks to full forward for the Bulldogs. Roving Vandermeer, dispossessed in the tackle. Ball back into the mark. Still they rumble. Bontempelli turns tackler. Curtin handed it to a teammate. And then the clearing kick from Cook out to Thilthorpe, who blocks it.
Got away with one, didn't he? The umpire was blindsided. The old handoff, the rugby league.
Are you allowed to do that?
No.
You're not allowed to do that.
Right.
Yeah, if your teammate rips it off you, that's play on. But if you hand it over, that's incorrect disposal.
Okay.
That's right. As Thilthorpe kicks down the wing looking for O'Brien. He didn't mark, but he's going to get a free.
Because you're not throwing it. You're just like a parcel.
Pass the parcel.
Yeah.
O'Brien down to half forward. Thilthorpe knocks it away, but straight to Caulfield. A hand pass to O'Donnell. Oh, he puts it out of bounds on the full. Free kick for the Crows. They keep it in their front half. Adelaide by 7. 14 minutes played in this second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, they just haven't got enough separation here. The Adelaide forwards, Tex is just going, kick it to me.
Short to Miller. Kick goes to the hot spot, spills off hands. Fraser knocked it on. Oh, wrestled from him by Neil Bullen, who shoots goalward and hits the base of the goalpost.
His first touch, Corb.
Behind for Alex Neil Bullen, the only premiership player on Adelaide's list. Means the Crows now lead by 8 points, 14 minutes into the second term.
Bailey Williams kicks beyond defensive 50. Miller pinches it, sends a kick back to full forward. Up goes Fogarty. Caulfield spoils it away. Tumbles out, Ray Chamberlain.
We haven't seen Jordan Butts return yet, and Chase Jones is getting up and getting active, so I'll give you a little update on that, but he has not returned from the rooms.
The new and improved Chase Jones too. Put on a bit of size.
There's at least 5 kilos he's put onto that frame, Chase Jones.
Plus tax.
I reckon he's just got the tap too. He's springing into action. The jumper's going on.
Loose footy in the pocket. Rankin inadvertently soccers it on goal, and it ends up tumbling across the face totally. Throw in left forward pocket for the Adelaide Crows. They led it by 8 points. 7-3 plays 6-1. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, the jumper's on. You talked about how many kilograms he had, so he whipped his shirt off. I can say about 7.5 kilos across the chest and arms, and he's whacked the jumper on. He's coming in, and he's still being assessed downstairs, Jordan Butts, and it's a chest. So the jumper has been put on, though, from Jones.
Thanks, Ray. From the boundary throw-in, we're back out of play, so throw-in again 30 metres out from the Crows' goal. Looking thick with 3 Cs. Chase Jones on the bench for Adelaide.
Well, the 25-year-old, we know, top 10 draft pick. He's played the 92 games, so he should be coming into his prime.
Boundary throw-in. There's another Tasmanian. Sanders hands it away towards Garcia, kicks down the wing, and Darcy takes the mark. There's a bumper Bulldogs home crowd. They're in the very back row in some sections around Dockland Stadium. I'm sure there's lots of neutrals here too, knowing what a game of footy it was in Prospect, and it's lived up to that. So 7 goals to 6. Crows by 8. 3 lead changes in the opening term. The kick finds Vandermeer, and then he goes back to Joe Hannison. He's off and running. Takes a bounce. High half forward. Kicks inside the attacking arc. In the box seat there is Michael Lanny. No mark, but he's going to get a free as he had West hanging onto him. Riley West on his 25th birthday. And a free kick for Michael Lanny. Back pocket for the Crows. They lead by 8 points. 16 minutes into the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Michael Lanny goes short away to Worrell. Worrell with the low ball in the O'Brien direction. Sticks up his mitts, grabs it. Too strong for O'Donnell. Crows by 8, as Corbin said. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. O'Brien sinks his slipper into it. Kicks to a contest. English is down there, doesn't mark. Lob roves. Western Bulldogs back with it. Gives it off to Vandermeer. Vandermeer's kick around the wing. A 3-on-1. O'Brien goes back. He drops it at the last minute, but paid the mark.
He missed the short one there. Vandermeer had to hit the short target of Libba.
O'Brien pokes it on to Jake Saligo. He got really busy last week after they conceded 5 goals in a row to Melbourne. He was the man who stood up and turned it around. Crows by 8 points still.
Oh, what a kick that is. Opens up the corridor, finds Neil Bullen, turns, continues the movement down to centre half forward for Walker. Same motion, collects, kicks to full forward. Phil Thorpe takes the mark, one out in the cage with Rory Lobb. And that is becoming a problem for the Bulldogs.
People sort of ask, well, you know, what's the difference with Carlton? That's the difference right there.
Yeah.
You know, Saligo with an absolute bullet into the middle of the ground, and then it's at full forward with Thilthorpe.
Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, the Saligo kick's amazing. You go English and Riley O'Brien were split at either end, so if he goes long up the line, English is going to chew that up every day. So the decision-making and skill execution was incredible.
Riley Thilthorpe skips in, pops it through for his third, and the Adelaide Crows are in rhythm under the roof at Docklands, and it is a 14-point buffer for the road team. 18 minutes into the second term, 8-3 to 6-1. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, our premiership pair, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
It is just a leg kicking, isn't it? And there's a bit of risk involved, but
he waited, didn't he?
Yeah. And then I like, again, the lead up. So that's the beauty of this Crows forward line. Always have one of these key forwards leading back at the kicker. I mentioned before that Tex needed to get going a little bit, has been the least contributor of the three, but that time the beneficiary of that beautiful shift off the line, kick inside, Neil Bullen, and then has the confidence of Tex just to roll around and throw it on the left and drop it in Big Riley's lap, 10 metres out directly in front of goal.
He's kicked 3 all in this quarter, Riley Thilthorpe. So Norton 4 at one end, Thilthorpe 3 at the other. Adelaide by 14.
Now he's in the ruck, opposed to Darcy, who gets it on the bounce. His kick goes laterally. Cook marks.
Good, isn't it? Thilthorpe and Darcy in the ruck against each other.
Cook waits the kick for Dawson. Wide out, high half forward for Adelaide. Now he looks inside 50 on that lethal level and spots up Walker. They are kicking like mules at the moment, the Adelaide Crows. Walker right forward pocket.
Very accurate mules, too. It is. It's just, it stands out, doesn't it, Rema, at the moment? That's the difference in the game.
They're not ranked high, by the way. Kicking efficiency, they're 14th on the year.
They're enjoying being under the roof here.
Yeah.
Walker to snap on the left and curl it through. A new game-high lead of 20 points for the Adelaide Crows. 9-3-57 plays 6-1-37. And in his 25th game here at Docklands, Taylor Walker has never been goalless. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
But what I like there, so Cook takes that little intercept mark. Then Dawson there goes out wide, but Dawson, he's always wants to play on. He always wants to keep the ball in motion. You know, they're just good enough. Again, just a beautiful kick inside forward 50. Tex had a couple of metres there.
They got 3 key forwards, but it would be a good forward line to play in, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
But the way the ball comes in.
Yeah, but those 3 key forwards have got to be unselfish as well. Okay, this week it's my turn, next week it's your turn, whatever that may be. But you know, I think it's only been 2 occasions in this game so far that I've seen all 3 fly together in that forward line.
So Walker 25 goals, Thilthorpe 36 and Fogarty 33. So
fantastic.
Getting it done by committee, the big 3 up front for the Crows. Back in the middle of the ground. No quick, no easy takeaway. Ball comes out the back door for the Dogs. Caulfield kicks out wide, picked up here by Dolan. Hand pass back inboard, picked up by Neil Bullen. As Neil Bullen spun around, gets a hand pass away to Cook. Trying to step on the inside of Dolan. Oh, ugly kick down to half forward to be. I was about to say a turnover, but eludes Williams. Took an unkind bounce. Thilthorpe gives it to Rankin. He coughs it up. Just turnover every second disposal at the moment, and Bramble settles it down. Comes back inboard to Kennedy, who marks. Just Rankin's up to 22, by the way, just to answer that earlier query.
Kennedy, the man you wanted to get into the game, Rama, gives it to O'Donnell. Driving ball up to the wing, looking for Norton. He's had the hot hand today, but can't win this contest. Michaelani and Keane, they combine. Now the ladder kicks inside 50. Fogarty strong mitts. Takes it 45 out, 45-degree angle.
Just working hard around at the moment. They've got the next, always got the next number over the Crows. The next jumper that turns up, and that time again, it was, who was it, Michael Lanny getting across the support. What a good player he's been. And then they use the 1-2, the free player. And again, another beautiful 4 or 5 iron rammer. They just give the defenders no chance, do they? And good forwards in front, first to move, and clean hands.
I mentioned he kicked 5 in their last meeting for a third here. He's a beautiful kick of the footy.
Not from that pocket.
No, the dead pocket. It's impossible. It's the reason, Rammer.
There's a breeze there, I'm telling you.
Where does it come from? We're in an indoor stadium.
I don't know. There's a breeze.
It's the aircon just pushes it, the drift. As Johannesson brings it into the bond, kicks inside the centre square, finds Richards. Crows by 21. As Richards has been pretty good again today. Takes off, short kick, finds Kennedy, goes laterally, back to the bond. Same players involved, and he's got it now the front edge of the centre square.
They need to find one here, the Dogs.
Crowded forward 50, Bontempelli looks into the pocket. It's a good lead. It's an even better kick. And Cooper Hines drops into the hole and marks left forward pocket.
Yeah, just thought they had a real lull in their game the last sort of 7 or 8 minutes, the Dogs.
Hines arcs around, goals, and the Dogs stay in the fight. 23 minutes into the second term. Adelaide 9-4-58, the Bulldogs 7-1-43. Adelaide by 15 points, 23 gone in the second. Adam Ramanauskas, loop ball.
He's got a bit about him, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's that sort of that medium type forward who can really mark the ball, get the ball on ground. He's down in on Stingrays, boys, so I watched him a fair bit over the last couple of years. He eventually went up into the midfield last year for the Stingrays, so he can certainly find the ball, but really crafty player, Cooper Hines.
Just their guns again involved, wasn't it? Just recognising the moment. You said it, Rammer. It just looked like they were
just flat,
falling off and flat. Yeah, and it was Richards to Bontempelli. Beautiful kick, beautifully weighted kick from Bontempelli.
Pick 24 last year, Cooper Hines. Riley Thilthorpe did just run off with the trainer as well, so
I think he was just knackered, I think.
Yeah, hopefully that's all it is. As O'Brien takes it out of the ruck and he's tackled quickly by English.
He's worked pretty hard this quarter, Thilthorpe.
Crows by 15. Tapping it down, O'Brien onto it, Liberatore. Has it knocked out of his grasp. Now they scrap at ground level. Liberatore goes again. Somehow gets a kick out. Saligo goes and wins it. Adelaide ball. Chaining handballs. Now Keys off to Dawson. Handball back to Saligo. Saligo flicks on another handball for O'Brien. High free kick downfield. The Crows rumble. They take it out towards the wing. Neil Bullen back feeds it to Jones, the sub. Chips it over the top. Fogarty marks. Too far from home. High half forward. Overshoots the kick. And English in the back pocket wins it back for the Doggies.
Oh. Looks out of corridor. Hands on it from Dawson. Can't complete the mark. And now there's going to be a ball up. Front edge of the centre square for the Crows. Kick into the locket end in his second term. 25 minutes old. Crows by 15. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Through the traffic goes Richards. Tumbles a kick down the wing. Norton keeps it in front of him. Sockers laterally. Curtin in the box seat. Scoops it up for Adelaide. Hand pass to Saligo. Spun in the tackle. Got a hand pass away. Michael Lanny to the back flank by hand. Gives it to Cumming. Kicks laterally and finds Worrell. He's going to go all the way back to Millera. Entertaining game so far. We've seen 16 goals in the contest, 3 lead changes in the opening term, and now the Crows playing in front, or from in front. As Curtin got it from Millera, Hinge got it from Millera, gives it to Curtin, and now across the ground to Millera, and switches on again. Worrell marks, and continues the shift out to the city wing, and Laird's got it, defensive side of that AFL logo. 15 points is Adelaide's lead. Time on second quarter.
Little Laird, 3 times a club champion, chips it on to Michael Lanny, that famous surname in South Australia. Son of the Norwood champ Jim. Kicks a high ball up to the wing. Massive pack forms in front. Bontempelli brings it down and bursts away with it. Kicks the Doggies to half forward. Vandermeer's in space. Norton back leading to goal. Vandermeer kicks it out in front of him. Norton and Millera. Millera halves it.
Wow.
stayed in front of him. Norton had to spoil it out.
Gee, he did well, Miller. Yeah, the head of steam up, didn't he, Norton?
Yep.
And a lot of the time you see him charging away from a defender there, but it's been good today, Miller. We're back into the team.
Throwing forward pocket for the Bulldogs. Crows lead it by 15 points.
They'd put some work into Bontempelli here, the Crows. He's the one, isn't he? Up to 8 possessions for the quarter. He's the one lifting his team.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Dogs. Boundary throw-in. No clean takeaway. Taylor's got it. He's tackled and ball up. First of 3 big games on this Super Saturday of footy, round 18. Geelong GWS to come up in Sydney at the Showground, and then later tonight Fremantle and Hawthorn. All games here on ABC Radio and through ABC Sport. As Norton pushes away from O'Brien, grabs it out of the ruck, hooks a kick goalward, but it's across the face and behind. Of course, every game covered through the ABC Listen app, so you can toggle between fixtures if you want to take your pick tonight between the Hawks and the Dockers, or the Dons and the Tigers.
Worrell with the kick up towards Curtin, who sells some candy after landing like a cat and gathering the footy. Chips it onto Saligo. Looping handball away to Laird. Crows down the dockside wing. Back feeds it Laird to Saligo. Saligo kicks for Walker. Can't take the mark. Ball hits the net. Hinge wants to play on. Umpire will bring it back. Walker's ball. 2 kicks from home. Crows by 14 points. 27 into the second. Sets it up towards the hotspot. Fogarty doesn't mark. Brings it down in front. Caulfield Robes. Bulldogs in their back pocket. Off to Williams, who gives it to Johannesson. Kicks it back to Walker. Right where this all started from. Kicks back inside 50. Up goes Dawson. Not paid the mark. Free kick.
It's been a lot of these, isn't there? Gee. Almost marks, 3/4 marks, a little bit of an arm chop. Did he hold it for long enough? It won't please the Bulldogs.
A mark or a free kick?
Yeah, I'll have to see.
I think Ray Chamberlain's just making his way back upstairs for a pie, so I'm not sure we'll get an update on that free kick, but Jordan Dawson,
Yeah,
he does
arm
have...
chop. Yeah. Not much in it. That's what I mean. There's been a lot of those, isn't there, today? Both ends. I suppose with the aerial power of both teams, there's a lot of those marking contests that could go either way.
Highly skilled Jordan Dawson. Doesn't hit this one sweet. Kicks it towards the top of the goal square. No mark taken. Ball back on the deck. Trying to pick it up. Here's Cook. Now he slaps it out. It's pinched by West. Gives it to Bontempelli. Running out of the D50.
He's had a big second term, the Bont. Kicks into the middle of the ground and right on cue turns it over. Rankin with the intercept. Former Sun, now Crow. Game 100 today. Run out with his young child pre-game through the banner. Shifts it across the ground to Hinge. Half-hour mark. Oh, there's a free kick here. It's off the ball, and West was felled in all of that. For Adelaide, I'm not sure what was worse, giving away the free kick or off the boot of Mitch Hinge. So he's usually a very nice kick of the footy to lefty and kick the flower bag.
The forward floater.
None of that will count. So West, with the free kick for the Dogs, goes out to the back flank for O'Donnell. Pokes his kick down the wing. Sanders competing. Got a little shove from Rankin. Back-to-back free kicks for the Dogs. And they're not happy with the treatment so far.
Some of these free kicks, they're not there.
Short to English. Hand pass away towards O'Donnell. Handball further afield to Sanders. High up and under to half forward. They come from all directions. Ball spills down to Frazier. Hand pass away to Bramble. He kicks it inside 50. Can they get a mark? Not to be on this occasion. Richards trying to trap it on the bounce. Squeeze the kick out. And rolls out of bounds. So we'll have a throw in forward pocket for the Bulldogs. 31 minutes into the second term. The margin 14 Adelaide's way.
Done a good job, the Dogs, haven't they? They can pitch one here just on the half time. They'll go in feeling pretty good about themselves, given Adelaide dominated the first 20 minutes of the quarter.
Norton wins the tap down. Bontempelli bursting through. So too Frazier, Sockers to himself, Sockers on goal.
Goalkeeper.
That was like a controlling touch and then the shot on goal, but they did have a man back, Adelaide Keane. He thought it was international rules. He was playing as the Irish goalkeeper. Crows by 13 points. Nearly 31 minutes into the second.
Here he is taking the kick out. Keane long to the wing. Curtin got a hand on it. Spills through towards Dawson. Adelaide keep possession. Hand pass to Neil Ball and handball down the wing to Curtin. Collects. Bursts through the would-be tackler. Kicks to Cook, who marks it half forward. He drives it deep. Phil Thorpe's one out again and he marks in the pocket.
Hey, that's Laurie Lobb's back was there, so he couldn't actually see where Cook was going to kick the ball. So Thilthorpe wasn't leading there, but he forced Thilthorpe to go there, albeit it's on the boundary. It was the highest percentage kick.
There's a chance he plays on as the siren sounds here.
He hooks across the body and puts it through for his 4.
For the quarter.
It's a 4-goal turn for Riley Thilthorpe. And Adelaide lead it by 19 on the literal stroke of half-time. 32 minutes travelled second term. Adelaide 10-4-64. Western Bulldogs 7-3-45. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Sorry, boys. I had a bad feeling he was going to step out right as the siren sounded there.
Kurt was enormous in that passage of play because he competed at the kick-in. So it looked like English was going to take that mark, but Curtin was able to get his hand in, then follow up the ball and give that short little kick-in to Cook, who I just thought that was brilliant by Braden Cook, where he saw where the space was and lobs backwards to him as the kicker. So he just didn't know where the ball was going, and once Thilthorpe got a little bit of separation there, he was able to take a pretty easy mark.
There shouldn't be any time for too much at this restart. Both rucks miss it. And the Adelaide Crows deservedly lead by 19 points at the main break. So the goal kickers, 4 to Thilthorpe, 2 to Fogarty, singles to Curtin, Dawson, Walker and Cumming, while for the Western Bulldogs, 4 to Norton, 2 to Richards and 1 to Hines. That makes up their 7. So 10-4-64, plays 7-3-45, Crows by 19.
Jordan Butts subbed out of the game. The Crows are saying it's a chest issue. That's all we've heard. So chest issue for Jordan Butts, subbed out of the game at quarter time. Off the SMS, Jordan in Tassie might be helping you out a little here, Bully. Last person to kick a bag for the Bulldogs was Josh Bruce. Kicked 10 against the Kangaroos.
That's what I was thinking.
That was on Good Friday,
That's what I was thinking of.
Long hair and the headband and everything else.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Makes sense. Ruth says, thanks so much for the Listen app. Followed the Collingwood game against the Saints and the Eagles. Followed the Collingwood games playing against the Saints and the Eagles, so the home games for Collingwood, from France and against Carlton in Germany. So that's a good way to take it in, Ruth. Appreciate that. Jinx them by coming home this week, of course, with the Pies going down last night. No name, no pack drill. Umpiring question, why does the umpire even need to throw the ball up? Get one of the players to do it.
It's like the line out in rugby union.
And have the rules about how high and how straight it must be, and if they breach them, it's a free kick against. It's anonymous. We've had some wacky ones today. Adam Kingsley joined us a little earlier. We might play you a bit of that on at half-time on AFL Saturday, and suggested that we could have, to solve our umpire contact issue, maybe something they could look at is like a boundary throw-in, where you sort of lob the ball in from afar so the umpire actually doesn't physically have to be at a stoppage. Barry from Vermont South, a super Saturday of footy and not one game on free-to-air, a disgrace and shame on the AFL, says Barry. It's 18 rounds into the season, we're still talking about the TV deal. Of course it is. Same amount of games on free-to-air that we've always had. I think people look back a little bit with rose-coloured glasses that, once upon a time you could watch any game on free-to-air. It's never been the case, but there's obviously no footy on Saturday in Melbourne this year under first year of the new rights agreement. Nick from South Australia is sitting out with a glass of red listening to a great call. Smoking some brisket.
Delicious.
For the brisket ragu later today.
He's got the glass of red and the
brisket. I love brisket. I had a brisket pizza last night.
Was it
good?
Brisket
pizza. Yeah, with the coleslaw. It's outstanding.
Tony says, hi, ABC AFL team. Terrific call of a good game. Thanks, Tony. Nice to hear from you with a few emojis in there. Middlemass, Cameron, Ball and Ramanauskas, along with Chamberlain, my favourite team. Thanks, folks. Listening to a fantastic game while doing the Saturday chores in Perth from Darnay. Appreciate it off the SMS. All of that coming through. 0437 774 774. It is a great game of footy. Crows by 19. Our premiership pair, Rama and Bally.
Well, just isolating that quarter, Adelaide had 17 inside 50s for 6 goals too. So, but why they were able to kick 6 goals too, their kicking efficiency was 80%. So you look at that as where the average is at the for an AFL team.
Yeah.
It's about 66% most teams go at. So, well over the average, and they got full bang for buck. So that's I then look at the pressure that the Bulldogs are able to apply. So for the half, the Bulldogs are only laid 23 tackles.
Yeah.
So there's just, it's just not, 20 tackles they've only laid the Bulldogs. So that's simply not enough. The other part, if you look at possession, so Adelaide have had 5 more possessions for the half, but have had 300 more metres gained. So it's letting the ball do the work for you rather than these little handballs. I thought the Bulldogs handballing early in the game was okay, but then it's gone off. So Adelaide have been able to apply pressure, force turnover, go the other way and score. But it's not a huge tactical game, really. If you look across the field, Ball, most matchups they're one-on-one. You've got a ruckman maybe dropping back every now and then, but Darcy really wasn't in it that half. He had opportunity, but Butts did a good job in the first quarter, then unfortunately injured. Keane did a really good job in the second quarter. Worrell was able to stand up on a white-hot Aaron Norton, who had kicked 4 probably a minute into that second quarter. So I thought Worrell did a pretty good job after that. There's a lot more upside for the Bulldogs in this second half. Riley West hasn't really been in the game. Matt Kennedy really hasn't been in the game. Sam Darcy's threatened but hasn't done too much. Bailey Williams, Bailey Dale hasn't had
Sanders,
a lot of the ball. Sanders hasn't a lot of ball. So there's a lot of upside for the Dogs. The Crows, on the other hand, they're just got to keep punishing by foot. At the moment, they're recognising the Dogs defenders like to lay off a little bit, and they're hitting those targets. So, if those Dogs defenders or the Bulldogs pressure up the ground, he's not there, they'll continue to punish.
Spoke about the bottom 6, didn't we? All the role players off last night's game and before the game. At the moment, really, it was Bontempelli and Richards that and a little bit of Libba in that quarter that saved the Dogs from being really, really out of touch at half-time, I thought. And you mentioned it then, Rammer, they're just not getting enough across the board, whereas it's been a really good spread from the Crows, not relying on anyone. Dawson's had 13, had his moments that quarter, but they're getting really good contributions across the ground. And you mentioned their kicking. That really stood out that quarter. Not just the execution, but the decision-making too, because that's a part of it, isn't it? Knowing when to go and pull the trigger and then what that leads to from there. And then, I love those key forwards always presenting at the kicker and giving the kicker an option, and that's a big part of it as well. And really, when you look at it, Phil thought 4 goals for the quarter. I mean, Norton had a good quarter early. Nothing out of Sam Darcy at the moment. He's loomed, hasn't he? He's looked dangerous at times. But you get that return from Phil Thorpe at one end and Fogarty, and I thought Walker got going a bit. I was a bit worried about him halfway through that quarter. Thought he might have been the weak link, but finished off the quarter really well and hit the scoreboard. At the other end, it's been Norton or nothing, Norton or bust. So, that's the challenge for Sam Darcy. As I said, I don't think it's a work rate thing or an opportunity thing. He's looked dangerous at times. It just hasn't quite clicked for him yet or stuck for him yet. They need some other players, the Dogs, to get going around. I thought Dale started okay, drifted out of that quarter. They've got things under control, the Crows, across the ground at half-time.
Those kicking efficiency numbers incredible. So as you touched on, Rummer, the average is mid-60s. The best kicking efficiency team all year is the Giants with 68%, and the worst is West Coast with 63%. So it's always in and around that area. So 80% is off the map in a quarter of footy. Yeah. The other thing about Adelaide too, they'll be loving these conditions. To think, lots been made. Top 9 versus bottom 9. How the Crows have gone against. They've got great numbers against lower quality teams. Their numbers don't look as good against the top sides. One thing to keep in mind, they did play the Giants in the pouring rain. They played Brisbane in the pouring rain, and they played Hawthorn in 4 degrees down in Launceston. Yeah. So to get them under the roof tonight, or this afternoon, it feels like a night game. We've been able to see what they're capable of. Crows by 19 at the half. Dogs have a little bit of work to do, but it's lived up to the billing so far. 10-4 plays 7-3. It is the Crows by 19 at half-time. Second half action not far away. We'll bring you a little bit of Adam Kingsley, who joined us on AFL Saturday earlier today. And, of course, a huge Saturday of footy still to come. The Giants and the Cats to follow, and then later tonight it'll be the Dockers and the Hawks. But it's half-time here at Docklands, Adelaide by 19, and we'll check in with the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Police in Western Australia say a German tourist had given up hope of being found alive after 11 days wandering through remote bushland. Garrett Mundy reports.
Carolina Vilga was located on a remote road yesterday in the Karoon Hills Nature Reserve, more than 400 kilometres northeast of Perth. She'd set out on foot after her van became stuck on a rocky outcrop in the reserve and has told police she tried to head west following the sun. Police say the 26-year-old survived on minimal food stores, drinking water from puddles and seeking whatever shelter she could at night. Detective Acting Inspector Jessica Securo said Miss Vilga has told police she expected to die in the bush.
In her mind, she had convinced herself that she was not going to be located. 11 days out there is significant.
Inspector Securo said Miss Vilga is coming to terms with her experience and is likely to remain in hospital for several days.
Traditional custodians are celebrating a United Nations decision to list WA's Murujuga cultural landscape as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The peninsula near Karratha is home to one of the densest single collections of petroglyphs in the world. Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation Director Vincent Adams says he was overjoyed at the news.
The emotions of going through tonight was unbelievable. The ups, the downs, the funny bits. I wouldn't wish that upon any other person, but at the end of it, the feeling was overwhelming.
A preliminary report into a deadly Air India crash last month has found both engines lost thrust moments after takeoff when their fuel switches were moved to the cut-off position, which normally shuts the engines down. Here's our South Asia Bureau Chief, Meghna Bali.
Cockpit recordings captured one pilot asking the other why he did the cut-off, while the other replied, "I didn't." The switches were quickly reset and one engine began to recover, but not fast enough to prevent the crash. The Boeing 787 slammed into a residential area, killing 260 people, including 19 on the ground and leaving just one survivor who was on board. Investigators say no faults have yet been found with the plane or its engines. The probe is continuing, with wreckage, flight data and post-mortem reports still being examined. Meghna Bali, ABC News, New Delhi.
The US President and First Lady have made a visit to Texas to meet with communities devastated by recent flooding. Torrential rain saw the Guadalupe River rise rapidly, killing at least 120 people. Around 160 others remain unaccounted for. US First Lady Melania Trump says meeting with the families of the victims was a heartfelt moment.
We pray with them, we hug, we hold hands. And I met beautiful young ladies. They gave me this special bracelet from the camp in honor of all of the little girls that they lost their lives.
A notorious Ecuadorian drug lord has accepted a court request that he be extradited to the US to face drug and gun charges. Here's the BBC's Tom Bateman.
Known to many by his alias Fito, Adolfo Macias is a feared and powerful figure in Ecuador's criminal underworld, responsible for numerous acts of gruesome violence. Last year he made headlines after breaking out of jail, sparking a huge manhunt that lasted over a year, before finally being recaptured last month. US prosecutors want him to face several charges in a federal court in New York, including for allegedly smuggling drugs and weapons between Ecuador and the US.
Police say number plate thefts have surged in Victoria, with stolen or cloned plates linked to serious crimes, including arson attacks and ram raids. Authorities are urging people to secure their plates with anti-theft screws and to blur them out in photos on social media. Acting Sergeant Sam Romano says the theft of number plates has surged by 50% in 12 months, with around 80 plates stolen every day in Victoria.
Prominent places, your public places like shopping centres or railway station car parks and that, because obviously people park there for long periods of time. Number plate theft is usually at the root of some more serious offending, so we're getting offenders stealing number plates to commit further offences or more serious crimes.
And the UN is warning dust and sandstorms are impacting about 330 million people in over 150 countries and taking an increasing toll on health, economies and the environment. The UN World Meteorological Organization says about 2 billion tonnes of dust are emitted yearly, the equivalent of 300 Great Pyramids of Giza. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
First gig, favourite party tune. Every Aussie song comes with a memory. And on July 26, Triple J and Double J will be counting them down.
Hottest 100 of Australian songs.
Vote for yours now at abc.net.au/Triple J.
Don't miss a minute of the action. Live from Wimbledon. On now.
Take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Free kick for English and the ruck infringement, and he bangs a long drop punt inside the forward 50. Norton flies at it. Darcy taken down in a ruck contest. He's going to pay the mark. And Norton's going to get it. Norton pops it through. He's got 4 already. Liberatore, high up and under out to half-back. At the drop, Michael Annie takes the mark. Lays it off by hand to Dawson. Here's a long kick at the footy. Kicks a foot cannon all the way home. Dawson goals.
50th goal in AFL footy for Richards. You feel like he'll kick a few more. Bontempelli out of the middle, driving ball to full forward. Darcy no mark once more. Ball on the deck, Vandermeer. Handball to Richards. Maybe right now. He snaps it and defies the laws of geometry.
Dawson, Adelaide keep possession. Hand pass to Neil Ball and handball down the wing to Curtin. Collects, bursts through the would-be tackler, kicks to Cook, who marks it half forward. He drives it deep. Gilthorpe's one out again, and he marks in the pocket. He hooks across the body and puts it through for his 4 for the quarter. It's a 4-goal turn for Riley Gilthorpe.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
The Adelaide Crows by 19 points at the half, 10-4, 64 plays, 7-3, 45. The goal kickers, Riley Gilthorpe with 4, 2 to Darcy Fogarty, singles to Curtin, to Dawson, to Walker and to Cumming. Aaron Norton with 4, Richards 2 and Hines with 1. Corbin Middlemass is enjoying a nasty pasty, so I've decided it's time to take over here. I didn't realise you were about to pick up there, Corby. I thought you were still finishing off your lunch. Lots of texts coming through. TC in Adelaide, great call, fellas. Listening to the call in Adelaide with the mate, the Cat, who has just booked his September flights. What do you think, Ray? Sorry, Rama.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, look, I'm a patience man.
Yeah.
So, and you don't want to sort of go, you don't want to jump the gun too early and then feel guilty if it doesn't happen at the end. So, look, what's the drive from Adelaide to Melbourne?
8 hours.
It's not too bad.
Yeah.
So
You can always drive.
You can always drive. But look, they look every bit a finals team. No, a top 4 team, Adelaide, on that first half performance.
AFL Saturday is on 12 noon every Saturday with myself, Luke Ball and Mick Moldhouse. So you can catch that live on ABC Sport. Look out for the AFL button from 12 noon Eastern. Or if you want to catch up post, you can do so through the ABC AFL Daily folder in the podcast store. So ABC AFL Daily, you can get the full episode every Saturday of AFL Saturday. We always have a great cross-section of senior coaches, and today Adam Kingsley, the coach of the Giants, joined us. I asked him about umpire contact. He said, look, maybe the umpire shouldn't be there. I asked him to elaborate a little bit further and said, you know, what are some things we could do to try and avoid some umpire contact? And this is what he had to say.
I mean, the corridor stuff is obviously I think you can do the same job from the boundary line as you can do from the corridor. So that, in general play, which we saw one Thursday night, but I think in all, maybe we need to throw the ball in like a boundary umpire in ball ups perhaps, and the centre bounce stuff is a little bit interesting. Do we need to stand under the ball and throw it above our heads and then back out, or can we sort of lob it in from 2 or 3 metres out? I'm not sure.
We also asked him about Callan Ward, who unfortunately has just undergone surgery to repair a torn ACL. Still hasn't made a decision, though, on next season. I asked Adam Kingsley about what we knew about Cal Ward for 2025.
We haven't sort of spoken about that at all, really. He'll have a match day role today, which will be really good. I'm looking forward to that. He'll be down on the bench supporting our players. Such a calm influence over everyone on the bench, not just our playing group. So he'll have a role down there. But I would imagine in the next few weeks, we'll have a discussion around where that sits and make a decision in due course.
That would be 2026, of course, as well, looking ahead to next year for Cal Ward. But if you want to listen to that in full, you can find it through ABC AFL Daily. Wimbledon coverage, you can find that through the ABC Listen app tonight. So look out for the ABC Sport button from 2200 tonight. So that is 10 o'clock Eastern. You can find coverage of the Wimbledon final through the BBC. Men's doubles final is first up, which involves an Australian in Rinky Hijikata. So Rinky Hijikata in action in the men's doubles. That'll be followed by the ladies' singles final between Iga Swiatek and Amanda Anisimova. Anisimova's on the sort of fairy tale run. She was the 13th seed, so not a complete outsider. And then Iga Swiatek, of course, a 5-time Slam champion, but looking to win Wimbledon for the first time. And then tomorrow night it is the men's final. You can find that as well, same spot through the ABC Listen app on the ABC Sport button. Yannick Sinner, the world number one, up against Carlos Alcaraz. So it is a rematch of the French Open final, 1v2. What a show.
Well, how many major finals are those two going to play in the next 10 years? Terrific, aren't they? Unbelievable to watch, and should be a beauty tonight. Hard to tip a winner.
Yeah. Have you give us one?
I liked Alcaraz before then. Sinner's been battling with a bit of a few injuries as well. He had a nice easy one last night against the Joker, but
well, he was nearly
toss of
gone
the coin, isn't
if it wasn't for who retired. Dimitrov.
Dimitrov, yeah.
So he was I think he was 2 sets down in that match, and then he had to retire. So
both singles finals tonight and tomorrow night through the ABC Listen app, and of course the cricket coverage of the third test from Kingston, Jamaica, a day-night fixture, so a little more friendly for audiences.
What should finish about 10 a.m.
A little later.
Midday.
Yeah, 4:30. 4:30 is the first ball tomorrow morning, so you can find it
fantastic
through the ABC Listen app. Coverage from 4:15 Australian Eastern Time.
Just a dark room. ABC Listen app, nothing else. That's all you need.
Yep. I agree.
Australia and the West Indies last Test match before the Ashes. So let's see.
The boys might need some runs.
Let's see how the Aussie top order goes. But last competitive Test match Australia will play before then. We just saw some shots in the Adelaide rooms. I hope it's not as serious as it looks. But basically the ambulance cart is being wheeled in. So Jordan Butts is off to hospital with a chest issue.
Hope the young fella's okay.
Subbed out at quarter time, but Jordan Butts off to hospital. This game is back underway. Third quarter action, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. It is Adelaide by 19.
Free kick out of the middle, immediately going the way of the Dogs in English. He sets up a high ball inside 50. Norton coming at it. Punched away by Worrell. Loose ball inside 50 here for the Dogs. And they pick it up. There's a free kick though. It'll go to Michaelani. High tackle on him by West. Crows lateral kick away to Laird. Laird in the back pocket. Having his lowest year in terms of disposals and metres gained since 2014. A 3-time club best and fairest as he kicks up to the wing. O'Brien hands on it. Dale Rose for the Dogs. Gets a handball away to English. English under pressure in the muck. Still the umpire lets them rumble. Eventually Keys extracts it and Curtin kicks it out on the full. So a Bulldogs ball right on the centre line. City side of the ground. Crows by 19.
How's your pie, Ben?
Didn't last long.
Yeah. As Dale goes short with the kick to English. Takes the mark on the wing. Well looked after here at Dockland Stadium. 19-point lead for Adelaide. A slow ball movement here from the Dogs. Short to Dale. Logo City wing. Long kick inside 50. Norton leaps at it. Punch further afield by the Bulldogs, and Darcy's fist into the lap of Michaelani, who grabs the ball and he's tackled immediately. Another ball up. Forward 50 stoppage for the Bulldogs. Can they make something happen here? Richards collects, hand pass away to Bont, gets on his preferred left peg, high up and under to full forward, punched away by the Crows into the path of Berry, hand pass to Curtin, short kick finds Keys, who's got it left half back for Adelaide. Very slow start to the second half, 2 minutes in, Adelaide by 19.
A very sedate start, isn't it, as Keys kicks up to a contest on the wing. Philthorpe doesn't mark, Dogs win it at ground level. Richards, a high, shallow inside 50. Up goes O'Brien. Crows win it back with the intercept mark.
Good battle, isn't it? O'Brien and English. You've got to love Big Riley. There's nothing pretty about his work, is there? But just so effective. His hands have been terrific today as well.
Off to Worrell, who chisels the ball up to the wing. Picked off by Johannesson. Dogs go right to the edge of attacking 50. A short kick for the Bont. Mark set a metre inside, so this might be within range. Bontempelli veers out. Goes with a low ball to full forward. No one there but O'Brien. And another intercept mark for the big ruckman with 4 degrees as he kicks to the back pocket for Adelaide.
Gives it to Laird and goes on a run and then kicks down the line, and Philthorpe takes the mark. What a quarter he had, Philthorpe, in that second term with 4 goals. Leading goal scorer on the ground for the Crows. Short kick to Walker. He continues the shift across the ground, finds Jones, marks, sweeps a hand pass over to Cumming. Looks deep inside the forward 50. Out the back of Dawson. Is it going to slide through? No. There's a free. There's a reason Dawson was underneath it. And he got a shove. And Jordan Dawson will have a look. 45-degree angle, 15 out.
It's great ball use again, isn't it? Just shifting the ball off the line. Walker, just always looking to play on. You mentioned it, Rammer, a couple of times. Their ball use, the Crows. It's not necessarily quick, is it? But they just always face the game. Like to keep the ball moving. That time Walker, the kick inside, Cumming, releasing off the back line, and just a panic, wasn't it? Lockie, the smaller Lockie Bramble, pushing the back.
Dawson with a tone setter in the second half. Straight through it goes. He's got a couple. And Adelaide lead it by 25 points. New game high, 11-4 to 7-3. 4 minutes played in the third. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I think it's the most important part of the game at the moment, the ability to take the ball off the line. As soon as you see that option to go, okay, I don't have to kick down the line now to a contest, it's going to allow then our ball movement and encourage run from behind there. So, Walker comes off the line to chase Jones, and then it encourages Isaac Cumming to run, get that handball received, and then going, deep inside their forward 50. So, terrific play by Walker.
Really good form, Bramble. It was pretty poor though. I mean, the ball was going to sail over Jordan Dawson's head as it was, and just put two hands straight in the back, made it pretty easy for the umpire to pay the free kick.
Crooked bounce in the middle. Umpire will call it back. Crows by 25 points. Early stages of the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Up it goes. Both rucks miss it. Bouncing ball. Bontempelli goes and wins it. Handball away to Richards. He runs and carries. Kicks long. Looking for Norton or Darcy. How about Keane? He punches it away. Ensures it's only a minor score. Crows by 24 points. 5 played in this third term.
Playing them on their own at the moment, aren't they? Bontempelli and Richards. Bont's already had the 4 possessions for the quarter.
Hinge runs to the back pocket and then kicks long down the line, and Sanders, a little nudge to Curtin, takes the mark. All of a sudden, after a pretty low-key start to this second half, 24 points, the Dogs really need the next one. Inside the forward 50 they go. Dolan hands it out to Darcy under pressure, coughs it up. Taylor for the Crows, hand pass to Saligo, who crawls to try and get there. Picked off by Darcy, shoots goalward but misses. And behind, it's Adelaide by 23, 6 gone, third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Kathy says, thanks for the AFL broadcast. Currently on a bus tour on the Cape York Peninsula. Go the Dogs.
Well, they've turned it over from the kick in. Norton from the top of the goal square. He misses by a set width of the goals. And it tumbles out. There was a man pressuring him and trying to chase down the kick. But it tumbles out. And that's a life for the Adelaide Crows. Umpire spins it in. Darcy and O'Brien. O'Brien takes it out of the ruck. Gets a handball away. No room to work. Darcy tries to get a kick away. Fraser spills it. And now Curtin takes a bounce running out of defensive 50. He'll kick up to the wing. Rankin's in pursuit. So too Bramble. Right there with him. Jones gets a handball out towards Rankin. Rankin goes again, wins it. Holding free kick. Adelaide away with it. Kicks up to Fogarty. 55 out from the Crows goal.
Fogarty moves it on. Back on to the left peg as he kicks deep. Wants Keys. He's got it. One-on-one with Sanders, and Keys wins the contested marking battle. And now we'll shoot from 15 out, just left of centre.
Well, again, Riley Sanders. Now that's a genuine one-on-one marking contest. First quarter against Isaac Cumming, and now third quarter against Ben Keys. He's a good player, Riley Sanders, but this is where he's going to get challenged. If the Dogs are going to make finals, teams are going to try to expose this.
Keys, who is a goal kicker, and so he's not today. I was about to say sorry he's again today, but not to be. That's a huge let-off. Misses out to the right. 24 points, Crows lead, 8 gone, third term. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
You know, we talk about the highlight reel of Isaac Rankin, but when that ball's chucked in between two pairs on centre wing, I know who put his head down and went the hardest. Unbelievable work rate.
Thanks, Ray. Dogs chipping it around beyond the defensive arc now. Liberatore with the footy. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Crows just look a little too good at the moment. Liberatore switches it out to O'Donnell, who sends it out to the wing for English. Just backward of their centre line. Pokes it short for Bontempelli. He'll always try and lift them. Looks inside 50. Darcy a run and jump at it this time. Holds on to it. 25 metres out. Slight angle to the right.
Well, he got the mismatch. So Mark Keane had to pass him over there. And it was Isaac Cumming in the marking contest with Sam Darcy. So the Bont recognised that. Just put it in front. It didn't. Darcy didn't need to use his length there. It was just a smart kick.
Actually, Ben Keys would be sweating on this kick. What a big turnaround.
He's had a little bit of an almost day. The Bulldogs, red, white and blue chip prospect. Kicks the major to bring them back into it. The Crows lead cut to 3 goals neat. 11-5-71 plays 8-5-53. 9 minutes into the third. Adam Ramanauskas, the Premiership Don. Luke Ball, the Premiership Pie.
Just before we go to Bally, did you come up with that one?
That's mine, yeah.
That's your one. Red, white and blue chip.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I'll give you that one.
Well, I actually got it from... We were speaking about... He's managed by a mutual friend of ours, Tom Couture, and we said he's a blue chip prospect, and I thought, hang on, that's one of their colours, red, white and blue.
Very well done. There you go. What a great insight for our listeners there, for the creative mind of Ben Cameron.
To have it explained.
The brainstorm session.
I'll tell you what, though, and this is, you're right, he had a pretty ordinary first half, Darcy, but this is what he can do. You think back to a couple of weeks ago against the Kangaroos, was it, where no real impact on the game, but ended up coming home strong in the second half and kicking 4 goals 3. So Bontempelli's the one for the Dogs. The Crows need to tighten up a bit on him now.
I think because he's so pragmatic, it's bally zingers that land the best, I think. There's no doubt about it. As Sanders handball out to Dale, who kicks wide. The turnover, though, picked up by the Crows. Saligo, they have a hand pass away. They get a kick going forward, Adelaide. Fogarty's in the pack, socked away by Dale. Still a light ball, centre half forward for the Crows. Taylor paddles it out in front. Hand pass to the Fog. He sidesteps his way around O'Donnell and finishes on the left. And the Crows get the major straight back. Fogarty's got 3. And Adelaide back out by 4 goals neat. 12-5-77 plays 8-5-53. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, Paul, it's always decisions in your back half of the ground. Bailey Dale chooses to a little kick off the ground there. Just not effective. And I think that's Zach Taylor there with the little handball to Fogarty. I think he was okay there. He didn't go too far, but just that little sidestep put O'Donnell off balance and then kicks the goal. But Bailey, take the ball. Take the ball there.
Yep.
Rather than trying to kick it off the ground. You only made 5 metres of territory where you could have potentially taken the ball and then got the tackle and it's a restart.
Yeah, and in the end, his opponent gets a goal assist, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So, you're right, not desperate enough in the back 50.
Restart in the middle of Docklands. Both rucks with hands on it. Spills out to Bontempelli for the Dogs. Loops one to Garcia. Running through the middle. Can he pick a target? Chips it out in front of a leading Kennedy. Through him it goes. Bounces into the pocket. Out after it, Dolan. Coming in, Vandermeer. Now West pinches it. Slices through them from the pocket. Kicks across the face. Davidson. Good mark in the pocket. Just in the field of play. The wingman slide. He slides down to that behind post and he's able to mark in the left forward pocket. This last week through illness, the good doctor. He'll step out here and snap on goal and curl it through. They won't be denied, the Dogs. They're hanging about. 12-5-77 plays 9-5-59. 12 and a half into the third. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, that's Riley West there. At that contest, just the want to win the football. There's pressure everywhere. There's about 6 or 7 players in that contest. So just a little handball there by Dolan to Riley West, but he wouldn't allow himself to be tackled there, West. Good strong mark by Davison there. So that winger slide now, it's every club are doing it where that offside winger, he goes deep inside your team's forward 50 and really makes the other winger have to defend.
Just repeating, Jordan Butts is off to hospital with a chest issue. Subbed out of the game at quarter time. 18-point lead for the Crows. Thilthorpe into the ruck. English outpoints him here and then grabs the footy. Squeezes a kick forward. Dolan collects. Was it in the back? Umpire Williamson says no, and then Peatling tackled heavily. Dolan wins it, or there's a free kick for the tackle on Peatling.
Yeah, Bontempelli again.
I think he's a bit sore, Peatling, here.
He is. And now there's a downfield incident, and Norton's going to get a kick inside the attacking arc. Keane involved in a tangle, and there's still a bit of push and shove, but Norton's going to get a look here. 15 out just left of centre.
It's always Big Keeney, isn't it? The Irishman, he loves a scrap. I didn't see it. Rammer will get a look on the replay.
I've just got my eye on Peatling here.
It was a big tackle from Bontempelli. He might have a little stinger. He does look a bit sore.
It was a fair tackle?
Yeah, no, yeah, from my point of view it was. Bontempelli's really lifting his team here.
Big kick this. Norton comes in. He's got 5. And this game is right on. And then Mallet's back on 2 at full forward for the Bulldogs. And there's plenty of push and shove. Norton has half of the Dogs' goals. 10-5 to 12-5. Adelaide by 2 goals. 15 played third term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
We're just waiting for a replay, Bally. To see why Norton got that free kick. Here's a tackle of Bontempelli. I think that tackle's fine, personally.
Ray Chamberlain?
Certainly legal tackle. His head didn't get anywhere near the ground, so from a dangerous tackle perspective, but it was interesting that his arm got wrenched right back behind his back as he went to the ground. So there's nothing outside the laws of the game that relate to that.
3 of the last 4 goals in the game for the Bulldogs.
He's just got the replay of Mark Keane and
there's a check, wasn't
Norton,
a block off the ball.
Just with when Norton wasn't looking. So
fair enough.
Probably. You do see those paid.
Darcy and Thilthorpe. Darcy winning the tap. Dawson can't trap it at ground level. Allows in Sanders for the Dogs. Handball to Saligo though. Crows back the other way. Handball for Curtin. Hits the deck. That allows in Williams. Curtin goes back and gets it. And now he's bundled out.
They're doing some real damage at stoppage here. The Bulldogs 6-1 in this quarter. 5 centre clearances to 0.
Adelaide by 12 points. Did lead by a game high 25 points twice. Thrown on the wing. Darcy trying to take it out of the ruck. Liberatore going in at ground level as always. Somehow gets a kick away. It goes out to Darcy again. Give to Vandermeer. High kick into the pocket. Norton goes up underneath the footy. Out the back, Michaelani for Adelaide. Handball to Laird. Kick up to the wing. Thilthorpe in space. And he marks between wing and half back.
Thilthorpe dabs the kick down the line, missed his intended target. Walker cleans it up, still in Crow's hands. Hand pass beyond the wing, finds Neil Bullen high half forward, kicks inside the attacking 50, lob spoils, ball hits the deck, Caulfield collects, runs out of room. Boundary throwing, forward pocket for the Crows. You like this one, Rama? Enjoying your usual incisive call, lads? As we finish a road trip home to Melbourne from the Gold Coast. 3 kids, Kelpie puppy, no iPad, 774 on the radio. We're showing them how it was done in the 80s. And all smiles so far.
I want to know how many times the car's been stopped and the kids have been kicked out.
Keep those smiles.
Darcy winning the tap in the back pocket for the Dogs. Saligo snap goes straight up and down. Now Curtin bundled off it by Vandermeer. Ball jars out, half forward for the Crows. Dawson away to Laird, snaps it into the pocket. Thilthorpe hands to it, ball hits the deck. They go again. Cook spinning out it and getting a handball out. Darcy pinches it. Williams back pocket. He'll clear with the kick up to the wing, looking for a mark there. Norton goes to ground. Free kick. Will go to Keane on this occasion. So Adelaide in possession. Michaelani cruising by. Kicks to full forward. Thilthorpe! Too big, too strong he marks.
Well, he's dragged Darcy forward because it's his direct opponent. They're in the ruck together.
So Norton's kicked 5 at one end.
Just a show of strength there by Thilthorpe.
A bit of a flex from him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, I hear all the talk about who's the best young key forward in the comp. Not so fast. What a performance.
He was drafted as a skinny kid. And look at him now. Directly in front, 15 out. Adelaide's boy has become their man, and he's got 5 to extend that lead back out to 18 points. 13-5-83, plays 10-5-65. 18 minutes into this third term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's a good mark, Paulie. There, Darcy was his direct opponent. It's a pure show of strength there by Thilthorpe.
Isn't it?
Yeah, so great kick by Mike Lanning. Now, it's Fogarty there with Rory Lobb, so those two are wrestling. 5 goals, huge return for Thilthorpe.
So he's gone goalless, 5 against Richmond, goalless, 5 against the Dogs.
Goalless next week.
So look out the week after that.
Thanks for letting me know the pattern, Ben.
More big brain ideas from Ben Cameron. 18 points is the lead for Adelaide. Back in the middle, Dawson trying to trap it and got a hand pass out towards O'Brien. Hurried kick up into the front half, low down. Eventually picked up by Williams. Dogs with it. Handball to Johannisen. Handball to Bramble. Defensive side of the wing. Kicks down to high half forward, and Michael Annie holds out west. Takes the intercept mark for the Crows.
He's a good player, Michael Annie, isn't he? So good one-on-one. I don't think he's been beaten, has he, in a one-on-one contest this year?
Short to Dawson, who goes back and across, trying to link up with Keane. He's getting a free for the front-on contact. Against Norton, what did you reckon, Ray?
Clear free kick. There's no love lost between this pair.
No. Close watch. Keane and Norton. Norton's got 5. A short kick to Dawson. And the Adelaide skipper goes long and direct out towards the city wing, and Taylor takes the mark. Zach Taylor. Short kick further afield. Finds Rankin. Boundary line, city wing.
Just roll. Just keep rolling and going here, the Crows.
Chips it short to Walker, who likes to look from range. Unloads to the goal line, getting back there. Lob hooks it through.
Just catching the Dogs flat-footed there. Just prepared to play on and roll the Crows.
Crowies by 19 points. Time on, third term.
Johannisen short to Caulfield. Walker steps over the mark, and the ump says, "Come with me."
It was an easy one.
The first one we've had today. Yep, we've got a 50. Caulfield. Hand pass away to Johannisen. Still defensive side of halfway. Went short. Plenty of hang time in the kick for Libba. Spoiled away by Berry. Big collision. Lobb going to pick up the footy, and Cook in the other direction. They bang bodies. Ump says play on. Fair collision.
They both look okay.
I think they banged heads too, didn't they?
Johannisen tackled on the wing, but both wanted the footy, and in the end Lobb got it. Not before their heavy contact with Braden Cook.
They've already used their sub.
Goodness me.
That was forward to forward.
Cook looked like he was being held up by the trainer for a moment there.
He's being helped off, but you would be staggered to think that he'll play any further part in the game. Hopefully he's okay. He looks okay.
A little nip under the right eye as well. First game since round 20 last year for Braden Cook. Played 15 games last year.
Well, you'd feel like at least a trainer needs to get out the Rory Lobb too, don't they?
Yeah.
Surely. And he's clearly come off second best, young Cook, but it was a big collision. Rory Lobb looks to be okay, but no attention at all. Already used their sub to the Crows, so going to be playing with one down here for the rest of the game.
Clash of heads and the clash of bodies and all of that as well. A 19-point lead for Adelaide. 22 gone in the third term. Butts is off to hospital with a chest issue. And now Braden Cook off for the head injury assessment, but he looks dazed.
And just on that, the Ray Chamberlain.
I'd be really interested, Ball, in your take on how those two players approach to contest that football.
Good.
What did Nathan Burke used to say? Don't put your head where you can put your butt.
English wins the tap down. Ball tumbling end over end out of play. Poulter's warming up, and all of the Bulldog stocks had gone to the monitor to assess some of the replays. So we may well see some movement on Rory Lobb.
He looks fine. But he probably should be assessed as well.
Thrown on the wing. Adelaide by 19 points. O'Brien, fresh airy with the attempted tap. Comes down for Garcia and the Dogs. Out to the baby Bond. Fraser, he kicks out of bounds on the full.
They call him the right-footed Bond. There's a reason for that. That was off Bond's preferred foot.
Looks like the Dogs have made their sub already, so I want to hope that Rory Lobb's okay. Looks like Cooper Hines has got the training top on.
Yeah.
Good observation, Bally. Berry with the footy for Adelaide. Kicks down to half forward. Dawson in from the side. She does that so well. Couldn't complete the mark. Bott had it. Tackled by the ruckman O'Brien. Ball spills back to Dawson. Shoots goal with it. Misses.
I don't think we got an answer on.
Yeah, no, I was just waiting to see another look at it. My sense was that, that's the beauty of the oval ball, that at the last minute,
neither of them turned.
The bounce of the ball might have straightened, had them turn and face each other, but yeah, it looked like one of those instances where you just need to turn your body at the last minute for contact.
Gee, it's so hard to get that right though, isn't it? So
yeah, it can be. That's what I mean. Bouncing ball.
Yeah, but that's repetition at junior level, Corb.
Yeah, but
simple as that.
If you brace in the modern game and the other guy doesn't, then the MRO says, mate, you tried to bump and you're culpable for the damage.
Not when the ball's right in between them.
And Bramble on the wing, kicks long inside 50. Darcy had hands on it, no mark. Ball spills down to Dolan. Dolan the tumbler from the right forward pocket. And the youngest man on the ground with an important goal for the Bulldogs. Josh Dolan. Gee, they needed that. And it comes from the dead pocket along the ground. Bulldogs back within 14 points. Adelaide 13-7. They lead the Dogs 11-5. 24 gone in the third.
Well, that's the only way you'll kick it from that pocket. You just need some luck. Dolan there stayed down in a pack of 8 and just kept bouncing and bouncing and bouncing. Peatling couldn't get there in the end. So Dolan...
They reckon it's hit the post here, the Crows.
Do they? A little snicko, I think.
No sense of occasion.
Big line.
Ray Chamberlain.
The Crows players were all over it. They immediately remonstrated with the umpire, Hayden Meyer, who said, don't worry, they will review it. So they weren't surprised, the Crows.
You know what that means? The dead pocket strikes again.
Yes.
The breeze must have just pushed it into the post.
It does.
The draft in that particular pocket here in the enclosed Dockland Stadium.
If I'm a player, I go nowhere near that pocket.
We are ignoring the fact that Taylor Walker hooked one through from...
Don't worry about that.
That pocket at the Lockett end earlier today.
No.
Worrell with the kick in. Sends the Crows up towards the wing. Free kick going to Thilthorpe. Little panic from James O'Donnell. Crows by 19 points. Thilthorpe kicks wide to Chase Jones. The beefier Chase Jones. His kick overcooked with that new strength. And a little too high.
In the SANFL, he's been playing as a mid. So now to come on as sub and play as a winger, with that extra weight.
He looks thicker in the legs and everything, doesn't he?
Boundary throw in. Ball spills out the back to Davidson. The Dock. High up and under for the Bulldogs to centre half forward, and Miller it does.
Been a good addition back into the team.
Takes the high ball and swings the kick for Adelaide to the wing. Saligo tries to fend off. Says to Liver, get off me. Pushes him away. Hand pass goes back to Michael Annie. Kicks down the boundary line. Finds Walker straight onto his chest. Leading lob to the footy, and Walker picks himself up. And he's the oldest man on the ground at 35. Taylor Walker down to half forward. Thilthorpe flies for it. No mark. Spills through to Jones as he clipped high. Yes. A loose tackle from Davidson. Chase Jones in for his first game of the season. Last time we saw him at this level was the final round last year, round 24 against the Swans. He looks in the Thilthorpe direction. It's a good idea today. He's got 5 already. No mark here, though. Peatling, hand pass out to Rankin. He gives it to Keys. Can't quite get his kick away. And Lobb picks it off for the Dogs. Gives it to Richards. Hurried kick to half-back. Crows will win it again. Dawson, half forward.
He turns, chips it inside 50. Nearly finds a marker in Bullen. Spills out the Keys. This time, swivels, shoots, goals.
What was it? Touch. Yeah.
Lobb right there on the line. And Lobb's poker face, not great, because
he straight away he said touch, so
soft call up behind.
You can see the fingers bending back from Rory Lobb. Crows will lead by 20.
I love it when the nose they're exactly right.
Yep.
They really zoom in just to show everybody. When they're not sure, it's real long angle. Real.
Dogs haven't been within 2 goals all quarter after Adelaide led by 19 at 3/4 time. Richards marks the kick out, goes wide to Williams at half back. Long kick down the line. Keane knocks it away from Darcy, but still the Dogs keep it. Dale sweeping Polyfarmer, hand pass into the middle of the ground. It'll be Liberatore who eventually collects. Kicks out wide to half forward. Here's Kennedy. 70 from home.
Too slow.
Gabs the kick short, and that leading channel, and Poulter. And the big flying mullet takes the mark at left half forward.
Fresh legs. He might wind up and give it a shot here. Nope.
He's just going to lay it up, looking for English. The big man can't quite mark, and O'Brien does well to whack it away from him.
Yeah, terrific. O'Brien's been really good.
Yep.
Who's winning it?
Oh, I reckon it's even at the moment.
Even, which I think if you're a Crow supporter, you would have taken that before the game.
You guys would be scoring a lot of 9-9 rounds or 10-10 rounds in boxing.
We on tomorrow, Corbs?
Yes.
O'Brien taps it down to Peatling, who dribbles his kick away to Worrell. Looping handball. Michaelani has it pinched by Bailey Dale. Dogs on the half-forward flank. Out to Williams, to Richards. Runs into a cul-de-sac. Coughs up a handball, though Davidson goes back in and wins it. Still on the attacking arc, the Dogs. Nowhere to go. Lots of players around the footy. Liberatore holds it in. Wants a free kick and he'll get it. So the mark 51 metres out, and Lever always fighting and scrapping. In game 251. He'll go short, poke it over the top to Crows. Punched away. Could have easily been marked by Hinge. Punches it instead. Got two hands to it and went elected to go with a double fist.
It's very unlike this Crows back line. They love backing themselves in the air. Just
for those that don't know what I was talking about before, Tim Zoo is fighting tomorrow.
Tomorrow week.
Tomorrow week? I thought it was tomorrow.
Sunday.
Oh, sorry.
Next Sunday.
We're not on for tomorrow.
Not on for tomorrow then. That was all planned for tomorrow afternoon.
I've got a busy day tomorrow, but I'm not watching that. So tomorrow week.
When Corbin sounded surprised,
really
I thought he didn't know the fight was on.
I'll back Corbs all the time with that stuff.
English wins the hit out. Here's Liberatore. Hand pass away to Davidson, 60 metres out. High bomb towards full forward. Miller flies for it. No mark, spells down. Sanders threw the boot at it. Sockered the volley, but hit it out on the full. No change to the score. Still Adelaide by 20 points. 30 minutes gone in this third term. So 20 points. They've actually extended their advantage, Adelaide, in this quarter, despite this bumper crowd trying to will the Dogs back into it, the home team.
Worrell sends it really long up towards the wing off the hands of the pack. Trickles out. 60 around from the attacking goal for the Dogs.
They're also two down as well, so Mutt's off to hospital to have a chest issue looked at. And Braden Cook, who had a big collision, a clash of heads and a clash of bodies with Rory Lobb, and he's off for the head injury assessment, and the way he got up, we're not expecting him to return.
O'Brien tapping it down straight to Peatling, who gives it to Berry, zooms around a couple, and he kicks around the wing. Williams comes in from the side, spoils it away from Thilthorpe, follows up at ground level, kick infield. Is just good enough for Hinge.
That's what you love about Thilthorpe. Never outmarked. Always competes. Beat two there.
Adelaide on the wing. Hinge with that long left leg. Kicks to full forward. Up they go. Out the back it goes. Curtin runs towards the goal line. He soccers it through. Wrong side of the post. Minor score for the Crows. They lead by 21. 82 seconds away from three-quarter time. It's going to be a task for the Dogs.
Caulfield marks the kick out, goes long down the wing. Cumming flies for it, no mark. Ball hits the deck. Cumming grabs it, tackled. Throw a blanket over around 8 of them. In the end, somehow West got it out. Hand pass to Vandermeer. He was tackled and now becomes tackler on Jones. But
well, he took on Saligo. Saligo had part of his arm and the ball drops, so that's holding the ball. That's a prior opportunity in my opinion.
English wins the hit out. Chase Jones, hand pass away to Hinge. High half forward, kicks it deep to the top of the goal square. Rankin wrestling for it. Is he getting a free? Yes. He was held in all of that. He threw his arms out, Rankin, and the umpire bought what he sold. He'll have a look here. It's 15 out straight in front.
Well, it's just this questionable Bulldogs defence. You asked the question before the game, Rammer. It's hard to say that they've answered in the affirmative today. Just again this quarter. Just a bit panicky, aren't they? The ball's coming in long and deep. Who was it this time? Caulfield. Yeah, just a tug of the jumper. He had him under the footy, Rankin. And again, just a panic. Just enough, wasn't it? Just to give the free kick away.
So Isaac Rankin, in his milestone game, he moves in. He's got a goal at his 100th. And Adelaide have a game-high lead. It's out to 27 points the Crows' way. 33-minute mark of the third term. 14-9 to 10-6. And the Dogs with it all to do on the stroke of three-quarter time.
It's just that little one, isn't it? Like, you know, he's not going to mark that ball, Rankin.
Yeah.
But it's more the sort of the danger of him around that you feel like, you know, because Rankin really had him. Caulfield really had him cold in that marking contest.
It's almost an impulse muscle memory thing. It is. Someone goes to run away from you and you think, I'll just grab him. But you're right, he didn't need to do it.
It's just so dangerous. You know, he could play, you know, later in his career, Isaac Rankin, a role that Jamie Elliott's playing at the moment for Collingwood.
Restart in the middle. O'Brien down for Dawson, coming in off the wing. Curtin gets it out towards Saligo, rushes a kick, Caulfield marks. Dogs ball, 45 out from their defensive goal. Caulfield kicking out to Vandermeer on the wing. Good kick. Vandermeer marks it and goes from the logo. Inside 50, looking for Darcy. Hands up, juggling it, siren sounds. And that will be three-quarter time as a little spot fire.
Keensy, big Keeny. Just keep an eye on him.
The Irishman is always eager.
A few smart teammates just running in and diffusing any sort of situation. Good quarter, Crows.
Not Nigel, just some smart teammates getting involved. 14-9-93 plays 10-6-66. Crows lead by 27 points at the final change. The goal kickers, Thilthorpe with 5. 3 to Fogarty, 2 to Dawson, singles to Curtin, Walker, Rankin in his 100th game and coming, 5 for Norton, 2 to Richards, then singles Hines, Darcy and Davidson.
Along with, that's it. That's the goal kickers. Ben's all over it. There's no doubt about that. 27 points is Adelaide's lead at three-quarter time. They've extended their lead at every change, so 7 points at quarter time, 19 at the half, and now 27 points at three-quarter time. Off the SMS to the boys at Dockland, centre bounce. Use the Skycam that goes across the wires and just drop it. Go the Bombers. Had lots of weird and wacky suggestions today. Loving the call from Esperance in WA. Thanks from Anthony Elizabeth from Lachlan. Thanks, guys. Nice to hear from you. That's Colton Tolstrup country, isn't it down there?
It is.
Esperance. He's obviously
Subiaco zone.
Playing at the G tomorrow. Russ, listening to the call between... Oh, I'm not even sure I can pronounce those. Two teams in New South Wales. Go the Doggies.
Pilger and Burren Junction.
Yep, I'll stand corrected if either of those are wrong, but
Pilliga.
I'll back you on. Pilliga?
Yeah, Pilliga. I think it's Pilliga, isn't it?
Yep, Pilliga and Burren Junction. Yep, that's what we're rolling with. All the best with that, Russ. Bawley is right. If Thilthorpe played for a Victorian team, he'd be spoken about higher than Darcy. Barry in Port Adelaide. We're native sandgropers. We love this sort of commentary that it's always if they played in Melbourne, we'll watch them differently and everything else. There's lots of that goes on, particularly in WA and SA. I understand that. And from Beansy in Broadford in Victoria is one of our most loyal listeners. Hey, Corb, what's happening with the cricket tonight? I'm on night shift. Well, it'll only be at the back end of your shift, unfortunately, Beansy. It's a day-night test in Jamaica, which means the first ball is at 4:30 a.m. Eastern. So 4:30 a.m. Eastern, middle of the night in Perth or on the West Coast, so 2:30 over there, but 4:30 tomorrow morning. Day one, first test from Jamaica, Australia and the West Indies. Crows by 27 here at three-quarter time. We'll see what's happening at the next game in just a moment. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Where else will you find free fun and games? Teens being boss, hard quiz, boiled by kids, and of course...
Do not watch this show!
Find them all where it's always free, always fun for the family. ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Dale, still a light ball, centre half forward for the Crows. Taylor paddles it out in front, hand pass to the Fog. He sidesteps his way around O'Donnell and finishes on the left. And the Crows get the major straight back.
Kennedy, through him it goes, bounces into the pocket, out after it Dolan, coming in Vandermeer. Now West pinches it, slices through them from the pocket, kicks across the face. Davidson, good mark in the pocket. He'll step out here and snap on goal and curl it through. Free kick will go to Keane on this occasion. So Adelaide in possession. Michaelani cruising by, kicks to full forward. Thilthorpe! Too big, too strong he marks. Directly in front, 15 out. Adelaide's boy has become their man, and he's got 5.
Chase Jones, hand pass away to Hinge. High half forward, kicks it deep to the top of the goal square. Rankin wrestling for it. Is he getting a free? Yes. So Isaac Rankin in his milestone game, he moves in. He's got a goal and he's 100th.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport, the biggest Saturday of the season so far. We've got 3 matchups, all involving teams in finals contention. Adelaide by 27 points at three-quarter time here. Up next, we're off to Sydney for GWS and Geelong. Brett Spriggs heading up the call. Spriggy.
G'day, Corbin. The Giants have seemed to have had Geelong's measure with those past 3 wins, albeit not by much, an average margin of 5 points. All those recent games were in Geelong. This is actually the first time they'll meet in Sydney since round 1 2020. That was the first week of COVID-era football with no crowds and all of that. The last time they actually played here in front of a crowd was 2017. That was a draw. Jeremy Cameron was a Giant then. He's playing 100 games tonight as a Cat. His former teammate Lockie Whitfield plays his 250th game and is just the 3rd player at his club to reach that milestone. So he comes back in for them, as does Jesse Hogan. Bradley Smith is back for the Cats. Obviously the stakes are pretty high for 8th versus 4th. The respective subs are Harvey Thomas and Ollie Henry, and remarkably no late changes for Chris Scott's men. I'll be joined here by Ryan O'Keefe, Joel Patfull, Daniel Garb and Declan Byrne. Will it be, Corbin, the big sound or the big meow? Maybe we can workshop that as we get closer here. Giants v Cats coming up.
Thanks, Spriggy. Brett Spriggs. It's been a long wait for all the hardcore Geelong fans in Sydney's West, but they get to play their first time in front of a crowd since 2017.
Surely you thought about that, Spriggy.
We've heard it all today. There's no doubt about it. Brett Spriggs all over it. That's the next stop on ABC Sport, the GWS Giants and Geelong. Quick thoughts before the final term gets underway. Crows by 27.
Well, I've got to smash them in the middle, don't they? Go throw a bit of caution to the wind with their ball use here, the Dogs. And where are the goals going to come from? Darcy under control at the moment. Norton, we know, has had a good day. Can they find something here, the Dogs, here in this last quarter?
What a day of footy. And so far, Adelaide have made it a pretty picture for them here at Docklands. They lead by 27 points, one every quarter. English palms it down. Richards tried to get a kick away. Second go, handball, and then follows that up. Finally kicks it out of the middle. Out to half forward. Cummings got it. Tackled by Vandermeer. Ball up.
Yeah, I'd be getting Richards or Bond to half forward to start this last quarter for the Dogs, just to give it a bit of a different look. Dogs have got plenty of midfielders that they can push through that middle of the ground. They need goals.
O'Brien wins the hit out. Bond sharks it. Hand pass Mr. Libber back inside. Saligo pushes a pass the would-be Liberatore tackle. Kicks out to the wing. Collected by Dawson on the half volley. Hand pass to Keys. Goes back by hand to Jones. He's locked up. Bond's got him. Great tackle. And for everything this man does, he's become a tackling machine in 2025.
Doesn't miss many, does he?
Oh, as if he couldn't get any greater. Continues to amaze us. And O'Brien stands in front of Darcy and says, I'm having that. And the man in front rips it down. O'Brien with the intercept mark, centre half back. Crows by 27.
And he's done it all day, O'Brien.
Yeah.
He's dropped back in that hole.
Second thoughts around. I think we give the points to, although he's kicked it straight to English. All right, Tim, sorry.
Takes it
all square. It's been a great battle.
English comes infield for Lobb. The Dogs will look to complete the switch to O'Donnell. Pokes a kick out wide for Johannesson. Davidson offers very wide.
O'Brien's just going to plonk himself right in front of Sam Darcy. That's a good kick.
Johannesson just pokes it over to Liberatore. Runs to 50 to kick-start the final quarter. It's out. It's offline and maybe marked in the pocket. It was. Sanders, he was in row A and he's taken the mark. It was very close to being out of bounds on the full.
Three Crows players screaming at the umpire. Don't worry about that, boys. What about one of you just go and contest the footy?
He'll run out and hook it through. Fourth quarter enter Sandman. Lead back to 21 points, 14-9-93. 11-6-72. Riley Sanders goals. Maybe with a little bit of luck, and the Dogs are still alive. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, our premiership pair.
You want to comment on that before I talk about the play? He's had a good day. As we have a bit of a look, I mean, the umpire's right there.
Yeah. So the boundary umpire's right there. So
play to the whistle.
No, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. It's hard to say that ball's definitively over the line. So it's 3 Crows players, including a ruckman and Markeen, just standing around like teapots, not doing anything. And Sanders was good enough to sneak the opportunity. Bit of loose checking too on Liberatore to bob up by himself, 55 metres out from goal. So the all-important first goal goes to the Dogs. Can they string 2 in a row? The Crows have had the answers today, but the Dogs, can they get 2 in a row?
Something they've only done 3 times today, the Dogs, consecutive goals, and they haven't kicked a run of 3 at any stage. As Liberatore, hand pass away to Garcia. Handball looking for Bond. Garcia goes and cleans it up, wins it, gives it to Sanders. Now some numbers for the Dogs. Handball to Libba, kicks inside 50. Davidson hitting up, had it, lost it. Saligo hands it away to Neil Bullen. Short kick, middle of the ground for the Crows, but straight to Dale. Gives it a whack, deep forward 50 entry. Is there a whistle? No. Umpire says keep rolling. Sanders, handball away to the Bond. He gives it to Darcy. Shoots goalward, but misses.
Oh, they got away with one there. I thought Isaac Cumming got a serious shove in the back of that marking contest. They've dialed it up, haven't they? You can just see forward half pressure the Dogs, repeat entries. Are they good enough to capitalise?
20-point game, 4 minutes into the final term, so 20 points the margin. The Crows have led all day and won every quarter.
Hinge with a long high kick in. Thilthorpe one-handed, knocks it down in front. Curtin flicks a handball for Saligo. He'll kick around the boundary line. Running on. Cook trying to trap it. Or Taylor rather, I mean. Cook, of course, with the head clash earlier on in the game. The kick goes back infield here for the Dogs. Johannesson's wrapped up. And a ball up coming up on the logo.
O'Brien tosses it in the air in front of a bumper crowd at Docklands as O'Brien palms it down to Berry, who's tackled by Libba.
Bontempelli still now, he gets closed down now, but I was going to say standing by himself at the stoppage.
O'Brien whacks it into open space. Dale can't quite collect. He's bowled over. Taylor goes and wins it for the Dogs. Caught. Liberatore tackle holding the ball.
Had to give the first give, didn't he, Zach Taylor? Had Jake Saligo streaming past. That's just Libba at his best.
That's 50. He's asked him to give the ball.
Doesn't have to, does he, Chambo?
He doesn't have to. If he had the ball in his possession, he does. But if it's lying on the ground, he can go and get it himself.
Liberatore down to half forward. Darcy looking for a run at it as his path blocked by Keane, and Worrell collects as he's tackled to ground by Garcia.
Garcia's the one, isn't he? He's gone on the ball in this second half and just tried to inject a bit of speed and life into there.
Umpire puts it aloft, slapping it down O'Brien. Curtin in a phone box, squeezes the kick away. Bailey Williams drops it. Had a lot of it. Now he's under pressure. Rankin's there with him. Away to lob. Books a kick around the wing. Marking contest. Curtin goes up. Bontempelli knocks it out. English drags it back in. Maybe. No, umpire wants it. Umpire Martin Roger charges in. Flicks it into the air. Both rucks touch it. Sanders spinning in a tackle. Never really had possession. Ball jars out. Led rushes a kick. Rankin in best position. He drops the mark. Ball live on the logo. Fogarty goes in. Tackled high by O'Donnell.
Been good, Fogarty.
Kicks an absolute flower bag straight into Dale, who was about 7 metres in front of him. Ball ricochets to Johannessson. Kicks down the wing and O'Brien marks. Back in Adelaide's hands. Handball to Keane. He goes across the half-back line to Worrell. Centre half-back. Short kick. Got to his intended target. Hinge on the hop. Hand pass away to Berry, back to Hinge. Just squirts a kick out, wide to Curtin. Marks it high, half forward. Adelaide going inside 50 again. Hands it to Dawson. Runs, carries, kicks to Thilthorpe, who rips it down. Thilthorpe's got it. 25 out, just left of centre.
Just strong hands. A smart kick by Jordan Dawson. But just the ability to roll the ball on from half back. The Crows don't allow the Dogs defenders to set. That allows then Dawson to find that pocket of space to kick to for Thilthorpe.
Size, isn't it? Yeah. We're used to seeing Rory Lobb use his size to be able to get to that and spoil, but that time, just so big.
For a career high, Riley Thilthorpe has got half a dozen. There is a monster loose at Docklands Stadium, and Riley Thilthorpe has had himself a day. 15-9-99, the Bulldogs 11-7-73. Crows by 26, 8 gone in the last. Philthorpe with 6.
It's a great lead. Well, it's a terrific kick by Dawson, no doubt, but it's a smart lead by Philthorpe. So we're just watching the replay here. They Lob just got to have a bit more contact there. A bit more physical contact to not allow then Philthorpe to get the first couple of steps on that lead. It's really lights out when he's jumping at the ball at the moment today, Philthorpe. His hands have been terrific.
That's Rob. Lob used to having the size advantage, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So he can give it that bit of space, and he usually he's able to get there and use his superior reach, but not today, not against big Philthorpe. What a performance.
Back in the middle. Neither ruck decisive, and Peatling swoops onto the footy. Left foot kick. Out towards half forward here for Adelaide. Johannesson gets there first for the Dogs. Handball for Bailey Dale. Low down. Oh, diving back over the top of it. Won by the Crows. The kick goes inside, attacking 50. Curtin gets it on towards Neil Bullen. Philthorpe again. Handball out to Berry. Berry's tackled by Richards. Loses it in the tackle, holding the ball. Not giving up yet, the Dogs. They trail by 26. 8.5 into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
An imposing record here at Docklands, having lost just one of their last 13, the Bulldogs. So says a bit about Adelaide today and says a little bit about the Bulldogs as English marks, kicks down the wing to the Bont, runs, carries, handball to Davidson. He's caught by Jones. And Chase Jones with a rundown tackle.
Well, that's a bloke who wants a game next week. Yep. Coming in as the sub, Chase Jones. First game for the year, haven't seen him. That's great desperation. That'll be on the tape on Monday.
Short to Keys and short to Rankin. Against the boundary line. Now kicks down to half forward for Adelaide. Over the head of the Ruckman O'Brien. Philthorpe comes to lend a hand. Hand pass to Keys. Sweeping hand pass into the pocket for Neil Bullen. Hands it over his shoulder to O'Brien. He lost his footing and Keys backs out with possession. Boundary throw-in. Forward pocket for Adelaide. It is the dead pocket. They're coming home to the Lockett end, the northern end of the stadium. It's a 26-point lead for the Crows. 10 gone, final term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Up next, GWS in Geelong. You'll hear it all here on ABC Sport.
O'Brien goes to ground and he'll get a free kick. Or English will get a free kick, rather. O'Brien lost control of his limbs there, the big man. English chipping it short to Johannesson, who chips it short to Fraser. Moves it on with a handball away to the run of O'Donnell. Off half-back, run down. Neil Bullen's got him holding the ball. Loping away a little too slowly, O'Donnell.
I don't know what he's expecting there, O'Donnell.
Neil Bullen sends it inside 50 for Rankin. Rankin doesn't mark. Lob goes and cleans it up. Back flank here for the Dogs. Poulter worried out of it. Curtin gathers inside 50 to Taylor. On to Walker. Walker snaps and goes. He's got a couple. And Adelaide lead by 32. 16-9-105 plays 11-7-73. A new game-high lead. And that's right, it was Taylor Walker, but it was Zach Taylor to Taylor Walker as well. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Wow, there's Dan Curtin involved there in 3 or 4 efforts, but just so slow, the Bulldogs, in this quarter. Just tackle after tackle by the Crows. Their pressure has been terrific. But I love the effort of Dan Curtin. It was put pressure on the boundary, then come back inside, put more pressure on. The ball spills out, then he's able to get a little handball ahead. So, terrific play.
All started from the rundown tackle, wasn't it, from Neil Bullen, who hasn't had a big night numbers-wise, but that's the beauty of this Crows team at the moment, and that's the difference between these two teams. The contribution spread across the field. Okay, they've had some star performances, the Crows from Philthorpe and probably Dawson, but just contributions all over the park, and we haven't been able to say that from the Bulldogs.
Braden Cook, by the way, officially ruled out of the game with concussion, so failing that concussion test, Braden Cook out. And earlier, Jordan Butts hospitalised with a chest issue. Ray Chamberlain.
You mentioned Braden Cook and the concussion. He has joined his teammates on the interchange. He's got a nice shiner, but he does appear to be okay.
It's good news from the restart. Saligo tackled immediately and caught holding the ball. bit of fight through the tackles to the umpire, so Bontempelli rewarded. Jumps up with the Sharon, drives a kick deep forward. Ball spills out the back of the pack, but there's a shove. It is a Adelaide kick. And Worrell is going to get it.
Done the job, hasn't he, Worrell? Okay, the ball use hasn't been good at times, but shifting across to the red-hot Aaron Norton after quarter time in the absence of Jordan Butt. And again, that's the strength of this Crows team. It's so versatile. Got so many options.
Oh, and Curtin takes a nice mark.
He's a star, this kid.
Parries it up into the air and then takes the mark, but it was out of play. As he grabbed it for a second time, I'm not sure about that, but boundary umpire says it was, and Nathan Williamson, like a school teacher, shoos away Dan Curtin, says, get out of here, we're having a conference. They're having a chat and we'll get a mark.
Play the mark.
The crowd's generally pretty understanding when that happens, when the umpire takes the mark.
Ray Chamberlain?
Yeah, it's happened about 10 metres to my right, and I must say the crowd have been fantastic with their support of the officials in their conference there. It was beautiful.
No home games for the umpires, Ray, as we always say. Curtin kicking around the wing, and O'Brien, the big man. They don't get any smaller, he marks. Off the Dawson, half forward the Crows. Now Walker, centering kick, looking for a marker, getting back Bontempelli. Drops the mark, drops it cold. Oh, he's paid it. Rankin was about to waltz into an open goal. Been a one-man band, the Bont. Crows by 32, 14 into the fourth.
Kicks to half-back for Bramble. Runs a little bit of an arc. Hand pass away to Caulfield. Kicks down the wing. On the hop, reaches Michael Annie. Shoved out of bounds by Kennedy. I know the television broadcaster, Fox, have been showing sort of replays of what they assume may have been the incident involving Jordan Butts, where he was trying to get some separation from Sam Darcy, and Darcy's sort of given a fend-off or a push to him, sort of away from the ball, sort of high up on the sternum near the collarbone. So obviously that was really the only major vision that has occurred after that incident, and who knows as to how and what caused it. But what we do know is that Butts is subbed out of the game and he's off to hospital from the stoppage. English kicks into the forward 50. Worrell and Norton at target. Punched away by Worrell into the hands, though, of West, who turns, kicks to full forward. Curtin's down there at fullback for the Crows. No mark, but keeps his feet. Curtin wins it eventually and then shrugs off the would-be tackle from Kennedy. Gee, what a prospect he is, Curtin.
So good.
Gives it away to Worrell, and the clearing kick finds O'Brien at half-back.
He was in the number one conversation, Rammer, wasn't he, a couple years ago, especially with the Eagles, who ended up taking Harley Reid, who, of course, we think is going to be a star as well. But gee whiz, we're seeing an emergence before our eyes.
Is Dan Curtin rising star?
He is,
yes. He's putting a good case up late.
Yep.
Holter sending the Dogs back inside 50. Curtin intercept marking now. He does it all.
He might run out of road to Levi Ashcroft, but if the award was who's got the most upside of every player in this year's class, she's going to be hard to go past.
The kick goes out towards the wing, and a free kick going to James O'Donnell. The other point it raises, he is in his second season, isn't he?
Yep.
So
the other thing with Levi too, he's born like December 18th.
32 points the Crows lead.
So Donald down to half forward, flying for it. Norton, no mark, spills down towards Dolan. High up and under inside 50 for the Dogs. Oh, spoiled from Worrell and then contested at crowd level as well. Wraps up Poulter, and we'll have a ball up here inside the forward 50 for the Dogs. So Levi was the youngest player chosen in the first round and one of the youngest in the draft class period last year, and is the Rising Star favourite. Among the favourites for this year's award, Dan Curtin from the restart. Kick from Richards, hooks it back into the outer corridor, picked up here by Sanders. Nice little step, gets back on his right pegs, shoots goalward, misses.
They want to lock him away long term pretty quick, wouldn't they, the Crows?
West Coast
teams will be monitoring, won't they?
No, he has re-signed.
Okay.
Yep. So he's 3 more years till 2029. He's in Adelaide. 31 points, Crows lead, 16 gone, final turn.
Kick comes infield from Saligo, just misses Neil Bullen, fingertips it, falls to the ground, picked up by Garcia. Kick out wide, and the mark taken by Vandermeer.
He's also got a brother, Cody Curtin, who's in the under-18 Nationals for Western Australia at the moment. That's pretty handy.
Pair of curtains, don't he?
Vandermeer kicks into the pocket off the hands of Norton. West! Mr. West! Mr. West! He snaps it through. And the Crows lead is back to 25 points. There's a pulse for the Dogs. 16-9-105 plays 12-8-80. 17 minutes into the fourth. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball.
Wow. He's probably been a touch quiet this game, Riley West. Mitch Inge has done a really good job on him. But he's able just to slip through there. You can see Mitch Inge's shoulders just drop, but he knew he just didn't have any body contact. It's a pretty easy goal, really, in the end for Riley West. I'd like Scotty West at the moment, the Bulldogs.
The other thing is, it was 27 points at three-quarter time. It's 25 points now. So they're almost back to where they were at three-quarter time, and they've only got 8 minutes 40 on the clock.
It's doable. Next two.
They've got to move, and the Crows just haven't allowed them to be the free-flowing dogs we've seen over the last 4 weeks. And too good today, Adelaide, so far. Peatling, first possession at the restart to Dawson, to Thilthorpe, to Keys, all by hand. Hand pass out to Neil Bullen. Shrugs a tackle, dabs it inside 50, and Rankin marks.
But there's the problem right there for the Dogs. Have an opportunity to nail Neil Bullen in the tackle. Swivel of the hips, shrug of the shoulders, and he's out of the tackle.
It's the progression of this Crows team too, isn't it? Yeah. They're strong, aren't they? You look at this team today and you go, they will have no issue at all when the whips are cracking in September.
They're
big,
running,
strong bodies. They're running under and their kicking capability today. It's just really shone, hasn't it?
Rankin, his 100th game. The drop punt. Hits the post.
Got to go here, the Dogs now.
26 points is Adelaide's lead. 18 and a half gone. Final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 2 huge games still to come. GWS Geelong next. And then later tonight it's Fremantle and Hawthorn.
Bramble out of the D50. A kick for Sanders. Back flank, and he retreats to Caulfield. And Romanascus thinks they have to go, and they do, because they're down by 26. Caulfield pushed off his kick, spills to Rankin, ambles inside 50, looks infield, says, nah, how about I kick it? And he just sneaks it through for a behind. The lead is 27 the way of the Crows, 19 and a half minutes into the fourth.
Showed you guys the incident of Darcy and Butts, where Darcy...
You see that so often in here too.
Gives him a whack to the high up on the sternum, just below the collarbone, and ultimately Butts' day's done. And we are presuming here that was the incident that caused the damage, but Butts is off to hospital with a chest issue, so more to come on that. Sam Darcy was obviously the player that gave him a whack with the palm, at least in the vision that he's doing the round. So it's impossible to say for sure, isn't it, whether it was that or whether there was another incident or whatever it turned out to be. But what we now know is Jordan Butts' day was done at quarter time, and he's off to hospital. The only throw in here, high half forward for the Bulldogs. They are chasing the game big time. Peatling caught. Ball spills to Poulter, and he's tackled by Curtin. They don't want for too much, the Crows, do they, when you look through their lineup?
Maybe another defender, but they've got Nick Murray.
Yeah.
In the wings.
Can't get in at the moment. Third straight game in the Sandford this weekend. Bontempelli, hand pass, sets up Bramble on the run. He shoots and he dobs it. It was a goal the Dogs need. And they need a lot to go right from here, but there's still time on the clock. Adelaide's lead trimmed to 21. 21 minutes gone. Final term. 16-11-107. The Bulldogs 13-8-86. Bramble with the goal. And 21 points is the game.
He hasn't been as prolific, Bramble, as he has been all years, up to 17 possessions, but he's had a lot bigger impact on games over recent weeks. So that was a nice goal. He's got to move quick here. So what are we, 6.5 minutes remaining still?
Yep.
3.5 goals the margin. So there's still hope.
Got to go bang down the centre bounce.
Yeah, he's got to go real quick here, out of the centre bounce.
Again,
quick goals.
Bontempelli's the one. He's just been superb. 10 score involvements, 32 possessions. Look at him here. He's standing by himself at the centre bounce. He's the one that looms.
And he gets it out. Bont paddles it out in front. Gives a hand pass away towards Bramble, who's got it on the wing. Sends it inside the forward 50. Competing for it, Kennedy. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Coming for the Crows to Worrell on the hand pass out wide to Millerat.
He kicks up to the wing, looking for a marker there in Taylor. Over the top of his head it goes. Bouncing ball. Out of play. There it goes, and we'll get a throw in on the wing. Crows lead by 21 points.
That was so close for Bont out of that centre bounce.
Very nearly.
Yeah, I'm just looking at him here. I'd be putting an arm across him if I was Jordan Dawson or Sam Berry, whoever it is.
Sam Berry.
They're going to roll the dice again.
6 minutes to play. Crows by 21 and O'Brien smacks it back to the boundary. Umpire to fling it back in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Adelaide Crows trying to get a 12th win of the season. It would be the 7th loss for the Bulldogs. They'll slip to 10-7. Trying to extricate it is Liberatore. Poulter slaps it out. Bramble back feeds a handball. Out into the open now. Johannesson goes back to Richards, who wants to look long. Runs around. Kicks a low bullet. Works for Darcy. High half forward off to Liberatore. He'll kick towards full forward. Getting back though, the Crows have the numbers. Doing well, Vandermeer. Ball hits the deck. Adelaide should work it out. Saligo shrugging a tackle. Running into Sanders. Clear and kick.
Got boot the ball out towards half-back and Curtin takes the mark. In fact, it's Michael Annie, I'm pretty certain he's got it. Michael Annie at half-back.
Just been steady enough, haven't they? Just had the answers across the course of the day, the Crows. Been a pretty mature performance.
Michael Annie, long down the line. Off hands, it spills out the back to Williams. Dogs win possession, hand pass away to Libba. He holds the footy and kicks it down for Bontempelli. Leaps for it, no mark. Spills to Jones. Crows back with it. Hand pass to Laird. Hurried kick down the wing. Ball hits the deck. Williams grabs the footy. Pack forms over the top of him and the ump says, I'll have it. Ball up on the City wing.
This record now of the Bulldogs against top 8 teams does become a bit of a concern. This was a real opportunity today for them.
Desperation belonging to the Bulldogs as English slapping it forward. Grabbing it quickly. Here's Dolan with a left foot kick inside 50. Up goes Darcy, not quite. Vandermeer follows up. Darcy does for a second time. Still slapping it to himself. Basketball style. This would be unbelievable. Only him. Only he could do that. His second. And the Dogs are still in this game. 15 points the margin, 16-11, 107 to 14-8, 92, 25 into the fourth.
First time today they've kicked 3 goals on the bounce.
It's just individual brilliance, isn't it? Just balance. Late in the game, tight legs, just able to stay over the footy, not get knocked off. He had Josh Worrell hanging off him.
Just compete.
Sam Darcy, yeah, he does. Hasn't had his best day, but it's one thing you know, he will just compete until the final bell.
That was him dribbling the oval-shaped ball like a basketball.
Yeah.
Boom. Slaps it up to himself.
Stuff. Well, you never know. If any team can score quick, this Dogs team can, out of the middle. Again, watch for Bontempelli, Richards to get on the fly here.
Adelaide led by a game high 32 earlier in the quarter. It's now 15. There is 4 and a bit minutes to go. The Dogs have it all to do. Liberatore hands it out towards Johannesson. Peeling off the back flank, kicks down to half forward. Bounces off the pack and Bontempelli lays a tackle in all of that. Up says, I'll have it.
Tackle number 10 for Bontempelli.
That's some sort of game.
It's the third time this year he's had 10 plus tackles.
33 possessions, 15 contested, 9 inside 50s, 10 tackles.
Saligo trying to keep it in front of him. Squeeze the kick out from the restart. Neil Bullen's tackled. As soon as he grabs it, Johannesson holds him up. Ball up.
10 score involvements. There's not much more he can do. Then the captain on the other side, it's been just as impressive.
60 metres out from the Dogs' goal. Rucks missed it completely. Jones had it, lost it, and we're going to have a 4th stoppage in the same area.
It's a good test for the Crows here too, just to see if they can shut the game down. You see the good teams. Think of Collingwood, think of Geelong. Close in these, late in these close games. Can they just take the sting out of the game, shut it down, run the clock down?
4 minutes to try and win it for the Dogs. The Crows win it back though. Rankin away to Laird, long kick to the wing. Fogarty marks, turns and goes immediately. Kicks for Walker, too far out to score. Loops the handball, running on. Fogarty steadies, eyes the goals and misses. Would have iced the game. The Dogs are still in it. Crows by 16 points.
Door remains open. The Dogs have got to do a lot right. Bramble short to Richards. We need 3 goals in just over 3 minutes. As Richards now across the half-back line to O'Donnell.
Too slow.
And the Bont, he keeps on powering through.
He's the only one running then, the Bont.
Yep. He's the engine that makes this team go. Kicks down the wing.
No.
Finds Norton.
Don't wait.
Darcy hitting up. Ignores that lead.
Oh, gosh, Aaron.
Tick, 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 tick. Time peels off the clock. Norton eventually to half forward. Darcy out of position, shrugs his shoulders at the way the ball came in.
Frustrated Sam Darcy there.
He was hitting up on the lead. It was ignored, and then the ball got sat on his head and punched out of bounds. A throw in half forward for the Bulldogs.
He's waiting for Norton to run past him and saying, get it in quicker.
2 minutes 43 to go. 16 points Adelaide's lead. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
They need one quick, smart. Crows still by 16, as Corby said. Slapped away by O'Brien. Out after it, Saligo. Close to the line. Plays for the high free kick. Gets it.
It's been impressive what Josh Worrell's done.
Has more high free kicks than any player in the comp, Jake Saligo.
He's been good today too. I've liked his game. Threw the question out before the game. Who in this Crows midfield? On paper, it looked like the Dogs might be able to shade them through the middle of the ground. Who's going to stand up? Saligo, this will be possession 22. 12 contested. 9 tackles. Been really tough and hard.
Saligo kicking around the boundary line up to a contest through the hands of O'Donnell. Bontempelli trying to slap it on, get it moving forward. Richards away towards Bailey Dale, stripped in the tackle, close to the line and pinged holding the ball.
I mentioned Josh Worrell. Norton had 4 in the first quarter, all on Markeen. He gave up the first one of the second quarter, Worrell, and that's been basically it for Aaron Norton from there. He's done a good job.
Phil Thorpe goes short. Finds Jones, who dabs it along the line to Walker. Time peeling off the clock. 16 points Adelaide's lead. Walker told to move it. 70 out against the boundary line. He kicks to full forward. Phil Thorpe hands on it again. Not quite. Ball spills through towards Keys. Got it out to Fogarty. Shoots goalward. The ball's across the face and misses. 17-point lead for the Crows. 29 and a half played final term.
Williams with a low bullet pass onto the chest of Vandermeer. Sand slipping through the hourglass for the Dogs. Crows by 17 points. Kicks infield to Bontempelli. Feeds the handball to Johannesson. He flicks it onto a running Richards. Richards looks long. Has a man deep in Norton. Norton will go up. In the pack, off the hands of the pack. Out the back it goes. It tumbles. Out of play. Throwing coming. Left forward pocket. 30 minutes and change into the fourth. Adelaide Crows sitting third. Umpire brings it back in. O'Brien tapping it down onto it quickly. Garcia loses it. Ball held in. Well done by Neil Bullen. And a ball up, 25 out from the Dogs' goal.
$16 points, 17 points, in fact, Adelaide's lead. Out of the ruck, trying to get a clear and kick away for the Crows. Picked up here, though, by Dale. Hand pass to the Bond. He shoots it out wide towards O'Donnell, who fires from long range, and he's docked it. Well, there's a late one for the Bulldogs. And James O'Donnell drifting into the forward 50, slams it through. His 4th of the year. And Adelaide's lead is trimmed to 11. 31 minutes gone, final term. 16-13, 109. The Bulldogs move to 15-8, 98. 31 played final term. And the final attendance posted at 41,198.
Good crowd.
Oh, Bont's involved again there.
Yeah.
Got a little handball from Bailey Dale, then Bont feeds it out to O'Donnell for a long-range goal. But just this last 5 minutes, they've had some opportunities, the Dogs, to move the ball on quick. That's credit to the Crows. You know, they've forced them to slow down, where you just wanted the Dogs to roll on and get moving and make something happen up the ground, but they've held the ball too long and just taken too much time off the clock.
Restart in the middle, slapped down by O'Brien. Bontempelli makes it his, tumbles a kick inside, attacking 50. Bouncing ball. Is there a hope here? West swings a snap on goal. Out of bounds on the full. And that might have been the last chance for the Dogs.
Curtin will be hand the footy. Back pocket for the Crows. Goes long down the wing. Phil Thorpe flies for it. Ball hits the deck. Liberatore. And the pride of South Australia are ready to make some noise far beyond the border. The Adelaide Crows in a prove-it game do just that. Adelaide by 11 points over the Bulldogs.
And we're known as the Adelaide Crows. We're courageous, stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation, our determination shows. We're the pride of South Australia. We're the mighty Adelaide Crows.
It's their third win against a fellow contender. They shore up third spot on the competition table, 12-5. They're up to a dozen wins. The Crows home by 11 points. As we go final here at the Docklands, Adelaide 16-13, 109. The Bulldogs 15-8, 98 over 41,000 in attendance to kick off this super-duper Saturday of footy. The Crows dominant all day. The Bulldogs kicked the last 4 goals to put a pretty face on it, but Adelaide by 11 points. It's all about hierarchical thinking in this competition and what we debate, Bally and Rammer, every week about where teams sit in the premiership pecking order. If you had the Bulldogs above the Crows, it's pretty hard after today to still make that case.
I'll flip that around. No, absolutely. No excuses today for the Dogs, for either team, really. We spoke about that before the game, didn't we? He's going to tell us a lot. And I think you summed it up pretty well in the end. I mean, the Dogs fight it out, and that's a credit to them, but it never really felt like the Crows were in danger after half-time. They just always seemed to have the answers, didn't they, and be able to hold the Dogs at arm's length. Led by the skipper in the middle, but then a commanding performance in front of the ball by Riley Thilthorpe in particular. I thought Darcy Fogarty chimed in well too across the game, and Taylor Walker did his bit too, and then it was just a nice even contribution across the ground. Rami, you mentioned Josh Roll stepping up when Jordan Butts went out of the game. I mean, they were 2 down. Let's not forget that. They were 2 down halfway through the third quarter, so entitled probably to fatigue a bit late in the game, the Crows, but they'd done the work. They worked harder. They were tougher and harder for longer across the game, and thoroughly deserved their win. And I think absolutely that's, there's no question about it now. They go ahead of the Bulldogs from my point of view, Rammer, in the pecking order of the season. And like we spoke about late there, just looking across the field, they don't want for too much. Maybe that back line still can be put under pressure, but gee whiz, they're versatile, aren't they? They covered for each other pretty well. They were big, strong bodies. They kicked the ball well. All that stuff comes to the fore in finals footy. So if you're a Crows fan, start to get excited.
Yeah, and look, the beauty of it is they've got Murray who can come back into the team if Butts is out for a few weeks. We don't know Josh Rochelle whether he comes back, but other than that, they've got a really clean bill of health as a football team. So, a real push now for the Crows towards a top 4 finish. It was a test today, no doubt. It was an absolute test to come to Melbourne, to come to the Docklands, to beat a Bulldogs team that were in really good form and play really well here at the Docklands. And I thought their second quarter was enormous. 17 inside 50s and 6 goals too. But they just absolutely cut the Crows up in that second quarter with their kicking ability and made the Dogs look pedestrian at times. So the captain, I thought Jordan Dawson led from the front all day, 27 possessions, 2 goals, 12 scoring involvements. Thilthorpe, as you mentioned, Bally was terrific. But they've got so many good role players, the Crows. Like, it's not like you look at a few other teams, you go, well, there's 5 superstars and then it really drops away from there. The Crows have got rock-solid role players.
That's the difference in the two teams, I think. I mean, Bontempelli was just enormous. Richards, was pretty good, wasn't he? Libba couldn't do much more. Darcy's the one who didn't have his best day, kept trying, and Norton, kick 5, had a good day. it's the fall off, isn't it? You think about, from a Crows point of view, Cumming, these sort of guys.
Yep.
It's Michael Annie. They just all play a role.
Shrewd recruiting to go and get
terrific.
Neil Bullen, Cumming and Peatling.
Yeah.
And I know Adelaide fans, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but it does remind me a little bit of when Richmond went and got Nank, Caddy and Prestia, and they sort of brought them in to a team that was already established, and it was the pieces that they were missing, and it feels like for Adelaide that's what they got.
And then they get the youth of Curtin.
He's really
just seeing him live today. He just looks like a star, if not already. Young star, certainly, and Michael Annie as well.
Even like Saligo in the midfield. Yeah. He's a rock solid player. You keep going. Worrell, Bally mentioned the role that he played. Keys, who does a job week in, week out. Mitch Hinge does a job week in, week out. Mark Keane, I thought he looked better when he went to Darcy rather than the job that he had on Norton in that first quarter, where Norton was able to get away from him and kick 4. So
they're a team in the true sense of the word, aren't they?
Yep, they are.
They're connected. You can tell they're buttoned up defensively. They're sort of lockstep in the way that they go about it.
Well, they've got X Factor too. They've got They've got match winners. Rankin obviously is one of those. I think Foggett did his best. Stillthorpe, we've seen today, and Jordan Dawson. So. Yep, tick a lot of the boxes. Just seeing there's a lovely shiner on Braden Cook's face. That's going to come up beautifully tomorrow.
Cook concussed out of the game, Butts hospitalised with a chest issue. More on that, I'm sure, to come throughout the day. For the Dogs, it's a missed opportunity again. They're now 1-7 against top 9 teams, so they sit 7th on the table, and they could be out of the 8 by the end of today. So if GWS beat Geelong and Freo beat Hawthorn, if the home teams win, the Dogs will wake up tomorrow morning outside of the top 8. So another missed opportunity for them, and that's where they're at in the conversation. They're not as good as the good teams in it, and they're better than all the rest. The votes very quickly. We're in the last minute of the broadcast in the ABC.
I reckon pretty straightforward. 1 to Jordan Dawson, 27 possessions, 12 score involvements, 2 goals. 2 to Marcus Bontempelli, 37 possessions, and then it was doubles everywhere. And then 3 to Riley Thilthorpe for his 6 goals. Today he was certainly the difference as a forward.
I'll get the Crows song for you to take you out. The Knights and the Storm in the ACT. For everybody else, you're off to the Giants and the Cats.
Stronger, faster, respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation and determination to push us right in South Australia with mighty Adelaide Crows.
Adelaide by 11 points. They shore up 3rd spot on the table. The ACT off to the NRL. For everybody else, the footy continues this Super Saturday in round 18. It is GWS and Geelong. Adelaide winners by 11.
ABC Listen. Keeping bored parents busy is easy with the ABC Listen app. Then we can listen to our stuff, like Bluey Listen Along and all new Dino Dome. Hear it all now on the ABC Listen app.